І вітаємо вас на нашій другій міжнародній конференції,
Welcome to the second
присвяченій
international conference
дослідженню мультидисциплінарного
dedicated to
підходу
the
в роботі
study
з
of the
родинами,
multidisciplinary approach
який
to working with
відбувається
families
в родинному центрі «Дотик».
that
І
we
саме
have
дослідження
adopted
нашої
at the
практики
Family
при
Center
співпраці з
Touch, and
фахівцями різних
we
напрямків,
are
правників,
cooperating with the
психологів,
lawyers,
психотерапевтів і медіаторів
psychologists, psychotherapists,
задля
mediators,
покращення
so that we
роботи
can
з такому
enhance
медіаційному
our support
процесі з
uh,
конфліктами родин, з залученням
to
дітей і з
resolving family
питанням збереження
conflict,
контакту дітей
inclusive of
в
children,
умовах війни. В
in
рамках цього
mediation,
дослідження
making
ми
sure
проводимо вже
that the
другу
children can
конференцію.
stay in touch with their
Під
parents
час першої
in the war
конференції ми
context. This
досліджували
is the second
систему роботи з
international
родинами за
conference.
участю дітей
During the first,
Австралії
we
та Британії.
researched the
Ця
way the
конференція
UK and
присвячена
Australia
досвіду і
supports
практиці
families
4
and
країн,
children.
таких
And
як
today we'll be
Ісландія,
discussing the experience
Нова
of the four
Зеландія,
countries in
Бельгія
New Zealand,
і
Norway, Belgium,
так, і четверта країна у
and
нас
Canada, I
Канада
believe.
з Лорейн.
Lorraine
Розпочинаємо
will be
ми
speaking for
нашу
Canada.
конференцію
So
з
we are to begin this conference
дослідження
with a
системи
study
Нової Зеландії.
of
І
the New
сьогодні
Zealand
з нами Нову
system.
Зеландію
And
буде
today
представляти
we
Джил
have
Голсон,
Jill
директорка Центру
Goldson,
по
the
сімейній
director of the
справі в
Center
Aucklanді і Новій
uh,
Зеландії.
for
Джил
Family
всесвітньо
Affairs
відомий
in
медіаторка
Auckland.
з понад
New Zealand,
30-річним
Jill is
досвідом роботи з
renowned
дітьми та
family
сім'ями з
mediators
Індокитаю та
who brings
Австралії.
decades of
Джил
experience
є
of working with children
авторкою
and families
міжнародної
in
гідей до
UK and
медіації,
New Zealand. She has a
щодо
book
виховання
on
і саме
child
завдяки цій
inclusive family
важливій цій
mediation.
книгі ми познайомилися
And
з Джил.
through her book, we
Ми дуже
got in
щасливі,
touch with
що
Jill,
Джил
and
погодилася
we are
сьогодні
entirely
бути присутньою на
happy
конференції
that
і
Jill
поділитися
has
своїм
agreed
досвідом.
to
І перший
join
раз
us and share
зустріч у нас
her
відбулася
experience
якраз
firsthand.
під час
We first
зустрічі
met
з Лізою
Jill
Гіггінсон
when we were
в
meeting up
культурному
with
клубі.
Lisa
Сьогодні
Parkinson
ж
at
ми
a literary
познайомимося
club,
більше
and
ще з
today we'll
досвідом
have a chance to
розвитку Джил.
learn more about
Джил
Jill,
була
her
консультанткою
experience,
у
her
Міністерства
practice.
юстиції
Jill
Нової
was the
Зеландії з
consultant for the
питань
Ministry of
реформи
Justice of
сімейного
New Zealand
правосуддя
on reforming
і
family
відіграла там
justice
визначну
and
роль
played a
у
pivotal
просуванні
role
практики
in
залучення
promoting the
дітей
practice of
у рамках
including
системи сімейного
children
правосуддя.
within the
Саме
family
цей досвід
justice
для нас
system.
є
This experience
надзвичайно
is
важливим і цікавим, враховуючи
critical
те,
and
що
important for
ми
us,
також
considering
намагаємося
that we
просувати
too are trying to
можливість залучення
advocate
дітей в сімейній медіації
the
і
inclusion of
важливість
children in family
врахування думки
mediation
дитини під
and
час роботи з
ability
сімейними
to
конфліктами,
bring in
особливо
a
в
child in
рамках роботи,
family
яка зараз
mediation,
відбувається у
particularly
нас
now
також у
that we are
співпраці з
working
Міністерством
in
юстиції.
cooperation with the
І я
Ministry of
дуже сподіваюся,
Justice.
що саме
And I hope
ці наші
that
конференції і
these
досвід
conferences and the
міжнародних
experience
експертів
of international
допоможе
experts
нам
could
показати
help
цінність і
us
важливість
demonstrate the
залучення
value and the
дитини
importance
в
of
процес медіації і
including a
врахування дитини
child in family
під час
mediation
роботи
and
з
hearing a child
сімейними конфліктами.
when dealing
Джил
with family
продовжує вести
conflict.
активну клінічну
Jill
практику,
has an
проводить
active
навчання
clinical
медіаторів,
practice. She
інших
teaches
фахівців на
mediators and other
міжнародному рівні,
professionals
часто виступає на
internationally,
конференціях
often
з питань
speaking at
медіації, з
conferences on
залученням дітей до
mediation,
сімейного правосуддя, а
child
саме
inclusive mediation and
спеціалізаціями
family
ми
justice.
звернулися
And
до
this is
Джил і
what we
вдячні
would
за те,
kindly
що Джил
ask
сьогодні
Jill to
приєднується
share
до
with
нас
us. And we are
і
very grateful that she
розкаже про свою
is joining
практику,
us today,
в
and
тому
she
числі
will
про ті дослідження,
present her practice
в
and her
яких
study
Джил приймала
that
активну участь, і,
she
зокрема,
had
про які
actively contributed to,
саме
that
сімейне правосуддя Нової
uh,
Зеландії на сьогодні
can
є на першому місці.
uh,
Тому, Джил,
rank
ми вас
the
вітаємо
family
і
justice in New
передаємо
Zealand
вам
as
слово.
the top
Дякую.
system in the world. Jill, thank you, and over to you.
So, would you like me to start talking now? Right. Okay, thank you. Well, kia ora, which is a Maori word that we use in the country I'm from, which is New Zealand. Kia ora means hello, greetings, and thank you for letting me be here. I would particularly like to thank Tatiana for the wonderful work that she's doing and to say how very grateful I am to be asked to talk today. And I would also like to acknowledge Louisa Romanazzi, forgive my pronunciation, with whom I have been contacted and also doing some work. And I think what I'd like to really say right at the outset is just to acknowledge the extraordinary work you are doing in Ukraine to support children and families in such incredibly difficult circumstances of invasion. I have huge respect for you and great humility in being asked to talk about what goes on in my jurisdiction. I am consciously using a narrative form rather than slides. I think it's the hallmark of my work that I use narratives and stories. And also, to be completely honest, I'm in transit. I'm in Thailand. I'm working off my laptop. I don't like technology very much. So the thought of trying to manage coordinating slides and talking, I felt it would be more natural for me to speak. I hope I'm not going too fast for your lovely interpreter, Elena.
You are
Is it?
fantastic. You
So
are
you are
absolutely
doing
fantastic.
interpretation as I
Yes,
speak,
yes,
because I
yes,
can't
yes,
hear it.
yes.
So if I'm going too fast, maybe someone should wave at me or something. I have a lot to say, but I'm not going to say too much. I will try and get through it. And I do realize, I understand that there is some time for questions and answers after I have presented. So if I've missed bits out or it hasn't been clear in parts, I'm picking that will be an opportunity for people to ask. Is that right? Okay. So a wonderful title, The Best Interests of the Child in the Focus of Multidisciplinary Approach, Ukraine and the Global Experience. So we're talking about multidisciplinary approaches to family mediation. And of course, Tanya, you have also alighted on the multi-jurisdictions as well. So I see the two parts creating a very congruent whole. At the moment, I don't need to tell you, not just in your country, but differently in other countries, there are enormous global upheavals going on for families. I always feel very strongly that social change outstrips the legal parameters when we're talking about how to work with families. So it's almost like you've got the legal position there, and then you've got social change, and social change runs ahead of the legal position. And that's where I think as family mediators, we have some very, very important work to do. The will to take care of our families at this time in history could never be more profound and important in all the turmoil. There is nothing as constant as change. And quite often in my presentations, I do quite like quoting a little bit from poets. And I just want to talk a little bit about a quote from a poet, an English poet called T.S. Eliot, and he says, "We shall not cease from exploration, and at the end of all of our exploring will be to arrive where we started and know it for the first time." And I think this tends to happen for us, for families, for our work, and for world politics, that things change and we keep up with the change. And when we get to a position where we can start to understand, we realize we're back where it all started. And I think that's very true for families in conflict, families who are separating through all sorts of different reasons. But what we need to understand is that families need to understand where they were at the beginning. And that's one of the themes of what I want to present with my model. And I will explain that as I go through this presentation. But what runs through my presentation is the incredibly important issue of child and parent attachment. And attachment, as we all know, is the glue that keeps human evolution going. Attachment, which is both biological and attachment of love and the heart and the brain. So children are at the heart of family systems. And as Shakespeare said, give sorrow words, the grief that does not speak knits up the overwrought heart and bids it break. And so that is one of the themes of the work that I do, that it's incredibly important to understand that everybody needs to be able to express their grief and how they're feeling and to be heard. And so a lot of the Goldson model is predicated on the need to really hear a child's lived experience. Just to touch on the multidisciplinary part again too, just as I launch off into the wider parameters of what I'm going to talk about. But really, whether you are mediators, family lawyers, and sorry, when I'm reading from the book that I published last year called Child Inclusion in Parenting Dispute Mediation, the Key to Keeping the Family Out of Court. And it's a book that I've been in Europe overseeing some translations, and it's being received well in multiple jurisdictions, and I'm very, very honored and happy about that. So one of the bits I want to read from my book just briefly is, in the more formal setting, you may be mediators, family lawyers, psychologists, doctors, social workers, or psychologists. On the other hand, your first involvement might be meeting with a distressed parent as your patient or your client, or you may be a teacher meeting a symptomatic child in the classroom or an anxious grandparent at a community meeting. All of these situations are those of crisis. And really, one of the themes of the work that I do is finding a way to join the dots for people who first come across the distress, whether it's by referral or by interpersonal contact, and then understanding not only how to refer these people on, but to understand what our colleagues are doing, not in isolation, or what I'm trying to say is it should never be in isolation, but to silo that so we can join the dots and work together for the best result. I want to tell you a little bit about my journey into this. It's been a long journey. It's been about 26 years and counting, probably. I started off as a social worker, as a family therapist, and I went on to be a lecturer in counselling and social work at the university. What happened was, amongst other things that happened, was that I worked for the local family court as part of my career, and that was very part-time, whilst I was also a lecturer, because I didn't just want to teach theory. I felt like that was teaching music without putting your hands on the piano keyboard, so I wanted to keep doing the work. I worked with parents who were in conflict, and one day I sent an invoice to our Ministry of Justice to say that I had met with the parents, and I also met with one of their children, and the invoice was refused. They wouldn't pay it because they said in the Ministry of Justice that we don't believe that children should be part of parental conflict resolution, dispute resolution. Well, that was a bit like a starting gun for me, and I felt that this really made no sense at all. And so I started to do research, and that started a long, long journey. On that journey, I was given some very small funding to do a little bit of research. And one of the pieces of early research in 2006 was a pilot research called Hello, I'm a Voice, Let Me Talk. And I think you possibly have a copy of that I've sent through as a link to you. And what I argued very much in that was that children did far better when they were able to be part of their parents' mediation process. So there it is. Hello, I'm a voice, let me talk. Child inclusive mediation in family separation. That was in 2006, which I realized was 20 years ago. So it was a long time ago. And what I have to say is it has taken until 2021 in my country before children were allowed to participate in their parents' mediation by law. So we, in New Zealand, family mediation came into being in 2013. And what that meant was that everybody who wanted to go to court with parental dispute resolution had to do family mediation first, but still the children were not allowed to be a part of that. When I received a Churchill Fellowship, I went to London to do some teaching with Kafkas in London, which is a large social work organization or branch of that works with the family court. And Kafkas allowed children to be part of the process. And they were using a model we use in New Zealand in child protection, where children are allowed to be part of the process. But still, we weren't allowed to have children as part of the process in the family court. So to wind forward, after I sat on an expert panel in a family law review and pushed and pushed and pushed, at last, in 2021, the law was passed that children were allowed to be part of their parents' dispute resolution. So I think the issue is, when we look at the Goldson model, it's not really why it works, it's actually how it works. It's indisputable through a lot of evidence, decades of evidence, that children do better when they can be part of the discussions about what's going to happen with their rearranged family. And I think you could say that child participation is the currency of respect for emotional laws, and proposed remedies for parental disputes must be drawn, as I said before, from the bedrock of love and attachment. We have to honor the psychology of attachment, as John Bowlby, the father of attachment, has written about at length. It's an emerging field in family law, but we do understand that the participation of children transcends and engages parental alignment. So really, the model I describe is very straightforward. It's got a compelling evidence base, and I think any good methodology should actually be quite simple and based on good evidence. So just to talk a little bit about the issue of cases going into court, I make the disclaimer very quickly that I'm not arguing that cases where there is ill mental health, violence, addiction, and risk shouldn't go into court. Of course, it should go into court. But where possible, to work in New Zealand in the out of court zone is very, very important, because, and I say this respectfully and I say it carefully, but adversarial court processes in my jurisdiction do not help families to resolve their issues, and in fact, to be honest, can make things even worse. And it is very, very important. In fact, I describe it as a public health issue, that we have to take care of our young, of our children. And I know everybody listening to this presentation will 100% agree with that. We also need to take care of the parents of our young. You know, when you're in crisis, you can feel like you are a child yourself. That is what happens. And so supporting the parents to manage their differences about their conflict, about their child, is hugely significant for the quality of health of the communities and societies in which we live. We know the statistics are very sobering, and it's probably tip of iceberg that 1 in 4 children whose parents go into adversarial processes in the family court develop a severe mental health diagnosis. And as I said before, I see this as a public health issue. Most societies don't have enough mental health resources to manage as it is. We cannot overlook what's happening in the common situation of separation and allow ourselves to make it worse by those cases proceeding into an expensive and alienating adversarial process. And I don't think any of you would be doing the work that you're doing if you didn't have that belief. To describe my model, I would just like to give you 3 very quick case studies. And just as I'm doing that, I'd just like you to think about what I'm saying when I talk about the difference between what we call the voice of the child in court and what I call child participation out of court. So in my country, in New Zealand, the child has a lawyer called Lawyer for Child who finds out what the child wants and presents that child's views to court. And this is long established, and so New Zealand jurisdiction will say we include children, and they do. My argument is that my model and the model that we now have in New Zealand includes children by child participation, and it's quite different. And I just want to give you 3 quick case studies, if I have the time to do that, just to illustrate what I'm saying. So the first case study, which I shamelessly use quite often because it creates a wonderful metaphor, is a little boy called Oscar who had very high-flying mum and dad who were in a bitter separation. This little boy kept going to hospital because he had tummy pains. His doctor, the child doctor, said, you know, there's no reason for these tummy pains. We believe it's psychological. So it was agreed that this little boy would come and talk to me, which was great because I was seeing his parents and I wanted to meet with their child. And by the way, we can't meet with children in my country unless both parents agree. It's guardianship law. So little Oscar came to see me. He was 7. And he said to me, my worst problem in the whole world is that Daddy said I can choose the color paint for my new bedroom. Daddy loves green, Mummy loves blue. I can't choose color. So obviously, I was able to report back to the parents with the little boy's permission, and I do all this at a child appropriate level. And the parents, you could have heard a pin drop. The argument stopped and they listened. And they understood that your average 7-year-old always has a favorite color. So that the fact their little boy couldn't choose a color was a real insight into how deeply the parental conflict had gone into his heart and mind to the point where he could no longer choose a color paint. Things improved. His parents didn't go on to be best friends ever after, but they certainly dropped the conflict and started to work together to reduce his stress. I'm going to move on quickly, and I'm going to summarize in a minute, to another, it was actually another little boy called Toby. Toby was 11. Toby's parents were in deep, deep conflict. Toby lived 1 week with mum, 1 week with dad. He was a budding football player. Because Toby's mum and dad did not want to hear what went on in the other parents' week, Toby never told them that when he was with dad, he played soccer for one suburb. When he was with mum, he played soccer for another suburb. Toby was in what we call the under-11s soccer team. Toby soon realized that very soon it was very likely that there would be a match arranged between the two teams he was involved in. And when I met with him, he said, I can't tell you how I feel sick with humiliation and embarrassment because I'm going to have to play myself when they put up the soccer draw. Now, what Toby was saying, he wasn't in hospital, but his parents were in court, and Toby's lawyer said to Toby, what do you want, Toby? And Toby said, you know what? I just want to live with my mum most of the time. I always want to have weekends with my mum. Maybe I'll see my dad on a Wednesday or a Thursday and have a pizza with him every second week. And Toby's dad was saying, what's happened? You know, we have such a great time when you're with me. So again, the information that I got was not information that could have gone into court, or it wasn't the information that the lawyer for the child was even looking for. I want to look at one more case, and actually it's not conscious. These are all little boys. I don't know why. It's just how it worked out. But this little boy called Alexei was only 6, and his mum had brought him to New Zealand from Russia, and his dad lived in Bratislava. Mum and dad had a very, very high conflict separation. This little boy was in New Zealand. Dad desperately wanted to come and see the little boy. The mum was blocking it. The court insisted they came to see me. I met this little boy. He said his biggest fear was that Mummy said Daddy was a very bad man who was coming to New Zealand to kidnap him. And he was terrified. We looked at the big map in the children's room I work in, and we looked at where Eastern Europe was. As you will all know, there's a lot of snow, so we talked about the snow, and the little boy talked about building snowmen with Daddy and what fun they used to have, and how Daddy used to toss them in the air and they used to throw snowballs. And it soon became very, very obvious, as I'm sure it is to all of you, that this little boy was living out one parent's narrative about the other parent. Now, without going in, so he did actually reconcile with his daddy, who was allowed to see him when he came to New Zealand. There's a lot I can say about all of those cases, but the point I'm really trying to make here is, can you see perhaps where I'm going with what the court system will call the voice of the child? And I call child participation, where I'm not asking a child what they want. I'm finding out about a child's lived experience. The little boy who was living out humiliation about the soccer teams, the little boy who was sick with worry because he didn't know how he was going to choose a paint color, another little boy who was in all sorts of distress and fear about a daddy he had trusted who he now believed was a kidnapper. Now, if these children were given a voice in court, the chances are their stories would not have been properly heard. And so the little boy with the soccer, his wishes were, I only want a few days with my dad. I don't want to be with my dad on weekends anymore. All sorts of attributes could be made in that situation. Good lawyers are brilliant. I'm not talking like this to in any way decry what lawyers do, but I believe, picking up on the theme of your conference today, that we desperately need a multidisciplinary dimensional, multidisciplinary approach to the same problems. And I have to say that working in this way has ended up creating extraordinarily good results. Now, that is a part of the picture, of course. What I do need to explain is how I actually work with, I don't know, we call it the Goldson model. I always feel a bit shy about calling it the Goldson model because it sounds a bit pompous, but that's what it's known as in New Zealand, so we call it the Goldson model. But one of the areas that is a little bit different, very different actually, about the way I work is that I am the same person that works with the parents as works with the children. And that is quite different. And I think that that creates quite a lot of debate in my country. Well, I don't mind. I quite like creating debate, really, because I think we need to keep things lively and constantly look at it and review it and look at the research. So there is a counter argument that to be a neutral mediator, you should not talk to the children. Well, sorry, I don't believe that. And this is why children do not like, actually, as I'm sure you know, children don't much like telling family secrets to strangers. Well, why would they? They're loyal. They're loyal to their mum and their dad. Already they have a problem because mum and dad have problems. So to talk to a stranger is just to further accentuate the issue of mum saying this, dad saying that. What am I going to say in the middle? Now, I'm not saying I'm not a stranger to these children, but what I can say to these children is, do you know what? I've met your mum. I really like her. I've met your dad. I really like him. I've heard so much about you. I almost feel like I know you now. You know, I know where you go on your holidays. I know you've got a dog called Monty and a cat called Pebbles, and that you're really good on the drums. So what happens, you can imagine, is that children then feel I am familiar. I'm not family, but I'm, to use the English word, familiar with the family situation. And that, you know, I can say, you know, I know that there are some really challenging things happening with your family at the moment. And it's so good that mum and dad have come to talk to me. And I'm so pleased that you have come to talk to me. Now, the other part of what I do, and this is really significant, I won't see a child unless mum and dad have both agreed. So one minute I'm hopeful they will agree, and the next minute I'm giving them rules for agreeing. And I say, I will only see your child if you both give your child the same message, not together, separately, and I will check up that you've given the child the right message. And that is, mum and I, dad and I, we want you to go and talk to this lady who's helping us work things out. And it's a very simple message, but here's the thing. It's one of the first times in a long time that the child has actually heard their mum and dad talk with one voice about what they want from their child. So we call this early alignment between the parents. And as an aside, I often say to parents at the feedback session, and I'll come to that in a minute, I'm really curious, what did Jenny say when you said mum and I, or what did she say when you said dad and I want you to both go and see Jill? And every time the parents say either, you know, she didn't say much, or she said yes, but she seemed much lighter. And I think we can't underestimate what seems a really small thing, just how huge that is. And what I say to parents all the time is, as I've been doing so recently in London, mind the gap between the platform and the train. And it's the same with parents when they are divided or maybe it's grandparents and a parent, anyone that really matters to the children that they're connected and attached with, mind the gap, because every normal child I've ever met will fall into that gap and they won't do well. And that will take me in a minute to a brief look at some of the resist, refuse, and alienation cases that come up. So just to go on from there, and I realize I'm darting all over the place, but thank you for bearing with me. But this is only a high-level presentation. I'd love to spend longer on it, but we can't. What I do is I always meet with both parents on their own first, confidentially, and I let them speak. As Shakespeare said, give sorrow words, let the parents speak. Let them be the distressed, grief-stricken child for an hour and a half. Then I will meet the parents together and I will start to move the focus from their situation towards the child. And I'll do that by saying, tell me about your child or children. You know, what are they good at? What do they like doing? How are they dealing with what's happening at the moment? And then I say, it would be really, really helpful if I could possibly meet your child, your children, and I never see children together. If there are siblings, I always see them individually. I don't want to ask your children what they want. I just want to see how they're doing. You're the expert on your children, not me. But do you know what? I'm objective at the moment, and I'd really like to help you to help your child, because although you've got big differences at the moment, one thing I know absolutely fully is that one thing you share is you both love your child to pieces, and that's huge. It's very unusual for parents to say no. Sometimes they're a bit twitchy, and I say, look, this is not going into court. This is a confidential process. I want to keep resolving this issue within the family situation. It's not for lawyers in court. It's for your family. It's for you to be the rearranged family. You're still a family. You're a rearranged family, and your children need you. So I will meet with the child, and I use a variety of really simple processes to work out a child's lived experience. I just want to know how the child is experiencing things. Sometimes a child will tell me what they want, but that's not my main area. That's a legal situation. I want to know how they're doing. And when I know how the child is doing, I always ask the child's permission to be able to talk to mum and dad about how they're doing. And I've only ever once been refused that permission. And that was from a little girl of 12 who said, please don't tell my dad I hate his new girlfriend, which, you know, was absolutely legitimate. And of course, that wasn't really the point. So the children actually never say no because they are so relieved that they're going to be able to say things to their parents that they want their parents to know, but they worry about making things worse than they already are at home, and they are breaking their hearts because almost always children love their mum and their dad, and they don't want to choose. After I've met with the child, then we have the feedback session with the parents. Now, this is the jewel in the crown. This really, really matters. And, you know, you could hear a pin drop. It's always very interesting for parents to hear how somebody else sees their children. And I'm very, very careful to acknowledge that I'm not the expert on your children at all. But I just want you to know that I've met your children. I think they're gorgeous. And I don't think I've ever met a child who I don't think is gorgeous in these situations. And I want you to know that, and this is usually, not usually, it's always the truth, that your child is trying to behave a certain way in order to manage the separation between you and what it's doing to their heart. So some children have become very reclusive and they're on screens all the time. Other children might be acting out badly at school. Other children have got tummy aches. Other children are angry, other children are sad. This is all examples of children trying to manage something that's almost unmanageable. I'm never admonishing with parents ever. It's just about being respectful and helping the parents to know you're absolutely on side. You want their child to feel better, and if their child feels better, they will feel better. And if they feel better, the child will feel better. So it's what we call systemic, as you will understand. In my booklet, the one I wrote in 2006, I won't go through it because we're probably going to run out of time if I'm not careful, but I think you have access to it thanks to Tanya distributing it to you. But a little boy of 7 said, "I'd like to say to Mummy, have you bought a birthday present for Dad?" This is before the research got underway. The little girl of 11 who said, "It's like, hello, I'm a voice, let me talk," when I asked her how she felt about being included in the research program. So children have a very strong expression of need for a voice. The parents, one little boy of 10 said, "This work helps my mummy and daddy to borrow me from each other," which I thought was very touching. The parents were very much surprised, a lot of them. One of them said, "I didn't know this was going to be so helpful. Lawyers sort of keep you separate. The meetings with Jill were sobering because they made us respect that that other person over there isn't just a husband or wife, it's our child's other parent." I think the kids are aware the reasons we separated, and now they've got an understanding of that and moved on because they can see we can still work together as their mum and dad. And although I still don't get on with my ex, it's an opportunity for the children to see that we are still a working unit. So, I'm going through this much too fast. There are so many other bits I would love to talk about. But this is just to give you the gist of this. Now, am I still all right for time, Tatiana? I'm okay? Yeah, all right. I just want to talk a
Yes,
little
we
bit
still
about
got
a
time.
huge topic, but only a little bit about it. And it may well be a topic that you've all had experience of, and that's the topic of parental alienation. And these can be the really difficult areas to work with. Parental alienation is a situation, as I'm sure you all know, where we have a conflict that's so profound that one parent will do their utmost to influence / poison the other parent in the child's eyes. So there've been vast numbers of books and papers written about this. It's very highly contested out there. There are people who don't believe it's alienation. They believe it's one parent trying to protect the children from the other parent. The real acid test of alienation is whether it's an unjustified refusal to have contact with the other parent. So we're not talking about situations where children have been abused or are frightened of a parent. We're talking about a previously happy enough relationship which suddenly turns and the children will not have anything to do with the other parent. These are profoundly difficult, distressing cases. And the worst iteration of these cases inevitably have to go into court because often, and I'm speaking really carefully here and I don't want to generalize, but often a parent who is extremely insistent on keeping a child away from the other parent, we do find through a lot of research can be suffering from a mental health issue. I want to give you an example of an extreme case, but before I do that, I do want to say that it's a spectrum. So often in my work, I come across mild alienation or moderate alienation. And this can often be resolved by working with the parents and the child in the way that I've just been talking, okay? And it's incredibly important to resolve this before it gets worse. There is an absolute cascade of dramatic psychological damage that occurs to children who are alienated. I attended the first international qualification in parental alienation that came from Malta a couple of years ago. It was online, and unfortunately it started at 9 o'clock in the morning in Northern Hemisphere time and finished at 5, which meant that I was starting at 9 o'clock in the evening and finishing at 5 in the morning. But I hung on, and it was extremely interesting. But what I felt very, very strongly about, it reinforced my feeling, not so much that I wanted to get incredibly qualified about going into court to fight about the fact that a case was about alienation. It made me even more determined that prevention was so important, and prevention starts exactly where we're talking about the conflict that starts to arise when parents are separated. So again, staying out of court is so important. The case I want to talk about briefly is a case of extreme alienation with a girl of 13 who lived in a small country town in New Zealand. Her dad was a head teacher at a school in the city. She had lots of weekends and holidays with him and his new wife and her children. But suddenly her mother started telling her that her dad had been sexually abusing her. All contact got suspended. Of course, we always have to put safety first. It went right through court, and there was absolutely not a scrap of evidence that this was the case. Of course, by then, the child had believed the mother and was convinced that the mother was right. So even though the court ordered that this child must continue to have contact with her father, the child wouldn't do it. Now, this gets really complicated to sort out outside court, right? What happened next was the mother, who was profoundly unstable, and I say that without apology, the mother suddenly decided she was going to emigrate. And so she said to the father, I'm going to leave the country and I want to take our daughter with us. Well, of course, the father said, well, no, you can't, because I don't even have a relationship with my beloved child. So, no, you can't take her. So the mother sold her house. This is all while the little girl was living with her. Sold the house, had the 2 pet dogs euthanized, left the country. So this child was left with the only person she could be with, who was the father she had been led to believe had abused her. Now, I tell you this story because this is how bad it can get. The child, I don't think the child has much chance, really, of ever recovering from that level of betrayal and fear. She will go on to have children herself probably one day, and she probably won't manage very well. We don't know, but we do know that the intergenerational toll of these situations is nothing short of extremely dramatic. And this is why, again, I describe the importance of this work as actually being nothing less than a public health issue. We have to understand why we do what we do. And it's incredibly important that that is predicated on an evidence base of knowledge and best practice. And it's also predicated on the whole being greater than the sum of its parts, which means that we really need to work closely with the other disciplines in our work, as Tanya has set up. To have these dialogues, to have these opportunities is gold dust. It really is. And I do have to say, in my own country, just telling tales, one of the reasons it was so difficult to actually see children was because a lot of the lawyers who work with children felt like I was suggesting that they weren't enough and that others of us could do it better. And I wasn't really saying that. I was just saying that really I felt there was another way to work with children before it got to court. So it didn't need to go to court, but you get this kind of role conflict. And what is really needed is more of exactly what we're doing right now, more discussion, more thought, so we can have collegial connections where we all work to our strengths, but we have different strengths, and then we come together as a greater part of a whole. And I think that just takes me to the very last bit of what I'm talking about, and that is that the work, the model I promote is predicated on psychology, on family law, on social work, on health, on mental health, on the role of education. And I've just given a presentation to school teachers, police, child protection. There's these situations really end up straddling all these different areas of expertise. The work I do and the model I teach pulls together all of these areas and also promotes collegiality and the multidisciplinary process. So I run courses and classes. I consult with senior barristers. We are putting together a training session with judges. I'm incredibly grateful that there's interest in my book being published in other in other jurisdictions and in other territories and in other languages. And I feel deeply humbled and grateful that people are interested, as we all are, in promoting this work for the health of our families. And I just want to say thank you very much for your interest, and again to Tanya for inviting me to talk. And I hope I haven't gone too far over my time limit.
Все
And
добре,
I'm
да. Все добре, дуже дякуємо.
Thank
Шановна
you
Джил,
so
у
much,
мене є питання
Jill.
до вас. Хотілося б, колеги,
We
якщо у
have
вас є питання,
questions for
коментарі,
you.
також дайте
And
знати, можна
for colleagues'
підняти, щоб
information,
ми
if you
бачили,
have
що у вас є такі
questions,
питання, або в
please use
чаті
the raise hand
написати, і ми
tool,
також їх будемо
or you can use the chat
передавати.
to write your message
Я
and
почну
we'll
з
read it
свого
out to Jill.
питання,
So
так,
I'll
бо
start with the
після
question that
нашої
I have,
зустрічі,
because
коли ми з вами
after the meeting
знайомилися,
that we had,
спілкувалися, і ви розповідали про вашу модель,
when
я
you
була дуже вражена
explained your
саме
model
тим,
to me,
що
I
в Новій
was really
Зеландії,
impressed
вражено
that
дізнатися, що в Новій Зеландії
um,
в усіх кейсах
in New
сімейної
Zealand,
медіації
in all of the
залучаються
family
діти.
mediation cases,
Тобто в кожному кейсі ви
children
зустрічаєтеся з
will be
дитиною.
involved.
І
So in
в
every
мене
case, you
до вас
would meet
прохання,
with the
поділіться,
child.
будь ласка, чи є
And
це
could I ask
обов'язковою
you
нормою, тобто чи це
to share whether
прописано
this is a mandatory
на
requirement? I mean,
законодавчому рівні, чи
is
це
it
ваш
in the
вибір
provisions of the
вчити дітей
legislation, or
зустрічатися
is it
з
up to you?
дітьми з
So is
медіацією?
it
Як
just your
це
choice
працює в
to
рамках
meet with children in
процедури
mediation? So how is
медіації?
it organized
Дякую.
procedurally in mediation? Thank you.
I didn't understand any of that. I don't know if I should have a button turned on, should I? But I suppose is this the part where people might want to ask questions? Or
Мгм.
yeah. And I'm really happy to answer any questions. I always really like Q&A in these situations. If
Мгм.
anyone has anything they would like to ask or argue with or
Jill, can you
query.
hear me? Can you
Так,
hear me?
давайте я
Tested
тоді
English channel.
повторю, да, Олено,
Let me
перевірте, будь ласка,
repeat.
чи чутно зараз мене, чи чує Джил зараз
Jill,
мене.
can you hear me? Can you hear the English channel? Jill?
Схоже, не чує, так, Олено? Ага. Jill, do you hear me?
I can hear you, yes, yeah.
Yeah. Could you please turn on interpretation function English channel?
Sure. Is it interpretation? Yeah.
Interpretation
Yes.
English channel.
English, right. Yeah.
Can
Done
can
that.
you hear me now?
Окей.
Test in English
Yes.
channel. Can you?
Олена,
Yes,
зараз.
Yes, I can.
Так, чудово. Олена, ще раз тоді я повторю, да, Джил.
Okay, so I'll
Я
repeat the
ставила
question
питання
once again. Jill,
thank
I
you.
asked the question
да, дякую,
about
стосовно того, про що ви розповідали на нашій
what
зустрічі,
you
коли ми з вами
shared with
познайомилися.
me
Я
during the
була
meeting that we
вражена
had when we first met.
фактом того,
Yeah.
I
що
was
ви
impressed by the fact
зустрічаєтеся
that
на кожній вашій зустрічі
in
в сімейній медіації
every
з
family
дітьми.
mediation
І
case,
тому
you
я хотіла
would meet with
попросити вас
children.
зараз,
So
от
every
скажіть,
time
будь
children are
ласка,
involved. So
чи
I
це
was wondering
є
if you could
обов'язкова норма,
explain to the
прописана на рівні
participants whether this
законодавства,
is a mandatory
що в
requirement
кожній процедурі має
in
бути
the
обов'язкова
provisions of the
зустріч з
law
дитиною?
that in every
Yes.
Це
mediation
ваше
procedure there
особисте
needs to
таке
be a meeting
бажання,
with the
чи
child,
ваша
or
практика, за якою ви працюєте?
alternatively, is it a choice you make every time? Is it the best practice that you decide to use?
Thank you. That's a great question. Yes, now that the law has changed, which was my moment of joy, because that's the law that took about 22 years for me to push through, it is in fact mandatory now that the children are seen by the mediator unless the parents disagree. And or even if one parent disagrees. So this then becomes guardianship law, that parents have rights as guardians, which is sort of interesting to me. But the vast majority of cases, and this is very much predicated on the skill of the mediator, as long as parents don't feel it's going to be threatening in any way, the vast majority of cases, the parents understand why it would be helpful. And so it's really a matter of the mediators really understanding the research and being skilled enough to explain the inclusion of children without it sounding threatening. But that's a really, really important question, and thank you for asking it.
Дуже дякую. Джил, хочу прояснити,
Thank
так,
you.
щоб всі наші
I
учасники
have a
це
follow-up
теж
question,
почули і
just to
зрозуміли.
clarify it for
Бо, як
all
я
of the
розумію,
participants. As far as I
в Новій
understand,
Зеландії сімейна
in
медіація
New
це
Zealand,
виключно
family
питання
mediation
щодо дітей,
is
де потрібно
exclusively
якраз
focused
все
on
залучення дитини, там, де потрібно
children
почути і
where
зрозуміти
involvement of a
інтереси
child is required,
і взагалі, що
where
відбувається з
one
дитиною в
needs
цій
to learn
сімейній
about the
кризі.
interests and well-being
Питання,
of a
які
child, so what's happened with the
стосуються
child, and
спадщини, майна,
regarding issues of
фінансів,
inheritance,
вони вирішуються
property,
в судовому процесі,
money,
і тому
these are
там не потрібна
resolved
взагалі
in
робота
court,
сімейного медіатора. І
and
як я
family
розумію, вся
mediator
сімейна
isn't
медіація
involved. And as far as
це
I
якраз
understand, the
навколо
entirety of
інтересів
family
дитини.
mediation
Правильно я розумію? І
revolves around the
пропоную
interest of a
дуже
child.
дякую.
Is my understanding correct? And could you
Yes,
elaborate on that?
Yes, it is. So we've got matrimonial property on the one hand, and then we've got what we call care of children on the other hand. And it's often said that it's really important from an ethical point of view that the two don't get mixed up. The reality is, if the parents are going through a lot of stress about financial matters, you can bet it does all get mixed up. But in actual fact, we try to keep it separate. And sometimes parents will, well, quite often parents will go to mediation to discuss financial matters. But the mediation with what we call family dispute resolution is just about children. Yeah.
Угу. Чудово, дуже дякую.
Thank you very
Аня,
much.
будь ласка, ваша реакція.
Anya,
Доброго дня.
good
Хочу
morning.
задати таке питання.
I have a question.
Скажіть, будь ласка, як батьки приходять в
Jill, I was wondering, so
стадії конфликту? Як
let's say
для себе
parents go
розумієте,
through
які,
certain
можливо, у вас є
stages of
маркери того,
conflict.
що
Do
ці
you
батьки
have
наразі вже готові
a
почути
sort of
дитину? І чи
markers
є у вас
and
ситуації, коли ви
indicators that
передаєте
suggest to you that parents
інформацію
are
повідомлення від
ready
дитини, але
to
батьки
hear out the
її
child?
кажуть, ну, добре, що
And
дитина так думає,
do
але у
you
нас є
maybe have
власна думка.
situations when you would relay what the child said to the parents and the parents would respond, well, that's okay that the child has this opinion, but we have our opinion?
Yeah, good question. How do I know the parents are ready? That's a really important question. And it's our mandate, isn't it? First, do no harm. So we can't afford to bring children into an environment that's going to make things worse for them. And that's something that makes training to do this work really, really important. How can you tell that parents are ready? Well, you can. You can just tell by the way that they are talking. And also, I think it's incredibly important for the mediator sometimes to carry the weight of some of the authority of knowledge. So whilst I don't believe in ever being bossy or dictating to parents, of course I don't. If you feel that parents are going to use the involvement of a child to point score, you will know that. And I will say to parents, it's absolutely imperative if we're going to do this, that you are able to really listen to what your child is saying and to work on the basis of that. This is actually where the skill comes in. So when I said this is all common sense, it is common sense, but it's also skillful common sense, if you know what I mean. And, a lot of the skill comes from the years, in my case, thousands and thousands of cases of experience. And I suppose you do learn that, don't you? And it's my joy to support other mediators in shortcutting some of those years to understand, in more detail, what do you look for? How do you know a parent is not fully on board with talking to the child or is going to use this opportunity in a way that's not in the child's best interests? So yes, it is important that you have a very strong feeling that the parents are going to embrace this opportunity. And remember, it's the feedback session that I described as the jewel in the crown. This is when you tell the parents how you feel their child is doing. And the way that you do that is just enormously important, because what you're doing is you're improving things for this rearranged family. You're not making them worse. And so if a child says something like the little girl who didn't like dad's boyfriend, well, any feedback in that regard would be, like lots of 13-year-olds, so many of them, they don't really like to think of their parents having romantic encounters. So you can just make it a little bit light so it doesn't become a courtroom drama. There are many ways that you can get a message across that keeps everybody safe. Now, there was another bit to your question, and I'm sorry, there were two bits. That was the first bit. What was the second part of that? That can you tell that the parents are ready? And what was the second part to that?
А друга була про те, чи були у вас ситуації, коли ви передаєте батькам інформацію, а вони
Have you ever had
добре, що дитина
situations
так
when you
думає,
would
але
relay what the child said, but they
вони
would
погано це
respond, well, okay, I heard
Oh,
you,
that's right. Yeah,
we
yeah.
will disregard.
Yes, yes. Not totally, no. Most parents actually really, really want the best outcome for their children. So just to take that example, it might be that a child, for example, and I had this one last week, in fact, a child was saying, I really, really don't want to hang out with mum anymore. I don't want week on, week off with mum anymore. I can't stand my mother. She drives me crazy. This child was 14. The mother, of course, was very, very distressed about this. But what I suggested was, look, maybe what we could do here is look at changing the contact arrangements for now. And I always use the word interim, and people are quite good about interim because, as you know, it means let's just try this now and look to building back up. And that will often make people feel, well, this isn't a court decision. This is, let's see what happens if we change things a little bit for now. Let's change it for 6 weeks, and then let's meet again and see if things have improved a bit. The other part of that, because it sits with the sort of work that I've done for so long, is to look at doing a little bit of work with the mum and the child, because often it's a misunderstanding, it's a miscommunication, it's a belief, as it was in this child's case, that, well, dad's been really cool and I love my dad so much and I believe it's all my mum's fault that things have gone wrong and I align myself with dad. That becomes another thing that you need to be able to explain in the feedback session, that basically children want to be fair to both parents, but here's the other thing. By the time your child is 11, 12, 13, 14, do you know what? They want to get on with their own life and they don't want the parental drama to be in their lives. And that, of course, feeds into the whole situation of what we call resist refuse, which is not necessarily alienation, but it's a child feeling they just can't stand the conflict, so they're going to pull back from one parent. So it's not just the child trying to help the child accommodate, it's also about the parents understanding that if they could drop their conflict more than they're able to at the moment, the chances are the child will happily slot back to where they were. I'm talking very generally. I mean, every case has got its specifics, hasn't it? But as a rule of thumb, sometimes children have just reached a point where they're not okay to have equal time with parents. And as I said before, I find this often with pubescent girls who, for understandable reasons, want to have more time around their mums. And, there are ways you can explain that to a dad without the dad feeling, I've been left out of the picture, she doesn't love me anymore. So all of this draws on family systems, child development, child psychology, and the needs of the parents to feel they're not being abandoned or cast out of their children's lives. We're just accommodating the developmental, physical, and psychological needs of an emerging child. So sorry, it was quite a short question with a very long answer, but everything depends on the presenting circumstances that you're working with.
Так, Світлана, да, ваша рука.
Svetlana, you have your hand up. I suppose you have a question. Jill, hello. I have a few questions. May I?
Одне питання.
So,
Який мінімальний вік дитини, з якою безпосередньо
what is the
працюєте, і чи
minimal
передбачено,
age of the
зазначено,
child
можливо,
that you would
якимись
deal
протоколами,
with?
що саме
And
з такого віку потрібно
do
працювати,
you
чи
have any
якісь
evidence
обмеження?
to support
Можете
your
поділитися свого досвіду?
your age limit? If you could go into this question, please.
Yes, of course. And thank you. It's a very important question. I tend not to work with the child interview with anyone under 6, and I even think 6 is quite little, but you know, it can be helpful. Usually around about 6.5 to 7. Age, the upper age is very interesting because in New Zealand, family court involvement ends when a child is 16. And that doesn't mean that children don't still need help. But when you think that the work you're doing in out-of-court mediation is predicated on the fact that if mediation doesn't work, the parent can go to court once they've done mediation. If a child is 16, then they can't go to court anymore because the child is considered too old to be in court. That doesn't mean that the work shouldn't and couldn't go past 16, but that's kind of your legal parameter. And some parents will agree to continue after the age of 16, or some parents will actually ask me if they can bring older siblings to see me. So it no longer is in the court situation, but it's still about conflict and separation and children. The little ones, the under 5s, and actually thinking about it, that little boy, Alexei, I talked about, the little Eastern European boy, was 6, and that was the material I got about building snowmen was extremely helpful. The little ones, I worked with a young couple who were having terrible conflict about a child of 18 months. I suggested to this couple, the separated couple, because the infant was very distressed. The infant had probably witnessed a lot of arguing and shouting. I suggested maybe they tried replacing this child's trauma and distress with taking the child together to a park in the child's pushchair. They did this, and the little one put her hands up in front of her face when she saw her parents standing together. And that had a massive impact on these young parents because they could see what was happening to their child. So that wasn't my work that was successful there. It was the fact that they had been exposed to the child's distress because they hadn't been in the same room for about 2 or 3 months. There is a whole body of knowledge, as you will all know, about working with the under 5s. But I think a lot of that work, for myself, I would rather understand the theory and practice of that work. Some people will have children in to play with Play-Doh or soft toys or sand trays. That's not especially my strength. I would rather work with slightly older children so I can get the lived experience narrative back to the parents.
Так, дуже дякую.
Thank
Наступне
you so
питання,
much.
власне,
And I have
я чую,
another
що у вас,
question.
да,
I keep
ця
hearing
система
from
працює і
you that this
запроваджена, і вже
system
декілька років є
has been
досвід
in
взаємодії
place
з
for a
судом, з
number of
юристами.
years, and you have
Як,
aligned
тут
your
таке подвійне буде
system
питання,
with the
як вона
lawyers, with the
побудована,
courts.
сімейний
So
суд,
if you could
і
tell us
юристи,
more
медіатори, як
how
ви
the
взаємодієте для
system
того, щоб такі зустрічі з
operates,
дитиною були?
the family
І
courts, the
ще
family
колега написала
mediators,
в чаті,
and a
як
colleague
би
is
це
also
виглядала
asking a
така
question.
співпраця в ідеальному світі, да?
How would
Можливо,
this system
ми б
work
могли
in an
побачити вже
ideal
якісь на
world?
сьогодні, да, де є
You
якісь
must be
моменти, що
seeing
можна
some
було би
pitfalls, you
покращити, а
must
ви
be seeing some areas for
взагалі, як ви
improvement
бачите
in your system.
ідеальну
So what,
взаємодію для того,
in
щоб цей
your view,
контакт
would be an ideal
зберігався дитини з
system
батьками і
to
для того,
support
щоб
families, to support
дійсно
child
була
inclusive
реальна участь
conflict resolution,
дитини в
to
таких
ensure a
спорах?
real contribution of a child in resolving family conflicts?
Yeah, it's a really good question. And of course, there's always difficulties in any system, isn't there? I think, as I've explained to you, I know what the strengths are Of course I do. The difficulties are situations like, for example, someone has presented to a lawyer and has an application to go into court, and they are arguing that they should be exempt from this out-of-court work because they will argue on the basis of situations like what we call psychological violence. Now that's tricky because of course we have an act, the Domestic Violence Act, and I'm not going to be saying people who have a perception of family violence should be coming to out-of-court mediation. On the other hand, I have to say sometimes this gets used as a reason to get into court fast because one parent is feeling very, very punitive towards the other parent. Or in fact, that there is some level of extremely difficult behavior that's going on. Now, again, I have to make the disclaimer. I absolutely, wholeheartedly, 100% believe that that for every family member has to be safe. We cannot be trying to work things out if there is any form of violence going on. The challenging parts, I suppose, to look at a real test case challenge is that, you know, I can know that there are children who are breaking their hearts. They're refusing to go to school. They've got eating disorders. Horrible stuff is happening. But when I say I really, really think it would be helpful, say you were the lawyer, I would say I really, really think it would be helpful if your client might meet, even on Zoom, to try and talk about what would work to support the child. But that lawyer may say, no way, absolutely no way it's going to court. Well, you know, we can't change that. And there are always going to be some of those cases. And I'm not suggesting for a moment that everyone in my jurisdiction thinks the way I work is necessarily going to tick the boxes and make things better. I think mostly it does if we could just find a way through. But, you know, there's always going to be situations which won't fit the methodology, or it's not safe to do this, or that a client might want to come and see me, but then the lawyer says, no, I don't think you should. I think you should get into court, you know. And this is where I suppose why I'm so interested in the topic of your discussion, because these are the sorts of conversations that we need to be having with judges, with lawyers, with teachers, with the police, with, you know, I really strongly believe that a skilled mediator can find ways, possibly not to make a situation magically okay, but to get some agreements and to move through some of the distress. Because we all know, don't we, that most of the time the worst conflicts and disagreements are born of people who are not indifferent to each other, but are still very triggered by each other in the family situation. Does that sort of answer your question? Again, we could talk for 4 hours about this and use lots of case studies, and it would be a great conversation, but we can't. But it's a great, really significant topic. Makes me think I'd love to run a workshop just on that topic, actually. Yeah.
Так, я тут погоджуюсь і
I
відгукується те,
could
що ви
not
говорите,
agree more with you.
в Україні так само,
Um,
хоча в нас навіть ще немає
What you're saying
на
resonates
такому рівні
deeply with
законодавчих
us.
ініціатив
We don't have the
і
legal
таких
regulation
та
as yet,
змін щодо того, щоб дитина була, голос дитини
but we're
був заслуханий
advocating for the child's
реальною
voice
участі.
to be
У
heard
мене є ще
and to
одне таке
be
питання,
advocating
якщо
meaningful
говорити
participation of
про
children.
ви
And I
затронули
would
тему
like to ask you
відчуження,
another
коли вже
question.
є порушений
You mentioned
контакт дитини з
alienation,
батьками.
the disrupted
Чи існують в Новій
contact
Зеландії
between the child and the parents.
контакт-центри
Do you
або
have
інші
something like
такі
contact
простори, де
centers or some other
можна
family
працювати над
spaces
відновленням
where
такого
you can
контакту?
help
От уже
parents and
не
children
відбулося
restore
порушення,
their
але
conflict?
батьки
So there's
готові,
been a
можливо,
severance
є вже
of conflict,
висновки
but the parents are
психологів, можливо, є
prepared.
судові
They
якісь
may have
прецеденти, коли
heard
скеровують на те,
some
щоб
psychologist
побудувати
recommendation.
новий
Maybe the
контакт,
family
вибудувати
court
такий
is
контакт.
referencing them
От
to
щось таке.
rebuild parental contact. So
Mm,
what do you do
mm,
in this respect?
mm, mm. We do have contact centers, and I was actually looking at a past recording that Tanya sent me. I think there was quite a lot of representation of people with contact centers in Britain, and I was thinking to myself that we're not as professionally, not quite as professionally organized, although don't repeat me on that because it doesn't sound very fair to say it, but I don't think our contact centers have got quite as organized as the ones in Britain have, but we do have them. They're usually there through judge-directed orders that this woman or this man can continue to see their children, but it needs to be what we call supervised contact in a contact center. I honestly feel there's some wonderful further training that contact center staff would really enjoy having. It's very much at the moment, you just supervise that. That's all you need to do, without giving the staff much information, which, again, is an area of collegiality that I think could be really improved so that the contact center staff could communicate with lawyers and so on. I think one of the things that comes into my mind as I'm saying this is we have major issues, understandably, about confidentiality and what we call privilege, whether something can go into court or not. And that, I have to be honest, that's an area of, how can I put it? It's an area of unresolved professional, I won't say tension, but unprofessional irresolution for me, because I know from my work in the out of court process, notwithstanding child protection, because of course we then report anything if a child is in danger. But I'm talking about, sometimes I'm so clear about what is happening, but we wouldn't get the sort of results we get if the situation wasn't privileged. In other words, parents will come and talk because it's completely confidential. And so you're sort of weighing it up, really. Yes, but sorry, I've drifted off into another topic. Yes, we do have contact centers, and they are important, and I think they need to be more important. Yeah.
Угу. Дуже дякую,
Thank
Jill.
you.
Та, Світлана,
Jill, thank you
дякую.
so
І
much.
це
Thank you
дійсно
for your questions.
питання,
Thank you for your
яке треба
answers.
розглядати ширше. Jill, ми
We
вже декілька
do
разів
need
сказали про те,
to
що це
take a
прям
broader
тема
look.
для
Jill,
окремої
you mentioned a number
зустрічі.
of times that
Можливо,
this
дійсно
topic
ми
deserves a
зможемо з
webinar.
вами
That topic
організувати
can take 4 hours to
та і
explore, and
провести такі
hopefully
обговорення.
we will have an
Я
opportunity to
зараз
meet
хотіла
up and
би
delve into
перед тим, як
these
ми
topics
завершимо, поставити
together.
до вас таке
And
питання.
before we let you go, I
Вже
would like to ask
плануючи
you one
нашу
last question.
майбутню
Looking
співпрацю з
into the
вами,
future,
підкажіть, будь ласка,
hoping to
дуже
work
часто до
together
мене
with you
учасники
again,
навчання
I would like
звертаються з
to
питанням, чи
ask you.
потрібно
Often
сімейному
participants
медіатору
would ask whether a family
мати
mediator
спеціальну
needs
підготовку
special
психологічну
training,
або
needs to have
психотерапевтичну для
psychological
того, щоб
background,
працювати, особливо
psychotherapy
в такому форматі,
background
в якому
to be
працює
able
саме ваша
to
робота, там, де
work
потрібно
following
знання
your
і
method,
розвитку
where
дитини,
you need
і
to know the
теорії
developmental
прив'язаності.
stages of the
Чи є у
child
вас
and
попит
attachment
до
theory.
сімейного медіатора?
Do you have any
Щодо
requirements for
спеціальної
the family
підготовки?
mediators
Хто
and
може
special
бути таким
training that
сімейним
is
медіатором?
required? And who could be such a family mediator then?
That's such a great question. Look, I'll try and answer it in a nutshell. We're still on a fast track evolution of all of this. The Act allowing children to participate was passed relatively recently. Well, 2021 it was passed, but it didn't actually get activated until about 18 months ago when I was asked by the government to roll out a training for all family mediators in my model. I believe that people who really love the work and are really interested in it typically can benefit enormously from a tailored training. Understanding that any working as I do with children and parents needs to be very, very carefully professionally supervised, not just for the clients, but also for the worker, because this work it's quite intense, isn't it? And workers need to feel really safe and properly supported in the work as well. So we are still really developing that. At the moment, and I'll try and be quick because I know we're getting close to time. At the moment, the government supply of family mediators is tending to silo. So you tend to have mediators who are mediators and then mediators who are what we call child consultants. And I suppose that's the nub of the dynamic of difference, because you've heard me argue for why it has worked so well to have the same mediator working with the children. But that has to presuppose a certain skill level and typically experience with family and child work. That doesn't mean, though, that mediators who are really interested but don't necessarily have a social science qualification can't benefit enormously from a tailored training with safe supervision put in, because the actual contact work with the child is relatively small if you understand the model as I've been talking about it. The major work is done supporting the parents to come to the table, supporting the parents to recognize their child's lived experience, and supporting the parents to predicate a movement forward that supports the child. So the argument that I find a bit spurious in my own jurisdiction is, well, maybe someone who hasn't worked extensively with parents could damage a child. No, not if they're trained and they've got good supervision, because the real art of the work is to translate the child's lived experience to the parental ability to support their child because of the love and attachment they have. Does that sort of answer what you're asking?
Так, дуже дякую, Джил.
Yes, Jill,
Так,
thank you so very
Вікторія,
much.
бачу ваша рука і
Victoria, I see your
в
hand
чаті, ваш
and I
повідомлення в
see
чаті.
your message in the
Якщо
chat.
можна, дуже коротко, бо там у
Let's
вас
take it
багато
very
питань, про все
briefly
це точно ми не
because
зможемо сьогодні
you have a number
поговорити.
of questions
Щоб ми
and we won't be
встигли
able to
всі
explore
підключити
all of them,
матеріал, якщо
but we
будемо
still
мати
have
ще з вами.
Morten,
Так, Вікторія, будь
Да,
ласка.
я написала
Elgin coming
питання,
up.
і, в принципі, я
I
очікувала,
did
що,
write my
наскільки вже
question
розумію, сьогодні декілька разів було, і
and
тому я проговорю українською, щоб інші,
I
в принципі,
wanted
розуміли, про що питання.
to formulate my
Я працюю
question
вчителем школи, і ви
verbally.
сьогодні декілька
I'm a
разів
school teacher.
говорили про те,
And you
що освіта,
mentioned
школа,
school
вчителі– це
teachers,
теж таланти, яка
school
відіграє дуже
education
велике
as
значення. І
a
саме
contributing
я
element.
теж є медіатором,
I'm a
але в
mediator
контексті
too,
сьогоднішньої теми, да,
but
мені
in the context
хотілося
of this topic,
спитати вас,
I would like
тобто
to ask
вчитель
you
саме
the
є часто
following.
тим дорослим, який перший
Teachers
помічає,
are
да, що
often the
з дитиною
adults who are
відбувається
the first
якась
to
зміна,
notice
якась
a
поведінка,
change
бачимо.
in a child
Але
acting
ми не завжди
differently,
знаємо, що за цим
but we
стоїть.
don't
Да? І
always
дуже
know
часто
what's
ми просто
behind.
реагуємо на саму
And
поведінку,
often
а
we
не на
just
потребу
would
дитини.
respond
Тобто,
to the
і
change in
тоді ми
behavior
можемо
and
там
not to
зв'язатися з
the child's
батьками, і
needs. And we
замість
would
того,
get in
щоб
touch with the
розібратися, що
parents.
відбувається з дитиною,
And
ми дуже часто
instead
ще
of
батькам кажемо, розберіться з
sorting
вашою
out the
дитиною,
children, we would
проведіть там
tell the
бесіду, да?
parents, the child is acting different, talk to him, sort him out. So I would like to ask you what instruments or mediation techniques the teachers can use to act in the best interest of the child and not still side with either parent, especially if we don't know the background that is happening in the family.
It's such an important question, and thank you for asking it. And again, I appreciate we're quite short of time. Fundamentally, high level, it really accentuates the importance of having something like what we call FDR, Family Dispute Resolution, available, which, by the way, is 100% government funded now in New Zealand. So anybody and everybody is able to go to it. And so that makes it easier with regard to the classroom situation because, and this is what I was talking to teachers about last week on a Zoom, that they need to be able to say to parents, look, it's not, I'm not trying to find out what's happening in your family, but, often parents will say, we're having a terrible time, dad walked out or whatever. Being able to say, look, there is a provision that you can access and the teacher actually knows about that resource. That's really, really important. I completely hear your sensitivity to the fact that you don't want to be seen as taking sides, and of course, nor should you. And we do have a lot of situations in my country where teachers don't fully understand the parameters of, for example, guardianship law, so that both parents can go to the school and find out how the child is doing or go on field trips or whatever. And one parent will get the teachers on side and say, look, we're in court, you can't answer his calls or her calls or let him come into the grounds for a concert. So I think there's a lot of information and education that still needs to be out there. But I absolutely take your point. As a teacher, to see a distressed child is just heartbreaking when you don't really know what's going on. And I think that there's limited work that you can do as a teacher referring a child to some form of counselling help. And that's going to take me into another topic, and I know there isn't time to go there, but it's not always that counselling help will help a child, because the child's real problem is the stress and conflict in her home life or his home life. And to go to therapy is almost starting to pathologize a child's normal reactions to conflict. So the provision is really important. Being able to tell the parents about the provision is really important. And perhaps being able to support the child insofar as you are able to say, look, I am really worried about you, and, we need to make sure that you're safe and understand where your distress is coming from, but not really to take it any further, because the child needs the resolution to their stress to be through the improved alignment of co-parenting, or for the conflict in the home to decrease or resolve. So I'm answering this much too quickly, but it's an incredibly important question. And I did start running courses for children whose parents were separated at one point, and they were massively successful. So children do need this, but we need more people on the ground who can work in this way, right? Thank you for that question.
Дуже дякую вам, Джил. Нам потрібно
Jill,
більше часу
thank
для
you.
того, щоб
We need more
поставити вам всі питання
hands
і
and we
обговорити
need
все,
more
що для вас
time
цікаво.
to talk to you and to cover
Так,
all the
і
topics that we
дуже
would love to
дякуємо вам
cover with
за
you.
цю зустріч
And
і за
we
те,
need
що
to thank
поділилися
you
з нами
wholeheartedly
вашою
for
практикою, вашим досвідом.
being with us,
Щиро
for
вдячні
generously
за
sharing your
цю зустріч і
experience,
за
your
знайомство з
wisdom,
вами.
your method. Thank you
Гарної
for this
вам
meeting.
подорожі, Джил. І до нас
Easy
наступного.
travels
До
until we
зустрічі.
meet again very soon. All the very,
I've
very
loved it.
best.
Thank you so much. I've really appreciated it. Okay. Bye. Bye.
Дякую. Дякую. До побачення. Martin, do you
Thank
hear
you,
me?
Jill.
Martin?
Morten?
Yes, hello.
Perfect. Колеги, давайте зробимо зараз
Вітаю.
там 4 хвилини в нас технічної перерви, щоб ми
So we'll take
підготувалися
a
до
technical
наступної вже
break
англійської
to
профілі
prepare
Мартина. Добре?
for Morten's
Martin,
presentation.
could you please
Okay.
choose on the bottom panel interpretation function English channel? You need to turn on this function for discussion and interpretation into Ukrainian. Okay?
Yep.
Олено, також прошу вас сказати Тетяні, щоб звернула увагу, що в чаті є посилання на корисні матеріали від Jill.
Кому сказати, я не зрозуміла.
Всім учасникам. Там є
всі.
слайд Jill і
Morten,
корисні
this
матеріали.
is Elena, the interpreter
Добре,
speaking. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you quite well.
Excellent. Thank you so much. We are set then.
Так, тобто перевірили, да? Олена, Мортен нас чує. Чудово. Мортен, дуже дякую, що ви з нами. Рада вас бачити та
So, Morten, thank you so much for joining us. It's a pleasure to meet you. We are really looking forward to your presentation. Would you like to bring up your presentation? We'll give you the host rights. Let's see if you can share the presentation.
Yes, do I then press share? I'm not that familiar with Zoom, so
Так,
Yes, please
okay.
try
так.
press share.
Натискайте share,
And I
оберіть
find the
презентацію,
presentation
але
there.
Choose the
вона має бути відкрита
presentation,
у вас.
but it has to be activated. Yes,
Так, ми бачимо.
fantastic,
Все.
fantastic. We can see it.
You can see it now,
Yes, we can see it.
but I can't see you. But I'll just try to move you a little bit.
Оберіть, будь ласка,
There we are.
да, зверху треба обрати
And
формат
on top,
вигляду, і там ви можете
there
обрати
should be a
паралельно і
view
презентацію,
menu,
і
and you can
галерею.
see the
Тобто тут ви
presentation and the
бачите
gallery
учасників.
at the same time.
Yeah. Okay. But I can see you and I can see the presentation because I've got a quite big screen, so that's fine.
Так,
Ми
чудово.
презентацію бачимо не на весь екран,
That is
а
fantastic.
паралельно слайдами. Так має
Uh,
бути.
We see the presentation and
Тобто тут вже, якщо Мортен зможе це зробити. Мортен, якщо бачите,
there's
знизу
one
у
more
вас можна
option.
натиснути
You can
на
press
таку іконку «Повний екран».
an
І тоді
icon
буде
called full screen, and then
миттєво
the presentation will be
презентація
showed one
не
slide
всіх
at a
сторінок, а
time.
лише ту, яку ви
Then
показуєте.
we will only be seeing one slide at a time without the list of slides.
Okay. Maybe I'll go here then. Did that help?
Ні, ви зараз взагалі закрили презентацію.
No, unfortunately, we can't see the presentation at all.
Oh, you can't see the presentation at all. Okay.
О,
Let's try something else then. Abort that. Share. Window.
так, все. Мортен, залишайте. Да.
Okay, let's
Так,
keep
ось
it
так
this way.
Okay.
Угу.
Okay.
Бачимо.
Okay. Then let's keep it that way then.
Так, і, колеги, можемо починати. Мартин, я
Colleagues, I
зараз
think we
трішки
can start.
зроблю такий вступ перед
Martin, I'll make a brief
перед вашим
introduction
виступом.
before I give you the
В
floor.
продовження якраз теми, яку підняла
So to
Вікторія
build on the
щодо
topic that
залучення вчителів,
Victoria started
інших
about
батьків до роботи з сімейними
participation of
конфліктами, ми
teachers
якраз в
and
23-му
other
році
persons to
проводили
work with the
навчання
conflict. I'd
від
like to share with you that in
наших колег
2023 we
Ан
had a
і
training with
Анмети
Norwegian colleagues
Ліс
Ann-Mette
Ламбі,
and Lise Lambi,
які нам розповідали про сімейну
who
конференцію,
were speaking about family conference, working with family conflicts, where the process was child-centered. It was around children's interests, and various specialists would be engaged, not just parents. It could be neighbors, teachers, social workers, so a variety of related parties, adults who are able to support a child in the given circumstances that they found themselves in because of a family conflict or a family crisis. And thanks to Anne-Elise, we now have an opportunity to listen to the presentation by Morten Elgin. He is a family therapist and a manager of the Family Counseling Office in Asker and Bærum, Norway. We invited Morten and asked him to speak about family mediation in Norway. So we are interested to hear about different specialists and multidisciplinary approach, how they can be engaged and how that works in the context of family mediation. Martin, thank you very much for kindly agreeing to speak today and to address the questions that we sent you. Now, over to you.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon. My name is Morten Elgin, and I'm the manager of, as you said, a family counseling office in Asker and Bærum, which is outside Oslo in Norway. Thank you so much for having me. I've been given a list of questions, as you said, regarding family counseling centers and mediation in Norway. And I'll try to cover the following topics. First off, I'll be talking about the family counseling centers in Norway, where they are, where they come from, and also mediation and regulation under Norwegian law. Here I'll talk about the regulations under Norwegian law, and it will of course be difficult for you to implement the same systems that we have, since that will require lots of legislation. We'll see some figures about mediation in Norway, and I've also been asked to talk about what happens between sort of the mediation and the court. How do we transfer unsolved cases from mediation to the court without the families having to tell the whole story once again? And I'll emphasize on mediation sessions with children in the room in the end, because I've also been asked to talk about, in practice, mediation with children. And family counseling centers in Norway. The first centers were established in 1959 by the church. The welfare state was less developed back then, and so the church played a much bigger role in society. But the state also established centers the year after, and throughout the 60s and 70s, centers were established all over the country. The state subsequently funded them, and since 1997, there has been a law stating that family counseling centers is a part of the welfare state, and the service is free of charge for the clients. So the meaning is that wherever you live in Norway, you shall not have more than 2 hours to drive to your closest family counseling center. And the way it works is that people don't have to be referred to us by doctors or anybody else. They just have to make a phone call and make the appointment. Most of the staff in the centers are family therapists and psychologists. And in some of the centers that are still run by the church, there are priests working as well. We mainly do two types of work. We do couples and family therapy, and we do mediations after breakup. The therapy part is by far the most significant part of the work, approximately 75%. But in the following, we will dive more into the mediation work. And the history of mediation in Norway started in 1918. And in 1918, mediation was introduced as mandatory for all married couples who wanted to divorce. And the aim of the mediation was the reunion of the parties, because society did not really recognize divorce back then, and the mediators were mainly priests. But in 1998, there was a big shift in this. Then we got new laws and regulation. It was still mandatory for mediation before breakups, but the aim of the mediation shifted from preserving the marriage to caring for the children after the breakup. And in 2016, we introduced digital material and differentiation. When the parents book a mediation, they receive a digital letter stating the session and giving them links to useful information so that they can be prepared, as far as they're able to. Quite often, one of the parties is in shock and cannot take in much information even if they wanted to. And differentiation questions are asked when the parents book the mediation, and the questions are focusing on things like substance abuse, violence, the amount of conflict, and the trust the parents have in each other as parents. By asking questions, we can prepare the mediation process by considering to offer two mediators and for the mediators to be sort of prepared for what might come. We also check the anxiety level of each party at the beginning of the first session. Then we do a couple of minutes alone to ask if they feel that they can speak freely so that the mediator can take that into account. Some parents can be rather afraid of the others and might perhaps be inclined to make decisions or deals that they, under other circumstances, wouldn't do. So then we ask if they are frightened or not to be in the same room as the ex-partner. I have to mention that parents that are very disturbed by being in the same room, they can meet separately. They can apply to meet separately. That means that we have one meeting with one of them and another meeting with the other parent at a later time. Before we move on, I'd like to give a definition of mediation in a Norwegian context. Two psychologists, Kjærsland and Gulbrandsen, has worked a lot with mediation since the 80s, and this is their definition of mediation as a cooperative process with divorcing parents assisted by a mediator who works to be impartial and where all decisions are taken by the parents. Focus in mediation are questions about today and the future, and at the same time taking relevant action to facilitate the conversation process between the parties. The mediation is mandatory for parents whose children are under the age of 16 years, but only the first meeting is mandatory. Then they get a mediation certificate that they can hand in to be separated or divorced. Mediation is mandatory both for married couples and couples living together without being married. Approximately 40% of couples with children in Norway are not married. Mediation is also mandatory before bringing a case before the court. So it's when splitting up and after splitting up before going to court. So there are two kinds of mediations. And the parents have up to 6 more sessions, that is voluntarily, if they need it to reach an agreement on parental responsibility, where the children will live, and the parents' access to the children, and the children's day-to-day life on weekdays and during vacations. It is perhaps self-explanatory that for the mediation process to continue, they have for more than one session, both parties would have to want to mediate further, because it is in the voluntary part of the mediation. Let's see, where are we now? No, there we are. I've also been asked to say something about some essential numbers. And we have to take into consideration that the population in Norway is 5.6 million people, and I will imagine that that is somewhat lower than the population in Ukraine. We have about 18,000 cases each year. 31% are separating spouses, and 29% are cohabiting couples. And there are 35% of the mediation that is before bringing the case to court. And mediation applies to around 15,000 children a year. And when parents come to mediation, approximately 75% manage to reach an agreement. And as Jill Goldson also said, bringing new laws into action might take some time. And that is the case also in Norway. The Old Children's Act that we are now working under is from 1981, but it has been changed a number of times over the years. The new act is from 2025, but it is still not effective. So in the following, I will refer to both of them, but mainly the old act, since that's the one that's effective today. What the practical operation of the new act will be is very unclear at this point. I will just be able to tell you the headlines. The new act will take place perhaps sometime in 2027, I think. I will mention the differences between the current and the new acts when that's necessary. The goal of the mediation and children's voice. The goal of the mediation under the old act that we are now working under is to give the parents information about the new situation and help them to make a written agreement on how the child's life is going to be. The new act emphasizes more on the relationship between the partners, and the goal is to help them to cooperate as best as they can. And the first session is mandatory under both acts. Both acts emphasize children's right to have their say in matters concerning them, and the obligation of people making decisions on their behalf to consider their meaning before making decisions. The child's meaning carries more weight the older the child gets. In mediation, it is the parents who make the decision, and therefore it is the parents who are obligated to talk to the child and to give weight to their meaning. And in the court, it is the judge who makes the decision, and therefore it is the judge that is obligated to talk to the child. Under the current act, the mediator can talk to the children if and only if the parents allow it. Under the new act, children have a personal right to talk to the mediator, regardless of whether the parents allow it or not. At this point, I cannot say how this will work in real life. What I do know is that the mediator will have to write a summary of the conversations with the child that may be sent to the court if needed. The written agreement that I talked about, I've been asked whether that is legally binding, how much legal force it carries. In the mediation, we try to make a written agreement, and the written agreement is legally binding. The legal side is quite clear when it comes to who can decide what. The difficult part is normally when the parents or the child disagrees or want to change the time spent with each of the parents. There can be several reasons for such a wish. It often happens when the child gets older. One of the parents has a new partner, the level of conflict may be high, the emotional connection is low in one of the homes, or several other reasons. In these cases, the agreement has actually a rather low legal force. The police and the court do not intervene. If one of the parties does not follow the agreement for whatever reason, the agreement in itself cannot be used as a legal leverage. It's not like if the child doesn't come to see dad or mum, the police is not going to come and get the child. That the agreement can be, I was asked that too, the agreement can be certified by a state official and can then be used as a basis for the court to decide a fine against the parent who does not comply to the agreement, with the agreement. And it's clear, and then it has to be very clear that that's what's happening. A certified agreement has the same legal force as a court decision, but this kind of certification is very seldom used, actually. A court decision, on the other hand, is a legal basis for the court to decide on a fine for the non-compliant parent. But the court has to make sure that this is the situation. And quite often it isn't. Where one parent sees parent alienation, the other parent sees a child who's crying and doesn't want to go to dad or to mom. Maybe the child can give a reason for this, and maybe they can't. The mediator does not retain a copy of the agreement. The agreement is the parents own the agreement, and we as a state official office do not keep a copy of it. It's theirs. I was asked if we follow up to ensure that parents comply with the agreement. I'm sorry to say that no, we don't. Some 15 years ago, we did do that more often than today. That is really a matter of resources. It was a good thing to have these follow-up meetings, but now we sadly don't have the time to do so anymore. But we strongly suggest that the parents have a follow-up meeting together and talk to the child about whether the agreement works for them or not. On the other hand, there was a tendency for the families that struggled much to come to the agreement to the meeting 6 months later, and those who didn't struggle, many of them just didn't show. So you can also argue that it was somewhat a waste of resources. We always talk to the parents about the agreement they make, that it is made at a specific time in the child's life, and that they probably will have to change it several times until the child is an adult. And that the parents have to take the responsibility to start talking about it, Children so often care for their parents and don't want to be unfair, don't want to make them sad, and so on. So they can't really rely on the children to address the issue of the agreement. What about those who don't reach an agreement? What does the mediator do when the parties don't reach an agreement? This is about 25%. The state does not intervene in and of itself. We can refer the case to social services if we have reason to believe that a child is really suffering. But overall, parents must figure out what to do on their own, or they can go to court if they can afford it. It is quite expensive to go to court because the parents normally need the service of a lawyer. They can also present the case in court, but the court never encourages people to do so because they think, well, they are much better off having a lawyer. But they must, in that case, start a court case on their own. And they will need, as I mentioned earlier, they will need a mediation certificate to go to court. I'm also asked if how we transfer a case from one specialist to another so the family doesn't have to retell their story. How do we do that exactly? And that's a very interesting question. And the simple answer is we don't. This will apply when the case leaves mediation and may go to court. And there is a brick wall between the mediator and the court today. We don't actually, in real life, really don't cooperate at all. When the mediation is over, it's over. And if they go to court, then they get a lawyer and they start everything anew. But under the new Children's Act, the mediator shall make a note to the court. So that's a little bit of a cooperation. And I think it would be a very good thing to work on that, to involve it further. But the start is that we will make a short note to the court. What were the topics of the mediation? And what did they agree on? And what did they not agree on? Just the simple facts. I think maybe the reason for that is for the court to decide whether to send them back to mediation or not, because the courts really think that they have enough of these cases, so they would like to refer them back to mediation. I mentioned earlier that the mediator can be asked by the court to make a summary of the conversation with the child. The mediator must, in these cases, inform the child in the conversation that what they say to the mediator may be sent to the court. How this will impact the conversation with the child, we don't know yet, but reason to believe that it will impact the conversation with the child. You can't actually expect a child to know what a court is, for instance. I'll now leave the legal stuff behind and go over to address the meetings with the family and the children in particular. The first meeting with the family is the absolutely most common is that the parents come alone for the first mediation meeting. If the child is 7 years or older, the mediator will quite often talk to the parents about whether the child should be invited to a meeting or not. The mediator talks to the parents about whether the child can speak freely. Or do any of the parents mean that the child is manipulated by the other? Or are there any other reasons why either the mediator or the parents think that the child should not be invited? The mediator also talks to parents about how they will receive the child's opinion if the child expresses any. Will they give the child's opinion weight? When we talk about we then talk about having a family conversation, or that we can talk to the child alone. quite often they think that we should talk to the child alone. The more disagreement the parents have, the more likely it is that we end up with talking with the child alone. Remember that we also talk to all parents who are splitting up, also those who don't disagree on anything. In these cases, it's more common that we speak with the whole family together. What do we do when we speak to the child alone? Then the children get to decide what we are going to tell the parents. The children are present when we tell their parents what they have told us, and do they consent for us to speak to the children, since they are, and they do have to. Sorry, the parents have to consent for us to speak to the children, because we are still working under the old Children's Act. And when we prepare the conversation with the child, is very important to prepare that pretty well with the parents. And we can ask questions like, who is the child? Do they see the child differently? Do they have a picture of the child in sort of different ways to bring the child into the room? And that's much easier now, because everybody has got 1,500 pictures of their children on their telephone, which they didn't have in the earlier days, of course. We talk about children's reaction to the breakup. Anything that you think that I should know and take into consideration with speaking with the child? Is there anything they think is especially important to talk to the child about? Do they think the child would speak with me alone? What about siblings? I quite often say that I usually talk to siblings alone, but we can also split them up. This happens more often if there is a huge age gap between the children. And again, how will they receive the child's opinion? And we emphasize that the conversation is for the child, not for the parent. We want to give a child an opportunity to talk about their feelings and their lives to a neutral party. We want the child to have something, not that the child should give something to the parents or to us to make it easier to write an agreement. If they want to express an opinion on where to live or how much time to spend with each parent, fine, but that's not the point of the conversation. And we do have quite some expectations for the parents as well. We want both of them to show up. It's not okay for just one parent to drop the child off on the doorstep of the office on their way to work. And we tell them to behave. Be polite to one another, say hi when you meet, and try to be nice so that the child don't have to worry about how the parents are doing. The spotlight is on the child or the children now. Give the child permission to speak to us and to say whatever they like, to think about themselves. This is an important step. Because children are often very loyal and can think that there are things that shall not be talked about, or they need to be set free before the conversation by both parents. And we tell them to receive what the child says. Do not comment on things that you may disagree with. Do not discuss with the child unless the child wants to talk to you about it. The child does not have to worry about the parents want to talk to them about what they've said. The parents come back to the mediator at a later point and can then talk about it. And now we're over to something very practical. What I'm about to talk to you about is one way of doing it that's quite common in Norway. But of course, each mediator has his or her own style and many different ways of doing it. But first of all, start by introducing yourself, who you are, what you work with, and that you talk to many children in the same situation as them in your work. And make it clear why they are here. Talk to the parents, that you talk to the parents and that you know them. What do the child know about why he or she is here today? Many children doesn't really know. They just be told that you have to come to an office. Okay, come to an office. And then we have to talk about a bit more about why they are here. And then quite often can say something that children can come here to this office to tell how they are doing and if they want something to be different. And make it very clear that the mediator cannot decide anything, the parents decide. But I would like to hear how you are doing and what's important to you. So I can help you to talk to your parents about it if you wish so. Tell the child that you know and what you know and what you don't know. Because quite often children can think that adults know everything. So there are lots of things they don't say. And of course, try to make it safe. Say that they have the right by law to tell what's important to them and also the right not to tell. It's up to them. And that they afterwards decide what you shall and shall not tell the parents. Of course, adjust to the child, use simple and direct language so to ensure what they understand. And preferably use the child's words so they don't feel corrected. And it's a good thing to have some toys or things lying around, something to draw with or to keep their hands busy. And we never ask them to choose between their parents. What do we then do? We talk about their lives, the past, present, and future. And say something like, we shall now talk about what it's like to have two homes. One way of doing this is use emotion faces. Introduce the emotion faces. They can look like this, or they can look like this, and different kinds of emotions. And identify in the beginning. Identify the emotions on each face, so that you know that you and what emotion the child connects with the different faces. So when you use them, you know what you see. And use them often throughout the session. And quite often we start with the past. Things like how long is a sort of building contact with the child. Also saying how long since your parents split up. What do you remember from that day? Who was present? What were your feelings? What feelings did mum have? Did dad have? Why do they have these feelings, you think? And of course you can use the cards then. And the present. What's it like for you having two homes? Think about the day you switch homes. What are your feelings that day? The differences between the two houses. Perhaps use the houses. We have some plastic houses that you can open, and inside the house, the whole family is. There's the mum, and well, there wasn't a dad here, but and different the families that live in the house. And you can have, if you have one house, there's a mum house, and there's a dad house, and then you can. It's easier when they are physical. And of course, many children has very important that they have to find a dog. If there's a dog in one house, that's important. to make sure that there's a dog. And it's a good situation also to use the emotion cards to talk about what feelings do you mainly have in the different houses. Do you show these feelings in dad's house, or do you show these feelings in mum's house? What do they see? Are there things you worry about? And we can talk about the agreement. What's good with it is something not so good about it. And about the future. Do you have any advice for your children, or for your parents? Children quite often love this question, to give some advice to the parents. And they are very often quite practical. So say that, Mum, don't look so sad when dad comes. Stop quarreling, and things like that. And do they have any wishes for the future? And after that, we go through all the things that the child has said. I, or the co-mediator, has written down most of it, and we take our time to read through it, and so that we get it right. Some children say that, oh, you can say everything to mum and dad. You can just, we read through everything that they have said, and they say you can say everything. And some children say that, well, don't say that, don't say that. And some children don't want to say anything at all. And then we present it to the parents. And then the child is most often present. And we place them a little outside to the circle of the parents and the mediators to sort of mark that they are the audience. And they are the referees to be able to stop us and say, well, that's wrong. So they have full control over what is being said. And if you do have a one-way mirror, this is a good opportunity to use it. And then we normally start by saying something nice about the child. It's quite easy to find something nice to say about most children. And then we start talking about what the child has agreed for us to talk about. And sometimes we have to sort of prepare the parents that when you say something that you think might be difficult to hear. Say things like, now comes something that might be difficult to hear, but please try anyway. And acknowledge that the child is actually sharing. Not all children do. It says something important about your relationship that your child trusts you to hear what he or she has been talking to us about. And sometimes we do this a bit differently when you think that there is reason to believe that one of the there's been things that the children say that is really quite harsh on one of the parents, and you have reason to believe that that parent won't take it so well to hear it or be able to control reactions or emotions. Also, sometimes we then decide that we go back and say that we've written down and we have agreed everything with the child what we are going to say, but we'll meet again and we'll go through it next time. So maybe then also divide the parents so both of them don't hear the same thing necessarily. And if the child does not want to share anything of what they've been talking to us about, in the session alone with the parents, we can talk about how they understand that phenomenon. What do you think can make it difficult for your child to talk? What do you think can make it easier for your child to talk? And what can each one of you do? And we quite seldom experience that children won't talk to us at all, but we more often experience that children don't want to share anything with their parents. Further, in the mediation, we use information given by the child to put them in focus. We experience that having had the child in the room and therefore being able to use the child's words help us to focus on the child and the child's life rather than a discussion between the parents or a quarrel among them. This is one way of doing it, and I hope that it has been somewhat useful. And the last question I was asked was if I could give any advice to Ukraine what to implement first and foremost. And I actually have to say that's an extremely difficult question, since I know nothing about Ukrainian society or what is financially possible. But I will say that I think having family counseling centers is a good idea. And I also think that talking to children about their situation often helps us in working with the parental conflict. So I think that's a good idea too. Okay, that was it.
Дякую. Дуже дякую, Мартин. Попрошу вас закрити
Martin, thank
презентацію,
you
щоб
so
ми
very much.
бачили зараз всі
And could
учасники.
you close the presentation? That way we will be able to see you and all the participants.
Yep.
Так.
Was that better?
Так, чудово.
Better. Thank you so much.
І, колеги, якщо є питання,
So,
то теж дайте
We are
знати.
now
Я
ready
розпочну.
to
Мартин, в
do
мене таке до вас
Q&A.
питання.
I have the first question, Morten, if I may.
Враховуючи ось цю, на мою думку,
So,
неймовірну зміну в закон, яку ви
considering
вносите з
this
27
incredible
року
change
щодо
that you
зустріч
are making
дитини
into the law in
може
2027,
відбуватися навіть
that
попри незгоду батьків.
you can meet with the child even
В мене
despite
таке питання,
the
скажіть, будь ласка,
absence
з
of
яких
parents'
міркувань
consent. I wanted to
взагалі
ask you
ця
what was
норма
the
з'явилася
reasoning
і чому
behind
саме
this provision
ці зміни
and
ви
why
вносите в закон
you are making
щодо
these
участі
amendments
дитини
into the law
у
about the
медіації.
participation of a child in
Можливо,
mediation.
якісь дослідження, на які
Is it based
спиралися
on
ви
any studies,
перед тим,
any
як таке
research?
рішення було прийняте? І ще цікаво,
And
а з якого віку? Ви сказали,
I
що...
don't-
starting what age perhaps
Так,
too?
і ще з якого віку ви починаєте працювати
When
з
do you
дітьми? Бо ви
start
сказали, що до
involving the
16
children?
років, але
You've
з
said that
якого
you
віку ви
involve children
починаєте
up
тоді
to the age of
зустрічі з дітьми?
16, but what is the starting age, the minimum age?
I'll start then by talking about the starting age for involving children, because that's the easiest question. And the law states that who makes decisions on behalf of a child has to take into consideration the child's meaning from the age of 7 or younger child if the child is able to form an opinion. So we start somewhere between 6 and 7, mainly. And so that was that. And the thing about the meeting with the children when parents not necessarily agrees to that is a very interesting question. I would also like to have the answer to your question, because I've asked it too. And I think that it has something to do with children's rights are very much in focus in Norway and in different laws, and also in the constitution, that children have the right to have their say about their situation. So I think mainly it's built on that right in the constitution, that children have the right to say what they mean about their own lives. And that I think also that it has to be, so it's a very individual focus, that the child is an individual and has the right to express themselves without parents' consent. Well, I have to say that I'm not very fond of that idea, but so I'm really don't really know what this is going to look like when it starts. But because I often I would think that quite often when parents do not consent, that is because one of the parents has are quite convinced that the child is very manipulated by the other, and therefore will not take into consideration what the child may or may not say. So I think that we perhaps will experience that there are more children who has had their say and not been taken into consideration at all. And I don't think there are any studies behind it. But I do think that many sort of parental political lobby groups have succeeded in their work when this was decided. How it's going to work, I really don't know. But I'm quite anxious to find out. Sorry that I couldn't be more specific on that.
Дякую, Мартине.
Thank you,
В
Morten,
мене
for
ще
your
наступне
answer.
питання до вас.
If I may ask you one
Ви
more question.
представили
Yeah.
такі вражаючі цифри
You've
щодо
given us
кількості
astounding
кейсів,
numbers about the number
щодо
of cases
відсотку
and the percentage
домовленості, тобто
of
згоди
agreements
під час
reached
медіації, тобто
during
домовленості,
mediation.
якої
So
дійшли
arrangements,
більшість
agreements
сторон.
reached between the
Скажіть мені, будь
parties
ласка, а
in
як у вас
conflict.
відбувається збір статистичних даних?
How do you
Як ці
collect
цифри,
statistic
хто це
data?
робить?
Who collects the
Як ви
data?
їх
How do
акумулюєте
you
по всій країні?
aggregate the nationwide data?
Yeah. That is sort of it's approximately I said 75%, and it's that's an approximate number between the number of parents splitting up and the number of parents going to court. We really don't have very specific data on how many reaches an agreement or not. So it's actually more of a hunch than actual facts. But we do know that quite a big number of parents reach agreements during the mediation, and you have to also take into consideration that all parents come to mediation, also those who agrees on everything. They're also a part of the mediation, so they are in those approximately 75%. It's not a very accurate number, I'm afraid.
Тобто, чи правильно я розумію, що це робить
Do I understand you correctly
державна інституція,
that
враховуючи
it
те,
is
що це
done by a
судовий процес
national agency?
і обов'язкова
Because
медіація,
the
спрямування
mediation
від
is
суддів,
mandated by the
тому
court.
і
The
рахуються
judges
ці
refer
кейси
couples to
звернення,
mediation,
які були саме до
so
суду,
you
так?
can count the court referrals for mediation to know the total number.
I'm not really sure if I got the whole question, but mediation always starts with parents knowing that they have to go to mediation when they split up, because they won't get divorced if they don't. And and this has been the same way in Norway since 1993. So all parents know this. So they come here without having been to court first. But the court can refer a case back to the mediator if they think that it's not been mediated enough. Because if the judge sees that there are many things that the couple haven't talked about, when people come to mediation, some really think that, okay, I have to be here for 1 hour and I'll just sit here and have a cup of coffee and try to look nice. I'm not going to talk to you. I'm not going to sign anything. I'm not going to do anything. I want to go to court because the court is going to see that I'm right. And many of those cases, court sends back to mediation. Sorry, I haven't discussed this through and through. What was that an answer to your question? I was a bit unsure of that.
Так, дуже дякую.
Yes,
Підкажіть, будь ласка,
thank you very, very
ви
much.
обов'язкову зустріч
So,
з 93-го року,
since 1993, you've had mandatory mediation for couples. But who pays for the service? Is it the couple paying for this for the mediation or the government? And if the couple just sit there, drink their coffee, who pays for the service?
Now, the mediation service is free of charge. Yeah, so it's paid for by the government. It's a part of the welfare state that we have the decision that everybody has to show up for mediation. Yeah. So it's the whole family counseling service is state funded and has been now for many, many years. Yeah.
Так, тоді зрозуміло, дуже
That
дякуємо.
makes perfect sense. Thank you very much. Oksana has a question. Would you like to voice it?
Oh, Olena, can you translate, please, for more than my question in chat?
Добре. So just a second, we have the question in the chat.
Тоді я давайте зачитаю. Таке
And
питання.
the question is,
Чи були випадки,
have
коли
there
батьки
been
через
cases
адвокатів відмовлялися від
when
укладання
the
угоди?
parent would
Мені
refuse
тут не
to
вистачає
sign
пояснення
an
саме, що
agreement
мається на увазі. Тобто під час
through their
процедури
lawyers?
медіації з
Is it
медіатором
the question about
була
the
домовленість чи
mediation
не було
procedure?
домовленості, і вони відмовилися від укладання угоди? В чому питання?
And they don't want to
Скажіть,
sign the
українською.
mediation agreement. We are just clarifying the question for now, Morten. Please stay with us.
After consulting with lawyers, a mother and father choose to end the mediation and go to court or other.
Yeah, that happens quite a that it was more of that in the earlier days actually, and so some lawyers. It's been a while since last time, but there used to be so that many lawyers, maybe caring for their own business, told the parents that you have to go to mediation. You don't have to say anything. For God's sake, don't sign anything. Come back to me, and we'll take it to court, and you'll win. And so that was more of a problem earlier than it is today. For quite often they haven't talked to a lawyer before they come to the mediation, because they also hope that they will resolve the case in the mediation. But sometimes they are quite clear that, as I said, I'll just sit here for an hour, and my lawyer said, no, don't sign anything. So I won't sign anything. But then usually I just say something like, okay, I understand that your lawyer says that you shouldn't sign anything. And that might be a very good idea, not to sign anything that we have written down today. It's maybe a good thing to think about it. So what we can do is I just write down on a piece of paper the things that you have discussed and what you have more or less thought the same about. Don't say that it's an agreement, but these are the thoughts that we have. And let's meet again in 2 weeks' time and discuss it, because then you've got 2 weeks to think about it. Or you can talk to your lawyer if you want to do that. But because the lawyer also have to be able to show the court that they have tried to resolve the case outside the court. I'm not too sure about this, but when if a case comes to the court and it's quite obvious to the court that the lawyer has not tried to resolve it outside of court, then they will refer them back to mediation, because the state also pays for the court, and the court have limited resources as well. So that they want to make sure that they have done the mediation before they make a court case out of it. So the court can just send them back to mediation. And the lawyers know this.
And can I once more, do you have any established cooperations with the parties' lawyers?
With the
Lawyers, mom or dad?
No, the mediator most definitely does not talk to the lawyers. So in the mediation, only the parents are allowed present in, and maybe the child is allowed present in the room. They cannot bring their lawyers to the mediation. And we don't take any notes, as the current situation is. We don't take any notes, and they are not allowed to record what's been said, because the mediation room is a room that is supposed to be open for thought and not to somewhere to collect evidence or make things that can be used in court. So the lawyers are not. We normally don't know who the lawyers are, actually.
Дякую. Мартин, якщо я
Thank
правильно
you,
зрозуміла, ви сказали
Morten.
про те, що
So, if I understand
такі
what you're
центри,
saying
як ваші,
correctly,
мають
you're
бути
saying that centers like
в
yours
необхідній кількості, щоб
have to
кожна
be
людина
around
у
the country
відстані 2
in
години
right
могла
numbers
потрапити до
so that
вашого
any
центру.
family should
Чи
be
правильно
able
я
to
розумію,
reach your
що ви
center within a
працюєте
2
з
hours
дитинами
drive?
виключно в
Yeah.
офлайн форматі? Тобто
So,
онлайн
does it
ви не
mean
працюєте
that
з
you will
ними?
only engage with families face to face, offline, so to say, and you don't do any online sessions?
That's also a good question. When it comes, we can do online sessions. When we do therapy, we can do online sessions like we do now, but that's not allowed in the mediation under the old act. But when the new law comes into play, maybe sometime next year, that opens up for mediation via Zoom or Teams or something like that. But as the old law was written in 1981, that was not. There's no opening for that in the old law, but it will come.
Так, дякую. Світлана, я бачу вашу руку, я продовжу
Thank you. I
питання.
can see Svetlana
Мартин, скажіть, будь
has a
ласка,
raised
а
hand.
чи є у вас
I'll continue with questions. Morten, do you have cross-border cases, so international cases, with the family members of which are in different countries?
Yes, but they have to come to the mediation office. As we can't do it, there's no opening in the law to do it on Teams. Then they have to come to the mediation office. But as the first meeting is mandatory, they can be excused for coming if they live abroad. They are welcome to come. We urge them to come because it's much better to talk to them in person and try to help them to. But so we had one here from Germany just yesterday, and but if they live abroad, they have permission not to show, so they don't have to, but they can.
Дякую. Світлана, будь
Thank
ласка.
you. Svetlana, over to you.
Дякую. У мене два питання. Одне
Thank you. I have two
тому
questions.
що немає записів
Question one.
цієї сесії.
I heard that you're
завершувати
not recording
ці
mediation
процеси медіації,
sessions.
які
When
яку інформацію
mediation
зазначаєте в сертифікатах?
case is
І
over,
чи ви
what
даєте
information would
безпосередньо
appear on the certificate?
сторонам, чи в суд
Um,
якимось чином направляєте?
And
І
is
друге
the
питання, які
certificate
є,
given to the
можливо,
parties
вимоги до
only, or
медіаторів? І
is
знову
it
ж таки, чи
handed over
є
to
якийсь
the court
єдиний
as well?
реєстр,
That
де
was
всі
question one.
медіатори
Question two,
зазначені,
what are
і потім
requirements
суд
for the
обирає
mediators? Do you
медіатора, чи
have
просто
a register of
направлення на
mediation, like a
медіацію для сторін,
roster that
і вже самі
courts can
сторони,
choose
де
from,
можуть
or the
знайти
parties are free to
медіатора,
select
обирають в цьому
mediators
реєстрі, чи як вони
using
знаходять
the register of mediators? So how do the parties find the mediator for their case?
Yeah, good question. The first question about the certificate is that the certificate shows the name of the parents, the name of the mediator, the date of the first session signed. That's it. It doesn't show anything, what's been talked about, what's been agreed on or not agreed on, or anything like that at all. And the mediation certificate is sent to the parents digitally, not by email, but by some other arrangement that is more secure than that. And it's sent only to the parents, so that the parents have to take it further to their lawyer if they want a lawyer, and if they want to go to court, then they have to take it to court. We just send it to the parents. So that's it. And how do they choose mediators? And that is it's also regulated in the Children's Act, what mediator to go to, or what family counseling office to go to, because a mediator has then to work at a family counseling office and be certified as a mediator. When you start working here, you're not a mediator, then you're a therapist. But you have to have different courses to learn about the regulations and the laws concerning mediation, and then you get a certificate to say that you're a mediator, and you have to follow up on conferences and meetings each year to keep that going, because the laws and regulations change. So you have to be a certified mediator, having then working as a family counseling office, or also there are some that don't work actually in the office but have an agreement or is engaged by the service to do that service in other places around the country. And what the family chooses is actually nothing. They have to go to the family counseling center in the area where they live. So they call us and say that we need a mediation, and we'll find a mediator for them, make sure that the mediator doesn't know them from earlier, because we have had cases that if they've been to family therapy to a person who is also a mediator, when they come to the mediation, the mediator shall have no information about them. So therefore, what happens is that they will get someone they don't know, but they have to go to the office that is in the area where they live. They can't go anywhere else. Unless they agree. So that's actually a thing, that they can decide to go to a mediator in another town if both of them agree that we want to do that. Because if they work many miles away, it's easier to do it in the middle of a work day. Then they can, but then they have to agree. And if they don't agree, is the mediating office where they live.
Так, дуже дякую за відповідь.
Thank you very much.
Дякую. Колеги,
Thank you,
підкажіть, будь ласка,
colleagues.
чи є у вас питання?
Any other questions?
Так, тоді, Мартін, дуже дякую вам за
Then I would
зустріч.
like to thank Morten for
Ми
joining
трішки
us.
перебрали ваш час, тому перепрошуємо за те, що
We
вас затримали.
took
Але
a
дуже
little bit
вдячні вам
more
за те,
time
що
than we
ви
planned.
погодилися
So sorry for
приєднатися і
keeping you,
поділитися
but
вашим
we are
досвідом, вашою
very
практикою
grateful
і
that you
системою
joined us,
роботи
that
в
you
мережі.
shared your experience
Раді знайомству і
of
будемо дуже раді
working with
продовжувати нашу
mediation, of
співпрацю із
experience
вами.
in Norway, and we will be so happy to continue working with you in the future.
Thank you so much for having me. And I wasn't prepared for that, but it was so heartwarming to see all the hearts and thumbs up on the screen. So thank you very much for that as well. It was very heartwarming. Thank you. And goodbye.
Да.
Bye.
Дякуємо, до побачення. Так,
Thank you.
колеги,
Goodbye.
зараз зробимо
Dear
перерву.
colleagues, we are going to take a short break, 15 minutes, and
Будемо продовжувати.
in
Можете
15
не
minutes'
виходити,
time, we'll
просто
reconvene.
відключити
Do not disconnect from Zoom, just disable your cameras, and we'll be back to reconvene in 15 minutes. Enjoy your break. Dear colleagues, let's come back.
Олена, скажіть, будь ласка, чи є зв'язок з Коні? Добре. Connie, do you hear me? Could you please unmute? Perfect.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, and we need to check translation function. Could you please turn on interpretation English channel? You have to choose English channel and turn
Okay.
on it. Okay?
Yeah.
Олена, перевірте, будь
Test in
ласка, чи
English
працює
channel.
зараз
Can you
зв'язок?
hear me? Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear interpretation into English? Connie, can you hear me? Testing
yeah.
1, 2,
Yeah.
3.
Чудово. Так, супер. Так,
Great.
Коні, хвилинку зачекайте, я зараз зроблю
Connie, just a
представлення,
second.
і після цього
I'll
дам
make
вам
an
слово, і ми
introduction, and
зможете
after that,
продовжити. Добре?
hand over to you.
Так,
Okay, great.
колеги,
Thank you.
Dear colleagues,
вам дякую. Колеги, повертаємося, продовжуємо
please
нашу
join us.
конференцію. І
We'll
я рада
be continuing our
представити
conference, and I'm
нашу
happy to
наступну
introduce to
доповідачка,
you our next
доктор Коні
speaker,
Хіле.
Dr. Connie Healy. She
Акредитований медіатор, до речі,
is
акредитована
an accredited mediator
той самої організації, в якій
by
я проходила
CIDRO,
акредитацію.
the same
Коні
organization that I was
має дисертацію,
accredited
написала
by.
дисертацію по темі вирішення
Connie wrote
конфліктів у
a
справах
thesis
сімейного права,
on
альтернативні
conflict
підходи
resolution
залучення
in family
дітей.
law
І
cases,
саме
alternative
ось ця тема
approach
зацікавила мене,
with
і
the participation of
ми
children. And
познайомилися з Коні
this
якраз
was the topic that was very
за
interesting to me.
допомогою
And
дослідження, яке вона
actually, we met
провела.
with
І
Connie
це
because
дослідницький
of
проект
the
Walkle
research
називається.
that she did.
Тому
This
ось
is
цей
so-called Walkle
міждисциплінарний
research project, interdisciplinary approach to family court system. This was the topic of Connie's research. So I'm very happy and grateful to Connie for agreeing to participate in our conference and to speak about the project. And I hope that we will have an opportunity to meet and discuss the results of the research. And today we're looking forward to hearing about the research, and over to you. And we're very grateful for what you do and for your research.
Thank you very much for that introduction, Tanya, and thank you for inviting me to take part in the conference today. I'm just going to begin by giving a very kind of brief overview of mediation in Ireland, just to kind of set the scene for you as to kind of, I suppose, where we're coming from, and then what the project is trying to achieve and some of the initial results from the project. If anybody has any questions along the way, feel free to stop me, or I will send an amended version of these PowerPoints on later on. I had some difficulty with my computer this morning, so they're a bit higgledy-piggledy, but I'll send on a better version. So just to, I suppose, explain where we're coming from, when we gained our independence from England in 1937, this was our first constitution was constituted back in 1937. And under that constitution, marriage was for life. There was no option for separation or divorce. There was a very limited form of divorce that you could receive under the Matrimonial Causes Act that we had inherited from the UK. But that only allowed you to apply for a divorce through the High Court in Ireland, which was a really expensive process, and most people at that stage, or possibly even now, couldn't really afford the legal costs involved in that. So during the 1980s, there was kind of a real call for something to be done about the fact that many people in Ireland were living in unhappy marriages, and there was no remedy for them as such. So in 1986, we had our first referendum on whether divorce would be permitted into Ireland or not. And at that stage, Ireland was a very Catholic country, and basically there was quite a lot of resistance to the whole idea of divorce and the fact that you could dissolve a marriage. So that referendum in 1986 was defeated by a majority of 2-1. So after that, we were left with a situation again where we had no legislation, no protection, and a lot of, particularly women, were left in a very vulnerable position whereby under other acts that provided for maintenance in these types of situations, if a mother was to leave the home, she wouldn't receive any financial compensation, whereas fathers were in a position to leave or come back as they wished, and there was no kind of restriction on them. So there was lots of women in quite difficult financial situations and found themselves having to stay in marriages that they were very unhappy with. So in 1986, they set up this pilot project of the Family Mediation Service. So it was a pilot project that was to run initially for 3 years from 1986 to 1989. And the idea was that it would provide a mediation service where people could work out the nuts and bolts of an agreement where they could live separately and apart. There was no legislation as such providing for separation or divorce, but it just meant that they had some sort of an agreement that they could work on and that the mediators would help them achieve. And in order to start this whole service, they brought trainers from the States, Bernard Mayer and other experts in conflict resolution to Ireland, and they trained the initial batch of mediators. So the initial batch of mediators were trained in this whole ethos of mediation from very much a conflict resolution basis. It wasn't really taking any very prescriptive model of mediation. It wasn't really a facilitative model. It wasn't really an evaluative model. It wasn't really the transformative model that we're all familiar with. It was more of a unique kind of conflict resolution based model that was employed at that particular time. And the service was really successful. An awful lot of people engaged with it, and many found a way of separating and coming up with an agreement that was suitable for them during that period. Then in 1989, I suppose as a result of the defeated referendum, there was a Judicial Separation and Family Law Reform Act enacted in Ireland. And under that act, basically, you could agree you could get an order from the court that allowed you to live separately and apart from the other party, but you were not allowed to remarry. So it was just a form of judicial separation. It was a legal separation, but you weren't allowed to remarry. And then in 1995, we held our second referendum in relation to divorce. And at that stage, the Family Law Divorce Act was, the referendum was passed and the Family Law Divorce Act came into effect in February of 1996. The Legal Aid Board, meanwhile, stayed in it was taken over by various government departments over the years. And then finally in 2011, it was brought under the auspices of the Legal Aid Board. So our Legal Aid Board here deals with cases for people whose income is quite low. It has to be under 18,000 euro per annum. And if you qualify for legal aid, then you'll get legal aid to take your case to court. And they deal with the adversarial side of it. But in 2011, they also took over charge of the Family Mediation Service. So they are now running the Family Mediation Service. So the constitutional, in relation to, I suppose, the children's aspect of the whole issue of the family. So there's huge protection under the Irish Constitution for the family as an institution, and it's very much geared around the parents deciding what's in the best interests of the children. And previous research that I've done before with children and young adults in relation to this indicated that basically while parents, obviously most parents are doing the best that they can for their children, and they really want to make sure that their children are looked after in the best way possible during a separation or divorce, that often issues are decided without the children being consulted or having any input into it. And when I was interviewing people in the context of research on collaborative law, which is a form of dispute resolution, I don't know if you're familiar with collaborative law. Do you want me to explain that, Tanya? Would you be familiar with it? So collaborative law, the idea of collaborative law is rather than you have an independent mediator, you and your lawyer and the other person and their lawyer sit down together. They decide at the outset not to go to court, but to try and resolve the issues by means of agreed meetings between the parties. So you remove it altogether from the courts process. So this to me sounded like an ideal way of resolving issues, because there's a developed model called the collaborative law divorce model, whereby rather than, let's say, each party having their own estate agent to put a value on the house, rather than them having their own accountant, rather than having their own individual experts, you can employ independent people as part of a team, and it cuts down on the costs and it makes the process more holistic. But what I liked about the collaborative law model at that particular point in time was the option there for a child specialist. So the child specialist within the collaborative law process would meet with the children and would bring their views back into the joint meeting between the separating parties and their lawyers. And there'd be no written reports or anything that the lawyers could kind of pick on in terms of trying to put a very adversarial spin on it, but they would just bring the information back to the parents in a neutral way. And I saw this as kind of a really good way of bringing the children's voice into the process. So I was doing interviews with people that had used the collaborative process. And a lot of the times I was getting this sense from the parents that the children were fine. And despite the fact that the parents would explain to me about, quite difficult circumstances within the family, they would say, but the children were fine. So that triggered me to talk to children and young adults and say, well, this is what parents are telling me. Were you actually fine within the process? And they would say that effectively, there were things that bothered them, things that they would have liked to have had the opportunity to talk about, but they weren't given the opportunity to talk about it at the time. And as a result, that the fear of really not knowing what was going on was kind of worse for them. In some respects, they were kind of imagining worse things than than actually happened. So that's what got me, in some respects, into the whole area of children's rights, and looking at the way we could bring this in. So collaborative practice hasn't really taken off in Ireland as much as was hoped. There's been some resistance to it from the legal profession, because if it were to work, arguably we have a two-tiered system here. We have solicitors who deal with the clients, and we have barristers who advocate more so in the courts, and it would, from a mercenary point of view, it would rule out the barristers' work if the solicitors were in a position really to resolve issues at an earlier stage. So it hasn't really taken off. So then I looked at, well, is there a way that you can make mediation more child inclusive? Then in 2012, we had this referendum for our constitution here that provides that children's voices should be heard in all proceedings concerning them. And I suppose that strengthened the position of the children vis-a-vis the parents in some respects, that they're now kind of somewhat on an equal footing. Because up until this constitutional referendum in 2012, children had the ordinary personal rights that anybody would have under the constitution, but they didn't have any specific rights, and all the weight was given to the family as an institution as opposed to the individuals within the family unit. So you'll see there on the slide that...
Excuse me, could you slow down a little bit as you speak? I'd be very grateful.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. So that the provisions you'll see there talk about, and it's highlighted in blue, as far as practicable. So those 4 words, as you can imagine, gives an out for lawyers, for judges, for mediators to say, well, in this case, it wasn't practicable. There was various reasons why it didn't particularly work. And as such, while it's beneficial to have this provision, when there's options for people to take an easier way out, sometimes I feel that they will do so. So the research I'm doing is based around the Lundy model of participation, which I'm sure you've heard of. So Laura Lundy developed this model of child participation, which talks about space, voice, audience, and influence. So the space element of it is that you are given information as a child, you're given information, you're given time to consider what information you're given time to think about what your views are. Then the voice is the opportunity to express your voice within the process. Audience talks about that voice being brought to the decision makers. In a mediation situation, the decision makers are the parents. If it was a court situation, obviously you may be talking about the judge. And then influence is the one that I suppose there's most difficulty with in trying to adhere to how well that's been followed, because mediators will say to me, how do I know if what the children have told me and what I relayed to the parents, how do I know ultimately what influence that will have? The parents might agree to this here in the mediation. They might nod their heads. They might say, yes, this is fine. But I suppose the concern that a lot of mediators have about child inclusive mediation, and I suppose it's the big concern that I'm seeing as I do the research, is what happens when they leave the mediation process. Does it mean that, it doesn't necessarily mean that the parents will actually follow through with maybe what they might have tentatively agreed with in the mediation process from the point of view of the children. So this Lundy model of participation has been adopted in Ireland in this National Framework for Children and Young People's Decision Making. So they have a practical checklist at the end of this document, and questions that can be used to make sure that children are given this opportunity to be involved. And also then the children, there's a questionnaire where the children can kind of rate how they found the process of being involved. So it's quite simple. There's quite smiley faces along the way. So, how smiley of a reply do the children feel that they're going to give in the context of how well they were allowed to participate in any given process. So we have a family justice strategy now here that was published. It was to run from 2022 to 2025. They haven't fully updated it yet, but as part of this family justice strategy, the aim of which is to set up a dedicated family court in Ireland, so that as it stands at the minute, you might have an ordinary court that deals with family law maybe 1 day a week or half a day a week or whatever. The High Court has specific family law sittings, but for the regional courts, sometimes you might have other cases on the same day, or you might have quite a lot of cases listed together. So the idea of the family justice strategy is that there will be very dedicated family law courts with dedicated family law judges that specialize in this area, rather than having somebody that might have worked in another area of law altogether suddenly being appointed as a judge and dealing with family law cases and not having the experience. So under this family justice strategy, the Legal Aid Board, which, as I said, have now taken over the Family Mediation Service, they are considered a participating organisation, and therefore they are required under this new strategy to develop and pilot, as you'll see there, mechanisms to include the voice of the child. So it was a good time for me when I applied for this funding back in 2004, kind of right in the middle of their strategy, to argue for the fact that this research needed to be done to basically try and develop a child inclusive model. So there is an obligation on the Legal Aid Board to do it. So as a result, we partnered with the Legal Aid Board and we got funding from Research Ireland to carry out this research, looking at to try and establish a baseline as to where we are with regards to the voice of the child in Ireland, to figure out what the main barriers are to this actually happening. I'm sure some of you may be familiar with the work done in this area by Anne Barlow and Jan Ewing in the UK. And in their research, they concluded that the mediators were the main gatekeepers, because it was down to how the mediators really explained it to the parents as to whether the parents agreed to allow the children to take part in the process or not. And that it was the professionals they felt in their research that were kind of the main barrier. So looking at that research, we are taking on our own research in the context of how best to approach this. So I suppose there's a quote here that's from, I don't know if you can see that properly, but there's a quote here that's from the previous research that I did with children and young adults, where one person I spoke to said, fear is the biggest problem that exists with divorce. That uncertainty, that insecurity, that what is going to happen to us. And it's that feeling of being out of control. I used the picture of sitting at the top of the roller coaster, which still gives me shivers to look at, and I'm not even on it now. But this idea that you are going down there, you're out of control. In some respects, I think it's a good metaphor, because you know you will reach the end. You will reach the end and you will be okay. But there's a lot of uncertainty during that period of time. And it's not just the children themselves that are on that roller coaster, the parents are on the roller coaster too, in the context of this being their first time to possibly be in this type of situation. In Ireland, we have quite a lot of pre-marriage courses that you have to do before you get married, but there are no courses for how to separate effectively, how to make sure that your children are protected within this process, how best to tell them, whether by telling them it's better for them, or whether, by not telling them you think you're protecting them, but you're not really. So there's no guidance around that. And what the young people have been telling us is that it's that uncertainty, that fear, that's the thing that really scares them. And this is coming out, that was from my previous research that I did for the PhD that Tanya mentioned, but it's also coming out as an issue in this research, the idea of the doubt or the fear or the not knowing being the thing that really upsets the children the most. So, as you're aware, I'm sure there's various models of or approaches. I've spoken recently to Jen McIntosh. I know you had her speaking earlier, and she said that she's moving away from the idea of models to approaches, but different approaches to child inclusive mediation that have been used kind of internationally. So the child focused model, the mediators in Ireland would say that mediation is child inclusive. But when they say child inclusive, their interpretation of child inclusive is what may be arguably called child focused. It's that they ensure that the parents consider the children at all stages of the mediation process. And speaking to mediators about how they actually, I suppose, deal with the typical mediation, they bring the children into the mediation very early on. They get the parents to talk about their children, talk about their interests, and develop a kind of a feeling about the children in the room, where the parents, I suppose, maybe focus less on their own issues and focus more on the children. But the direct child inclusive part in Ireland is it's developing because the mediators have had more recent training in 2025, and they feel a bit more prepared now than they did before. But there is still quite a lot of nervousness around it, a nervousness around maybe, as I mentioned earlier, what happens when the family leave the mediation process, nervousness around, whether it might do any harm. So the Macintosh model, as our approach, as Jennifer has spoken about, hers was the first, I suppose, real research into child inclusive mediation. There have been other approaches then research undertaken by Golson in New Zealand, and then as part of the child inclusive network that I'm trying to set up, we have representatives from Medoc and Bruno, where they're trialing another method which they see as a combination of Jen McIntosh's model with a more legalistic kind of framework. So there's quite a lot of different ways of doing it, but I suppose my point in doing this research was that they're all coming from quite an adult-centric approach. It's parents, mediators, institutions that are developing this model. And what I hoped in this research was to talk to the children about what way would be best for them in the context of trying to organize a process like this. Is there something specific that they would like, or some specific way that they would like this process to be dealt with? I'll come to the difficulties I've encountered with that in a few minutes. So there's been research done by the Family Mediation Service themselves going back a number of years in Ireland about the state of child inclusive mediation. Then there's a former colleague of mine here at University of Galway, Dr. Anne O'Kelly. She did quite interesting research with children and young people around and spoke to them about their whole involvement in the process. And effectively, they really found the process really, really helpful. And in fact, more times than not, they would like to have been able to meet with the mediator more than once. So that's what she found in her research. I can send a link to that thesis for you, and it's been quite interesting. So then I suppose just to get on to the project itself. So the project that I'm doing, it's called Vocal. It's the Voice of the Child in Family Law Mediation. And the aim, as it says there, is to overcome barriers to ensure participation as a right, not a privilege. So the idea of it was to co-create a model from kind of the ground up, talking to the mediators and saying, okay, what are the barriers? Why is this not happening? Is it that you don't have institutional support? Is it that the parents don't want to do it? What is this block that's causing it here? And so, like I said, we got funding from Research Ireland in 2024 to start this research. So the first part, obviously, was really pretty much dealing with securing ethical approval, and making sure that we had everything in order in the context of our data protection, GDPR, and research integrity and all of those other issues. Also getting approval from the Legal Aid Board. They agreed in theory to be partners in the research, but when it came to the actual nuts and bolts of having of doing it, they were a bit more hesitant and a bit more reluctant. They like the idea of research, but they don't really want to do it. They don't really want maybe to be exposed as to different areas where they could, I suppose, develop it a little bit better. So the way it was structured was in relation to mediators, we sent surveys to all of the mediators employed by the Legal Aid Board Family Mediation Service. So in Ireland, the number of full-time, employed mediators within the Family Mediation Service is quite small. We only have 40 mediators, and some of them work part-time. Then we had interviews with the mediators. So with the surveys, we had 18 of the 40 replied, so we had a 45% response rate. With the interviews, we interviewed about 10 mediators. And then we had a focus group of mediators last December at a meeting. We had about 40 that day because there were some clerical officers there as well, just to brainstorm with them what their thoughts were around the best way to deal with it. Then in relation to the parents or guardians, we asked the Legal Aid Board to send a survey to their mums and dads that had completed mediation within the last 6 months. And then they were, as part of the survey, they were asked if they would be interested in taking part in an interview. And then in the interview, we spoke to them about the possibility of including children if they, would agree to allow us to talk to their children about it. So as you can appreciate, we would have to have consent of both the parents to allow the children to participate, and then also the consent or assent of the children, depending on their age, as to whether they wanted to participate or not. So what our plan was to bring a focus group of children together and give them a fictitious case. So they would have, they wouldn't have to talk about anything personal to them, but they'd be working on a fictitious case and just ask them to, if you had all the resources in the world and you just wanted to design this model, what do you think children of this age would like? What do you think? And give them children of different ages and different scenarios as to what the children were doing in their lives, and see if they will be prepared to kind of come up with their version of a model. Unfortunately, we haven't been successful in getting a significant number of children to take part in this. So what we did was we sent out a call to the students at the university, and we invited a group of students at the university to take part in. We have this ideas lab where we did a similar thing where we had a fictitious case study, and we asked them to talk about what they thought that the children in the scenario might want. It's obviously not ideal, but it was all we could do in the context of trying to access children. As usual, I suppose the ones that need the voice most, they're often the most difficult to get to. So the idea of the methodology was that basically we had children on the advisory board for the project advisory board. So we had consultative participation. We talked to them about it. Collaborative participation then is when the children would become part of this group to kind of devise a model. And then we were hoping that child-led participation, that we might get the children to maybe make a TikTok or come up with ideas. We're still working on that just to see if we can get anything further. They seem to have suddenly got camera shy, despite the fact that they're online a lot themselves. But when it came to this, and I suppose that's the thing as well, that we noticed that, you know, they don't necessarily want, even though separation and divorce has been in Ireland, as I mentioned earlier, from 96, it's still, I think, a difficult thing for children to kind of to deal with, and they don't necessarily want to. You know, they had raised concerns about being seen going into where they'd have to meet with the mediator, those kind of issues. So they don't necessarily feel maybe as comfortable with it in terms of helping us out. So I suppose in the context of that, we had to be careful of those three principles that Mead talks about, you know, accepting the research participants as they are, regardless of things like age and gender, not making any judgments, and engaging in joint action with them. So it was very much led by the people themselves. We actually had, with the group from the university that we had an independent facilitator work with them, so that there was no element of myself as the investigator or our research assistant kind of leading the young people in any way in relation to their views on the subject. So like I said, initially we ran into quite a bit of red tape with the Legal Aid Board. I don't know if it's an issue for you in Ukraine, but we have situations where GDPR is used more as a stick than a tool, and it's used as, you know, protection. And they didn't really want to, they wanted to be involved, but they didn't really want to give us the information. So what we've discovered is that really there are no, under the family mediation service system as it stands in Ireland at the moment, there's no proper statistics being gathered. Their computer system isn't sufficiently adapted to gather anonymized statistics. So they don't really know what their demographic profile is. So that in some respects that their policy says that children over the age of 10, they can be allowed to partake in the child inclusive process, but they cannot tell me how many cases that they've had where children over the age of 10, there were children over the age of 10, and then of those, how many were offered the option and how many availed of the option, because they don't have any data on this. So obviously one of the first recommendations or the first outcomes of this is going to be the fact that you know, they need to know who their demographics are. They need to know who they're dealing with before they can talk about there's talk. There was a review of the civil legal aid system that's been done recently in Ireland, and they talk quite a bit about the need to promote public awareness of mediation. But in order to promote public awareness, they need to know who they're promoting it to. So without this data, I think that, you know, they really need to start with that. So there's quite a gap there in the context of information. We found out from a managing mediator that's kind of in charge of running this child inclusive training that they received most recently, that there were 23 child consultations in 2022, 8 in 2023, and 12 in 2024. So it seems to be getting worse at that point. Now, I think things have improved since the most recent training. Again, the numbers are going up. The mediators feel more confident, having had the recent training. And the recent training was framed very much from a rights perspective, from a children's rights perspective, that this is not an optional add-on. This is not something that's kind of nice to have, that technically the children have a right to have their voices heard under Article 12, and that they should be offered that, or it should at least be mentioned to the parents. So the mediators that I have spoke to that are using it say that really what they do is they kind of mention it at the early stages. They say it's not something that will definitely happen, but it's part of the process. And then they see how the relationship or how the mediation is progressing. If they have any concerns that it will be dangerous for the children because of high conflict or any other issues, then they will decide down the line that it's not appropriate to invite the children into the mediation process. And we have to obviously respect the fact that the mediators are the ones with the expertise. They're the ones managing the process, and they know when is the best and correct time to do this. But that it is being, the seed somewhat is being sown in parents' mind from an earlier stage to the fact that this is an option for them. And if a situation occurs where they say, well, the children are fine, the mediator says, well, you know, that's actually fantastic. It's great that they're fine, that, you know, it's much easier now that they are, but also maybe we should just check in with them and make sure that that is the case. So in terms of the survey we had, as I said, 18 out of 40 replied. It was 45% roughly. I think the mediators are somewhat suffering from a little bit of consultation fatigue because they feel that they have been asked for their views by the management of the Family Mediation Service previously, and that maybe they are not getting the support and the assistance that they need in order to support them, be it mentorship, you know, or co-supervision, those kind of things that would help them, because basically the evidence is kind of saying that the best way of learning and being comfortable to use child inclusive is if you work with somebody that's experienced in the area and you see what they do and you kind of learn by doing, in some respects, has been, I suppose, the most helpful bit in the context of that. Another issue which has come up strongly in the research so far is the lack of a clear policy from the Family Mediation Service. And mediators differ quite a lot in the context of that. Some mediators want a very prescriptive step-by-step process and procedure so that they can follow that and adhere to that. Others describe their practice as more organic, and they like to have the flexibility to manage the process as they see fit without the organization being that prescriptive. So I suppose it's difficult in some ways to for the board to have a middle ground, but that it has been a big call by the mediators since the last training that the policies that they had in place prior to the 2025 training, that would be updated and that there will be more support provided for them in the context of that. So the mediator's background and profile was somewhat interesting because I suppose that I expected the breakdown to be pretty much law, or when I say psychology, social work, social sciences background. But you see there that 33% roughly came from law backgrounds, and then the others came from a mixture. There's quite a lot of, I suppose, research and on the issue that sometimes mediation can be a second career for people. And that was evident, I suppose, in our research because some people came from diverse backgrounds, like, excuse me, multinational companies, journalism, and kind of were doing mediation as kind of a second career. There's the whole issue, I suppose, as to whether a law background is necessary, the extent to which mediators need to be familiar with the law. The position in Ireland is that mediators can provide information. They're not allowed to provide advice but there are provisions there under the Mediation Act that the parties can stop the mediation at any point to go and seek legal advice and come back into the mediation process again. A big concern for the Irish Family Mediation Service is that 33% of those that replied are over 60 years of age, partly maybe because some of them are coming from other careers. So succession planning is going to be a big issue for the Family Mediation Service in replacing those mediators because they have such a wealth of experience. And it's really important that they try and capitalize on that experience before those mediators leave to make sure that they are heavily involved in the training of the mediators that are coming into the service. And the new mediators coming into the service can also, I presume, pose an opportunity for the Family Mediation Service that they would be told kind of to take the view or encouraged to take the view that this was an important part of the process from the outset, and maybe less fixed in their ways than some that have been there for a long time and just do not approve of children being involved in the process at all. I suppose if we were to look at the space, voice, audience, and influence, if we were to look at it like that, the space which I spoke about in the context of the Lundy model was information. So in the context of information from the mediators and from everybody's perspective, what they're calling for is more guidance from the board, like I said, from the Legal Aid Board in terms of policy, maybe information for parents or children that is easily accessible, that they can maybe hand out to parents that has, and I'm hoping that the examples we'll be able to give from this research of this is what these parents thought about the process, this is what they found as benefit to the process, will help parents understand what can be achieved, because sometimes I think there's a perception that mediation is only for clients that are somewhat amicable to start with, whereas really from the research I've been doing, the change that the mediators have been able to bring about has been transformative in helping them see issues from different perspectives and helping them with their parenting plans, etc. If you look up the Legal Aid Board's website or the Family Mediation Service website here, they have a kind of, it looks like AI, but it's probably more cartoon-based, video. But I think that a personal thing from a mediator, I mean, there's a huge issue here as part of this civil legal aid review about the need for triage of cases, and that somebody would triage cases and see whether they're suitable for mediation or suitable for court. And the crucial part of that, I think, would be having people that really understand what the various processes are like, doing the triage and really making sure that they are sufficiently confident and capable of doing that, because it's very different for a lawyer to explain mediation to somebody and then a mediator to explain mediation where they truly understand the transformative nature of what can happen, that it's not just a dispute resolution process, that there's a huge amount of more longer term benefits that you can get from that process. So in the context of that, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. Voice, then, I suppose there's the training, as I said, that has taken place. Again, the most recent training, it was provided by a group called LADR in the UK. And they have provided the training, but there needs to be that follow-up support in the context of continuing professional development, making sure that, it is embedded, because it's very easy to do a training, walk away from it, think this is great, and then not put the information that maybe you have learned into practice. So it's important that there is that follow-up and peer-to-peer support. There was a consideration about whether maybe certain mediators would be specialists in child inclusive, and that if there was a child inclusive bit to be done, that rather than the mediator who's dealing with the parents, if they're not comfortable with it, that you would bring in this child inclusive bit into the process. But from what the discussions I've had with parents over the course of the research, they really, really valued the relationship that they had built up with the mediator and the trust that they had built up with the mediator. And it was through that relationship building and the trust that they felt happy to invite the children into that process, because they knew, Rachel or Mary or whatever, they knew that she or he was going to take care of the children like they took care of them, in scaffolding them through the process and in really helping them. So while specialists in child inclusive might be a way to deal with it, it's introducing another person to the family. And my thinking, while at the beginning I might have thought that this was a way to do it, now I think that relationship with the parents and the children and the mediator is very important in the context of the family as a whole. So the audience then, the fear, I suppose, is the main issue that's coming across in the context of parents, by saying the children are fine, are doing it sometimes out of fear. They're afraid that the child might say, well, actually, I want to go with dad, or I want to go with mom, or they might give them some home truths that they don't necessarily want to hear, or that they're not able to hear. So there's a lot of work to be done, I suppose, around acknowledging the difficulty for parents. At this is a difficult time for them. They're not going to be perhaps performing at their absolute best in the context of where they are in parenting at that particular point in time, but that that they are encouraged that this is beneficial for them, beneficial down the line. And I suppose some of the younger people that I've spoken to talked about the importance of taking that time out. I spoke to two young boys. One was involved in the child inclusive mediation process, and the older boy wasn't included in it. And the older boy's view was that the younger boy had been given that space to deal with it at that particular time and had been involved in it. Whereas because he wasn't directly involved, he had a tendency to kind of push it away and say, I'll deal with it again some other time. And that he had never really taken the time to deal with it, and that audience and that opportunity to kind of have that conversation. It's also coming across very strongly in the research that giving children that opportunity to be in part of that, or at least asking them or explaining to them what's involved in it if they wish to take part, has opened the channels between the parents and the children for further talk outside of the mediation process, in terms of the children being less, being less afraid of being able to kind of raise issues with the parents and kind of deal with them in the future. And then the influence, as I said, is, I suppose, the difficult part. What's influenced a lot of the mediators that are using the child inclusive process is familiarity with the research. We saw that there's a big correlation between, if the mediators have read the research that's been done on child inclusive mediation, or the research that's been done around, that it's not necessarily the separation itself, but that how it's dealt with it that can cause the issues for the children. That has had a huge influence on the mediators being willing to engage in child inclusive mediation, and that they are seeing it more as a children's rights issue. But the impact of how they explain it, I think, has been hugely important. How does the mediator explain this to parents? How do they see it as a valuable part of the process, rather than, as I said earlier, kind of a nice to have add-on? So we've interviews with mediators, they're largely very positive. I think the new training, like I said, has really helped. And what they really are calling for now is, follow-up support from the Legal Aid Board in terms of the mentoring, the co-supervision, the continuing professional development, and clear policies to kind of help them to develop. So I just put in the BOOMA model of meaningful participation there because he talks about it adds a little bit, I think, to the Lundy model because they talk about informing, hearing, and involving. But the informing part, I think, is important. And you see, she talks there about things like the right to grow up in safety, the right to participate, and then several aspects about the participation possibilities. How do they want to participate? Maybe they'd like to write a letter, maybe they'd like to be a part of it. What are the consequences? What's the aim? And kind of giving them all of that information so that they know, because some of the young people I spoke to before, when I asked them what they'd like to have participated in it, they thought that that meant that they had to make decisions. They thought that it meant that they had to, decide where they were going to live. And they didn't just have a full understanding of what the participation meant. So I think some of these things on the checklist, they're just maybe important for the children in terms of, for the mediators in a way to use as kind of a checklist as to how they might explain it to the children. So that's pretty much the project. The other stuff that I've done since that really is, like I said, I've case studies of 5 families that have used the child inclusive mediation process, and it really has helped them significantly. Now, the parents will sometimes say it's difficult to know, and some of the young people, when they were asked if they wanted to participate, will say that they don't remember taking part in the process. So it's difficult to know whether they don't remember because they don't want to get involved, or they don't remember because on the one hand, maybe they've blocked it out, but on the other hand, maybe that it was so much less traumatic for them to come in and have a chat with the mediator than we perceive it to be, that they've forgotten about it. So it's difficult to know which of those are the reasons, but sometimes they don't want to go there. It's always difficult, I think, when doing this type of research, when you've been through a difficult process, it's difficult to ask the parents or the children to revisit it. So we have to be really conscious of that, and we can't push it. We're leaving the door open for another period. We were hoping to have this written up by August, but we're leaving the door. I've got an extension just to leave the door open a little bit, in the hopes that maybe we will get more voices of children within the process. But like I said, the stumbling blocks are to get through, one parent will agree and then the other parent might not, or the 2 parents might agree and then the children will say, I don't remember it. So it's just difficult to get them on board. So I think that's pretty much me. I don't know if I'm within time, Tanya, but if there's any questions or anything, or if there's something I haven't covered, please let me know.
Коня, дуже дякую. Якщо можна закрити, будь ласка,
Thank you very much,
презентацію, щоб
Connie.
ми всі бачили
Could you
зараз.
please close the presentation so that we can see everyone on the
Sorry,
screens?
good point. Yeah, okay. Just, how do I do this again?
Мгм.
I haven't used Zoom for a while. Stop share. Okay.
Чудово, дуже дякую. Так, колеги,
Great,
якщо
thank
є
you.
коментарі або питання, будь ласка,
Colleagues, any
я
comments,
хотіла б дайте
questions?
знати. Я
Please
хотіла
raise your hands,
запитати,
let us
Таня,
know.
скажіть, будь
In the
ласка,
meantime,
коли
I
планується
have a
завершення цього
question.
дослідження
So when do you
вже
expect
опрацювання
the
результатів?
completion of the research and processing of the results?
Well, we're processing the results as we go along. The research is pretty much concluded, but like I said, we're just leaving that door open. I've got an extension of time from the Research Ireland, just in case I can, just to try and increase the value of the project a bit. If I can get some more children, I'm continuously going back to mediators and asking them, do you have any families that you think would like to take part? Obviously, because the more we can get, the better. But we have a significant amount of the analysis done. So I suppose my main findings are around those things that I mentioned, that I think there isn't a general understanding amongst the members of the public, or indeed amongst the legal profession, as to the huge benefits of mediation. They see it as just like another dispute resolution process, just like they would negotiate a settlement. I think the message needs to be getting out there about the difference, the real value that mediation provides, and then the value of including the children in the process as well.
Так, дійсно вражаюче дослідження.
Thank you.
Вражає
This
саме
is a
кількість
very
підходів,
impressive
які ви
study,
пропонували для того,
and
щоб
I'm impressed
зробити
by
це
the number of
дослідження.
approaches you
Модель
combined
Ланді,
to make it
ви
happen. And
також
Landi
сьогодні
model, and you
згадували
mentioned
про Джил
Macintosh,
Голсон модель.
and
Це
you
дійсно прям
mentioned
вражає. І
Jill
якщо я
Golson
правильно
model.
почула,
And if
то
my
ваше
understanding is
дослідження було
correct,
спрямоване
your
саме
research
на те,
was
щоб
aimed
цей
at
підхід був зорієнтований на
making
дитину,
sure
а
this
не на
approach
батьків,
is
не на
oriented
систему,
towards
тобто не на
children, not
дорослих, а на
parents,
те, щоб
not the
дослідити,
system. So not towards the
як
adults,
це
but
може
rather
бути в найкращий
towards
спосіб для дитини
exploring how
зроблено.
it could work best for the children.
Yeah, I mean, it's bringing all of the stakeholders involved, the parents, the mediators, but the children was really to be kind of the more crucial part of it because their perspective hasn't been heard before. So things they wanted was, kind of more age appropriate information because they might not necessarily know what term, that we talk about some legal term or some term in mediation. They might not know what that means. So to be able to explain that to them, rooms that are child friendly. Some of the mediators use the bear cards or get them to draw pictures. Some mediators provide them with snacks if they're allowed, and they remember things like the treats that they got when they went into the mediation process, just little things that make it more comfortable for them. And what was really important to them as well was in a situation where the mum and the dad, or the two parents, regardless of gender, could bring the children in together and wait for them together so that they kind of presented this united front of this is something we want you to do for us as a family. It's all part of the respect that are shown for the children as a family. So those are kind of the main things that the children liked or wanted kind of in the process.
Дуже дякую.
Thank you
Коні,
very
дуже
much.
дякую вам за зустріч.
Thank you,
Дякую
Connie,
за
for the
те, що
presentation.
поділилися вашою
Thank you
практикою і
for
дослідженням.
sharing
І
your
сподіваюся на нашу
research.
ще
And
зустріч,
I'm looking
присвячену
forward to
результатам
our
аналізу результатів
meeting
дослідження.
about the
Дякую вам.
results,
І
the
тоді
final results
на
of the
сьогодні ми
survey.
будемо
Thank you.
переходити
Yeah.
до
And
наступного виступу. Так.
And just
now
to say
we'll
that I'm trying to establish a network of people that are interested in this area to look at models of best practice and training. And so I'm having a meeting next week in Galway of some people that can attend. But if anybody is interested in attending that workshop online, I can send the link to you. And if you want to circulate it, we'll be obviously very happy to hear from anybody. Jen McIntosh is going to be part of it, and Barlow and Ewing from the UK. There's members from the Czech Republic and I think Bosnia. So if you're interested, and you've time, it's next Friday. You're more than welcome to join that meeting and dip in and out of it as you think might be helpful.
Та щиро дякуємо за запрошення.
thank you
Коні,
so
я ще
much for the
попрошу вас
invitation.
поділитися і
And
матеріалами,
Connie,
про які
I
ви
would like you
згадували
to kindly share the
під час вашого
materials
виступу.
that you
Yeah.
mentioned
І
with us.
тому надішліть, будь ласка, і матеріали
And
відразу, і
could you
посилання
please
на
send us
зустріч,
the
і будемо
materials and the
раді
link to the
поділитися.
meeting,
Дякую.
and
I will,
we
yeah.
will be very happy to join.
Okay, that's great.
Дякую. Lorraine,
Thank you.
do you hear me? Yeah, hello.
Lorraine.
Could you please unmute? Мгм.
Так, добрий день.
Добрий день.
Добрий день, так.
Так, так.
Так.
Lorraine, so happy to see you again. I miss you so much. Could you please choose on the bottom of the panel interpretation function French channel?
French channel, where? Where is it?
On the bottom,
Yes, I have the button. Yes.
interpretation. Do you see
Interpretation.
interpretation?
Okay.
It's
Okay,
where
let me
it says
see.
more.
Yes, yes, interpretation. Yes, okay.
Yeah, French
French.
channel.
Yes,
Mhm.
okay. Is it okay?
Perfect.
C'est correct? OK. Bonjour. Bonjour, c'est l'interprète. Bonjour, Madame l'interprète. Oui. Bonjour. Alors, vous avez reçu mes slides, mes diapositives? Oui, oui, OK. Alors, je vais essayer de parler lentement et pour que vous puissiez interpréter. Je veux aussi partager mon écran. Est-ce que c'est possible? Oui, je peux.
Так,
Oui, je
да,
peux.
Марія, да, давайте, щоб тепер в зворотньому напрямку, що ми вас чуємо, да, чуємо, і ви будете вдвох там між собою координувати з Володимиром, так? Я
C'est
правильно?
bon? Ça va?
Добре.
Is it okay? C'est bon? Tac, tac.
Так, воно вже,
Так, так.
да,
Окей.
Лорен, все
D'accord.
чудово,
C'est
бачимо
bon.
вашу презентацію,
Oui,
хвилинку,
tout va bien.
дозвольте
OK.
мені.
Alors,
Дозвольте
oui,
хвилинку, Лорен, дозвольте мені представити спочатку трішки нашим
d'accord.
колегам. Трішки розкажу про вас. Ну, по-перше, знову повторюся, я дуже щаслива вас бачити. Ми вже багато років тому мали таку честь чути вас на нашій конференції міжнародній. І дуже вдячна вам за те, що погодилися сьогодні приєднатися до нашої конференції, присвячене саме дослідженню роботи з дітьми, залученню дітей в сімейну медіацію. І це та тема, яка для нас на сьогодні актуальна, яку ми намагаємося розвивати в Україні. І запрошення Лорен, воно пов'язано з тим, що, ну, по-перше, Лорен – це вже така квінтесенція досвіду роботи в сімейній медіації, зокрема з дітьми. 35 років Лорен обіймала посаду директора служби медіації при Вищому суді Квебеку в Монреалі. Заснувала і координувала роботу груп підтримки для батьків, які розлучилися, розробила програму спільного виховання дітей та налагодження комунікації для батьків, які розлучилися. Також Лорен є засновницею Міжнародної франкомовної асоціації фахівців, які працюють з розлученими родинами. Є авторкою там величезної купи різних статей в наукових журналах і лауреаткою кількох почесних нагород, зокрема це премія юстиції Квебеку і премія міжпрофесійної ради Квебеку. І тема презентації сьогодні – це покращення життя дітей та сімей через процес спільного виховання дітей та батьківської координації. Тобто, як це відбувається, що, як і хто. І передаю вам слово. Лорен, дуже дякую вам за те, що ви сьогодні з нами.
Diakoyou. Diakoyou. Donc, je suis très honorée d'être là aujourd'hui. Merci de l'invitation. Alors, j'entendais tout à l'heure Madame la conférencière de l'Université de Galway et je partage avec elle cette recherche que nous avons eue aussi au Québec sur la place de l'enfant en médiation familiale. Et donc, nous, les enfants ont beaucoup apprécié rencontrer le médiateur, surtout lorsqu'il y avait un goûter ou des petites choses à manger pour l'enfant. Et ça, c'était la même chose. Et cette ambiance conviviale, agréable. Et maintenant, ça prend notre conclusion avec la vôtre, c'est que ça prend une formation spécifique pour les médiateurs familiaux pour savoir comment auditionner l'enfant. Alors, donc, moi, ça m'intéresse de partager avec vous votre travail. Alors voilà, aujourd'hui, je voulais vous parler justement le travail que nous avons fait au Québec euh, pour réfléchir à quel service est le plus utile pour l'enfant et les parents, à quel moment et par quel professionnel. Parce que les conflits de séparation sont différents. Il y a des conflits qui sont peu importants, donc petits, minimes, des conflits légers, des conflits modérés, mais aussi des hauts conflits. Et quels sont les services qui sont les plus utiles pour les familles séparées? Alors, donc, le bon service au bon moment. Maintenant, ici, vous avez un travail que nous avons fait pour essayer de faire la différence entre ces différents conflits et quel service serait le plus adapté. Alors donc, pour les conflits minimes ou légers, on pense que la médiation familiale peut être utile. Aussi, le droit qu'on appelle familial collaboratif, où ce sont les avocats qui collaborent avec les parents pour trouver des solutions sans procédure judiciaire ou sans recours au tribunal. Nous avons le conflit modéré et c'est de ça dont je vais vous parler surtout aujourd'hui. C'est le coaching coparental qui a été développé aux États-Unis. Et vous savez, nous sommes très influencés au Québec par les États-Unis, par ce qui se passe. Donc, je ne veux pas faire de politique maintenant là, pour parler de M. Trump ou autre chose, mais nous sommes très influencés par les États-Unis, ce qui se passe particulièrement en Californie, parce qu'il y a beaucoup de services très euh, disons, importants et qui sont très pertinents. Alors donc, on a eu le coaching coparental qui est développé ici, mais aussi la coordination parentale dont je vais vous parler parce que nous avons un programme depuis quelques années à la Cour suprême de Montréal. Alors, donc, je ne vais pas vous lire tout ça, vous pourrez en prendre connaissance. Alors, quelles sont les ressources? Je viens d'en parler. Donc, selon le conflit, le type de conflit, le niveau de conflit, quels sont les services qui sont adaptés pour la famille. Et c'est pour ça qu'il faut avoir plusieurs services disponibles, non pas en confrontation ou en compétition, mais plutôt en complémentarité, travailler dans l'interdisciplinarité. C'est ça qui est le plus important. Alors, donc, le service de coaching coparental, qu'est-ce que c'est? Alors, c'est un service qui a été mis en place aux États-Unis depuis 30 ans à peu près et qui nous vient, parce qu'il y a beaucoup de choses qui nous viennent de l'Ouest. Alors, donc, ensuite, l'Ouest canadien, Colombie-Britannique, qui est aussi une des provinces qui est très avancée au niveau de tous ces services. Et puis, ça vient graduellement vers l'Est. Et nous sommes la seule province française du Canada et on travaille en collaboration avec nos amis des autres provinces canadiennes anglophones. Ça, c'est pas un problème. Mais on doit nous adapter aussi à notre culture, à nos règles, le code civil. Nous avons le code civil français. Alors donc, il y a des choses à adapter. Alors voilà, donc le service est disponible de coaching coparental depuis 15 ans. Ça se développe aussi en France, en Belgique, en Luxembourg, en Suisse. Nous avons créé aussi un réseau international francophone de coachs coparentaux. Alors, donc, c'est pour développer aussi une déontologie du coaching parce que le coaching coparental, ce n'est pas une profession. Les professions sont l'avocat, le psychologue, le travailleur social. Le coaching coparental, comme la coordination parentale, ce sont des champs de pratique, des possibilités d'exercice de pratique, mais il faut effectivement une formation spécifique. Alors, le coaching coparental, c'est un processus qui est confidentiel. Donc, il n'y a pas de rapport au juge. C'est une approche familiale systémique. Donc, on travaille avec les parents, l'enfant, des fois les beaux-parents, les grands-parents s'il y a des conflits. Et il y a, donc, c'est un service qui est offert aux parents pour plusieurs mois. C'est un accompagnement à la coparentalité. Donc, on va aider souvent les parents parce que les parents, par exemple, moi, je suis médiatrice familiale et je rencontre depuis 40 ans plusieurs familles. Les parents viennent nous voir et ils sont capables, avec l'aide du médiateur, d'arriver à une entente. Sauf que des fois, le conflit est trop élevé. Les parents ont une entente, une belle entente de médiation qui est écrite, mais ils sont incapables de la mettre en place. Il y a de la difficulté, des conflits encore, de la colère, de la frustration, de la souffrance. Donc, ils ont besoin d'aide pour être accompagnés, donc un soutien. Et c'est ça le coaching coparental. Et on va aider les parents à développer une coparentalité plus coopérative, surtout une communication. Parce que souvent, dans les conflits de séparation, il n'y a plus de communication ou la communication est dysfonctionnelle. Donc, il faut qu'on puisse aider les parents à développer une communication. Parce que s'il n'y a pas de communication, c'est l'enfant qui va devenir le messager. Et ça, c'est très important, c'est très grave pour l'enfant et ça a un impact négatif sur l'enfant. On va aussi, dans le coaching coparental, donner du soutien à l'enfant parce que l'enfant est dans un conflit de loyauté, c'est très fréquent dans les conflits de séparation. Donc, on va aider cet enfant à se dégager du conflit de loyauté en lui offrant des services individuels aussi pendant le coaching coparental. Euh, pour qui le coaching coparental? Donc, c'est un service qui est disponible aux parents eux-mêmes. Les parents eux-mêmes peuvent, par exemple, je vous donne un exemple. J'ai eu une demande il y a quelques semaines. Donc, les parents sont allés voir un médiateur. Ils sont séparés depuis 6 mois. Ils ont une garde partagée de 2 enfants. Et Madame a quitté le père pour aller vivre avec une autre personne. Et le père est très, très en réaction à la séparation. Il est très souffrant de cette séparation-là qu'il n'accepte pas. Donc, la communication, même s'ils ont une très belle entente de médiation, cette entente-là ne fonctionne pas. Les parents ne se parlent pas. Donc, j'ai commencé à travailler avec les parents pour rétablir une communication. Ils ont vraiment besoin d'aide quand et comment ils vont se donner des informations au sujet des enfants, l'école, la santé, le sport, etc. Donc, on est en train de travailler là-dessus, mais ils ont vraiment besoin de l'aide d'un tiers neutre, impartial, qui va les aider à rétablir cette communication. Alors, donc, c'est un exemple. On peut aussi avoir, et on a beaucoup d'avocats en droit de la famille, qui sont très, que j'appelle des avocats coopératifs. Ils vont chercher des solutions plutôt que de chercher à saisir le tribunal ou recourir à la justice. Alors, ils vont proposer aux parents qui ont de la difficulté à communiquer par exemple, je vous donne un autre exemple, Geneviève qui a 12 ans, le père va voir son avocat parce que Geneviève, depuis 3 mois, ne veut plus venir à la maison chez lui. Donc, il est très triste de ça. Et il va voir son avocat pour que l'avocat puisse aller devant le juge, donc déposer une requête pour demander que la garde partagée soit appliquée parce qu'il y a une résistance de l'enfant, mais il accuse la mère, évidemment, d'en être responsable. Alors, l'avocat du père propose plutôt Au lieu de déposer une requête à la cour, il propose au père de tenter un coaching coparental. Alors moi, j'ai rencontré Geneviève qui a 12 ans et ce que Geneviève me raconte, c'est que ce n'est pas qu'elle ne veut plus voir son père, c'est que elle a beaucoup de difficultés avec la nouvelle compagne du père, donc la belle-mère qui est très autoritaire, me dit-elle, qui dénigre, parle en négatif contre sa mère, que ça lui fait beaucoup de peine, et que en plus, elle est très, très, très possessive de son père, et la petite de 12 ans ne peut plus faire rien avec son père seule, ce qui est souvent une demande de l'enfant dans la famille recomposée. Donc, j'ai travaillé avec le père et Geneviève, la belle-mère aussi, la mère, et pour rétablir les rôles de chacun. Et finalement, le père a accepté de voir son enfant seul quelques semaines et ensuite, avec le temps, la petite et la belle-mère aussi a compris qu'elle doit respecter la mère, arrêter de la dénigrer, euh, considérer les besoins de Geneviève. Alors, bref, pendant quelques mois, j'ai travaillé et il n'y a pas eu de procédure. C'est ça le coaching coparental. C'est pour éviter justement des procédures inutiles si les parents coopèrent, s'il y a une amélioration de la situation. Donc, ça peut être aussi le juge. On a aussi des juges aux affaires familiales qui recommandent le coaching coparental parce qu'ils rencontrent des parents qui sont en conflit mais ils sont de bons parents et ils pourraient travailler leur coparentalité. Alors, ce qui est très intéressant, qui s'est développé tant aux États-Unis que chez nous au Québec et ailleurs au Canada, c'est que le juge a un autre rôle aussi. Chacun joue un autre rôle, c'est-à-dire qu'on cherche à favoriser la coopération et la coparentalité et les outils et le service qui peuvent être utiles, c'est le coaching coparental dans les conflits modérés. On verra que les conflits ont besoin plus de coordination parentale. Alors, donc, le coaching coparental dans lequel on va attendre de l'avocat dans ce coaching coparental, le rôle de l'avocat aussi, on dit un nouveau rôle parce qu'il va informer son client, il va le conseiller, il va respecter la confidentialité du coaching et il ne va déposer aucune nouvelle procédure pendant le coaching, sauf en matière d'urgence. Alors, c'est une entente que nous avons avec le barreau du Québec. Les avocats acceptent de signer un consentement au coaching coparental dans lequel ils vont agir de cette façon, collaborer avec le coach. Je vous donne un autre exemple que j'ai eu l'année dernière. Donc, j'ai une maman qui a des problèmes de dépendance à l'alcool et elle s'était engagée à aller chercher de l'aide, thérapie pour sa dépendance à l'alcool. Finalement, je travaille avec les deux parents aussi à rétablir une communication, mais à un moment donné, Madame se présente à une entrevue. Elle était complètement ivre. Donc, elle avait bu trop. Elle ne pouvait pas participer à cette entrevue. Le père était très en colère, donc il a dit, OK, moi, je quitte la séance. Et moi, évidemment, je ne pouvais pas faire une séance de coaching avec quelqu'un qui a bu de façon à la rendre ivre. Alors, j'ai invité Madame à quitter et à informer son avocat que le coaching était suspendu parce que, il y avait un comportement de sa part inapproprié et je lui recommande fortement d'aller chercher de l'aide. Alors, le coaching est suspendu et dans le processus de coaching, il y a une collaboration entre le coach et l'avocat. J'ai l'autorisation de la mère, donc je contacte l'avocat de la mère et 24 heures après, je donne la chance à madame de téléphoner à son avocate. Elle ne le fait pas. Je téléphone à l'avocat et je lui dis, voilà, est-ce que votre cliente, madame, vous a téléphoné? Non. Alors, dommage. je vous appelle parce que j'ai besoin de votre aide. C'est ça, le coaching coparental, c'est une coopération interdisciplinaire. Donc, j'ai besoin de vous, maître, parce que votre cliente n'a pas respecté un engagement concernant son problème avec l'alcool. L'avocat me dit, Madame Filion, je m'en occupe, je vais parler avec ma cliente. J'ai dit, écoutez, le coaching est suspendu. Et finalement, 2, 3 jours plus tard, l'avocat de Madame me téléphone pour me dire, j'ai rencontré ma cliente. Madame s'est engagée à reprendre son traitement parce qu'elle l'avait suspendu et je vous assure qu'elle sera présente au prochain rendez-vous de façon appropriée. Alors, je contacte le père et le père me dit, mon avocate aussi, me conseille de revenir en coaching et c'est ça, c'est que les avocats vont soutenir ce processus de coaching et ils ne vont pas aller au tribunal, ils vont plutôt coopérer avec le coach. Alors, 2 semaines plus tard, je revois Madame et Monsieur. Madame se présente totalement appropriée, elle est sobre et Monsieur est toujours en colère. Madame euh, informe que, et elle a même apporté une attestation. Hein. Elle a apporté une attestation comme quoi, une feuille dans laquelle se disait qu'elle avait repris son traitement et qu'elle s'engageait à y aller. Et le processus de coaching a pu se continuer. Alors, c'est un exemple de coopération interdisciplinaire qui favorise justement la coparentalité. Alors voilà. Maintenant, il y a ici un chercheur, psychologue, Madame Poitras, qui a fait une étude en 2022 où elle a tenté de répertorier, de chercher dans toutes les études américaines ou internationales. Il y a très peu d'études, même aux États-Unis, sur le co-parenting ou le coaching coparental. Il y en a sur la coordination parentale, beaucoup, mais pas sur le coaching. Par contre, ce qu'elle a trouvé, c'est que les parents, il y a eu quelques études, les parents ont dit que oui, on a de meilleures habilités de communication, surtout les femmes qui ont dit ça, et les hommes moins, c'était plus faible. Maintenant, les coachs coparentaux dont je fais partie, moi, je trouve que c'est un service très utile pour la famille et je dirais surtout pour les enfants. Et c'est ma passion depuis 40 ans que je travaille, c'est de pouvoir donner une voix à l'enfant, mais aussi lui donner un soutien pour que les parents puissent prendre en compte ses besoins parce que plus ils sont en conflit, moins ils sont sensibles aux besoins de l'enfant. Ils disent qu'ils aiment l'enfant, mais ils sont peu disponibles à l'enfant. Alors, je vais vous parler maintenant de la coordination parentale, donc Parental Coordination. Donc, ce service existe depuis 1990, donc ça fait 40 ans que ça existe aux États-Unis et aussi au Canada. Dans toutes les provinces canadiennes, il y a 10 provinces canadiennes. Chaque province est autonome. C'est seulement la loi du divorce qui rejoint toute la Fédération canadienne qui fait en sorte qu'elle est la même dans toutes les provinces, mais dans chaque province, il y a une autonomie réglementaire et légale et il y a différents services de coordination parentale. Alors, la coordination parentale, elle existe aussi en Espagne, elle est développée en Espagne et en Italie, en Israël, en Afrique du Sud, en Australie, à Singapour, à Hong Kong. Alors, peut-être que, je ne sais pas, en Norvège, peut-être ailleurs, mais c'est un service qui est développé beaucoup. Alors, il y a des lois spécifiques aux États-Unis qui vont guider la nomination, la formation. Euh, il y a, mais la plupart du temps, il y a l'ordonnance du juge, bien sûr, mais il y a souvent le consentement des parents qui est requis aussi. C'est notre programme au Québec d'avoir le consentement des parents. Il y a aussi, j'entrerai pas trop dans les détails, mais il y a certaines provinces canadiennes et certains États américains où on donne le pouvoir au coordonnateur parental qui devient un arbitre qui est pratiquement pour juger, pour arbitrer un différend, mais ce n'est pas le cas au Québec et ailleurs. Bon. Alors, donc, qu'est-ce que c'est que la coordination parentale? Donc, elle intervient dans les hauts conflits. Et comment on diagnostique le haut conflit? C'est souvent évidemment, les émotions sont extrêmement high, sont très, très fortes. La colère, la colère, mais aussi des fois le désir de vengeance, la rancœur, c'est vraiment fort, c'est des émotions très, très fortes. Des procédures, les parents vont intenter des procédures à la cour. Il va y avoir des plaintes ou signalements à la protection de l'enfance. Donc, l'enfant peut être en danger, impacté. L'enfant est impacté au niveau de son développement. Alors, le conflit est tellement élevé que les enfants, évidemment, sont impactés, souffrent beaucoup de ce conflit parental. Alors donc, qu'est-ce que c'est? Donc, la coordination parentale, c'est centré sur les besoins de l'enfant. Le coordonnateur va vraiment tenter de protéger l'enfant ou de l'aider à se protéger par rapport au conflit des parents. Et il va travailler aussi beaucoup avec les parents pour rétablir une communication. Et aussi, quand les parents, ce qui est très important, c'est qu'il va accompagner les parents dans la mise en œuvre du plan parental qui est défini par le juge. Donc, le coordonnateur parental intervient suite à un jugement. Donc, il y a un jugement et je vais vous parler de notre programme au Québec. Donc, on a eu deux programmes publics donc, qui ont été faits, payés subventionnés par le ministère de la Justice du Québec. Donc, un en 2012-2014. Il y en a un autre 2023 qui est plus récent. Je suis responsable de ce programme avec deux juges de la Cour suprême. Nous travaillons ensemble pour que ce programme puisse se développer avec la collaboration du Barreau du Québec et d'un centre qui s'appelle Consensus qui réunit des coordonnateurs parentaux qui ont été formés parce qu'il y a vraiment une formation à la coordination parentale qui est essentiel et qui existe beaucoup au Canada et aux États-Unis. Alors, jusqu'à présent, notre projet à Montréal, on a pu offrir à 30 familles, donc à haut conflit, qui ont été diagnostiquées haut conflit, 45 heures gratuites de coordination parentale. Donc, le coordonnateur est payé par l'État. Il y a un comité de suivi, donc on a des rencontres 3 ou 4 fois par année avec les coordonnateurs parentaux. Il y a 8 juges qui sont spécialisés, qui ont été formés aussi à la coordination parentale. Et ce sont ces juges-là qui vont faire le suivi des familles. Alors, par exemple, lorsqu'un un premier une première famille, par exemple, est accueillie dans le programme de coordination parentale, il y a une rencontre avec le juge au tribunal, mais c'est avec les avocats, les parents et le coordonnateur parental qui a été désigné. Et ils vont offrir d'abord 10 heures de coordination parentale gratuite. Pourquoi au départ, on ne l'avait pas fait, mais là, on le fait? C'est que c'est un premier 10 heures, c'est un test. Alors, donc, le coordonnateur va rencontrer les parents, va évaluer aussi les risques et dépister la violence conjugale. On a formé des coordonnateurs parentaux avec un outil qui nous vient de l'Australie, qui s'appelle DOORS. qui est un outil qui a été développé par Jennifer McIntosh, qui est une grande psychologue de l'Australie. Et cet outil DOORS a été développé pour dépister la violence conjugale, mais aussi les risques, les problèmes de santé mentale ou d'autres risques associés. Alors, tous les coordonnateurs parentaux ont été formés à utiliser cet outil DOORS et ils vont évidemment rencontrer les parties séparément en utilisant cet outil qui est un questionnaire et ils vont faire une entrevue et il faut évaluer est-ce qu'on est dans la violence qu'on appelle coercitive ou la violence très, très grave où effectivement on ne pourra pas intervenir alors en coordination parentale. Alors ça, c'est quelque chose que l'on fait. Il peut y avoir aussi des problèmes de santé mentale graves qui font en sorte qu'on ne peut pas intervenir. Alors donc, on fait une évaluation d'abord et donc pendant ces 10 heures, on aura la chance de rencontrer 2 ou 3 fois les parents et après, on retourne chez le juge. Et le juge, c'est un rituel, mais c'est très important parce que c'est très cadré, c'est un cadre. On retourne devant le juge et le coordonnateur parental fait rapport au juge. Il n'y a pas de confidentialité dans la coordination parentale et c'est important. Alors, donc, on va faire rapport au juge en disant, Monsieur le juge, voilà, nous avons rencontré les parents, on a évalué la question de la violence et tout, voilà, et les parents sont coopératifs et nous recommandons que vous puissiez leur attribuer 35 heures complémentaires. Et c'est là que le juge va d'abord féliciter les parents, hein, c'est très important de dire bravo, vous avez coopéré avec le coordonnateur. Maintenant, je vous autorise 35 heures. Alors, on ne faisait pas ça au début dans notre premier programme et il s'est avéré qu'on a travaillé beaucoup, beaucoup avec des parents qui, au fond, n'étaient pas coopératifs. On a travaillé très longtemps alors qu'on aurait pu utiliser ces heures avec une autre famille. Alors, le programme fonctionne, je vous le dis, très bien. Et ce qu'on a maintenant, on a une recherche on a Dr Poitras, psychologue, docteur en psychologie, qui est en train d'évaluer, et c'est très important, d'évaluer l'impact de la coordination parentale sur la communication entre les parents, les degrés ou le nombre d'ententes, le recours aux tribunaux. Et donc, on sait dans les recherches qui existent actuellement américaines et canadiennes, et même la nôtre que nous avons faite en 2012, que un des plus grands impacts de la coordination parentale, c'est de limiter le nombre de recours au tribunal ou même de faire en sorte qu'il n'y a plus de recours au tribunal. Donc, donc c'est très, très important, mais c'est important d'avoir cette recherche. Donc, on aura les résultats de la recherche en 2027 parce que notre programme n'est pas encore terminé, parce que le chercheur fait une rencontre avec chaque parent à la fin de la coordination parentale pour savoir qu'est-ce qu'ils ont un questionnaire à remplir. Et il va y avoir aussi une rencontre avec tous les coordonnateurs parentaux, les juges qui ont collaboré et on a aussi, ce dont je veux vous parler, qui est très important, c'est qu'on a une avocate qui est représentante du barreau, du bâtonnier du Québec et qui est l'avocate qui va faire la formation des avocats à Montréal, mais aussi à chaque dossier, à chaque fois qu'un juge ordonne la coordination parentale et qu'il y a une nouvelle famille, cette avocate rencontre les 2 avocats des parents pendant 1 heure. Ça se fait en mode virtuel, Zoom ou Team, et elle va parler avec eux, discuter avec eux des attentes que nous avons face à eux pendant la coordination parentale. Alors, je vous dis que c'est un des aspects les plus importants et appréciés des avocats de pouvoir parler avec une avocate qui est formée elle-même à la coordination parentale, elle leur présente le programme, les attentes qu'on a, et ça va favoriser encore ce travail interdisciplinaire. Donc actuellement, nous avons formé, nous avons 10 coordonnateurs parentaux. Ils ont été formés à 45 heures de formation et ensuite on les supervise pour les 10 premiers dossiers. Ça prend un an, à peu près une année. Alors, il y a de la supervision aussi qui est recommandée alors, on a le service qui est offert en français, en anglais, espagnol. On peut aussi, parce qu'il y en a des coordonnateurs, on peut aussi avoir accès à un interprète si c'est nécessaire dans d'autres langues. Alors, ici, c'est important de signaler l'impact de la coordination parentale aux États-Unis et au Canada. Donc, c'est positif, les recherches qui ont été démontrées sur le fait qu'il y a moins de procédures judiciaires pendant, évidemment, la coordination parentale, mais après aussi. Donc, il y a un apaisement du conflit. Donc, ça, c'est bénéfique. Maintenant, l'autre chose, c'est que si on interviewe les parents et on leur demande, et ça va vous faire rigoler, on demande aux parents, et puis, qu'est-ce que ça a donné, la coordination parentale? Les parents disent, pas beaucoup de choses. Ça n'a pas permis de changer mon ex-conjoint parce qu'ils auraient aimé qu'on change l'ex-conjoint. Par contre, les enfants, eux, on a une étude qu'on a faite auprès des enfants et les enfants, eux voient les aspects positifs que les parents ne voient pas. L'enfant dit, euh, par exemple, les enfants disent, c'est très important pour nous comme enfants de rencontrer un coordonnateur parental plus d'une fois. Ils ont aimé rencontrer le coordonnateur une fois, deux fois, trois fois, quatre fois, parce que la seule personne neutre, impartiale, qui peut m'écouter, parce que je ne peux pas parler avec mon père ou ma mère. Alors donc, les enfants ont dit que c'était aussi important de rencontrer les frères et sœurs séparément, donc de ne pas les voir ensemble, pour éviter qu'un enfant n'ose pas parler par inconfort ou peur, etc. Donc, très important, et nous le faisons dans la coordination actuellement de rencontrer les enfants pour justement leur donner ce soutien. Alors, je sais que Tania, vous m'aviez dit que je pouvais parler pendant une heure, mais j'aimerais mieux plutôt avoir des questions ou qu'on puisse faire des échanges avec vous. Donc, dans la conclusion, qu'est-ce que je pourrais vous dire? C'est que euh, l'importance pour tout professionnel, que ce soit l'avocat ou le travailleur social ou le médiateur ou le psychologue, de bien évaluer le niveau de conflit quand, par exemple, on est demandé par un parent pour offrir un service. Alors, de voir aussi à la sécurité des parents et des enfants. Par exemple, dans des situations de violence, on peut aussi rencontrer les parents séparément. Depuis maintenant la COVID, on peut faire d'excellents entretiens en mode virtuel. C'est moins, ça assure plus la sécurité et ça peut être moins difficile pour certains parents de se rencontrer. Alors, on peut le faire en mode virtuel. Par contre, avec les enfants, moi, je le fais toujours avec un goûter. J'offre toujours à l'enfant quelque chose à manger, à boire. Je le fais toujours en présentiel. Ça m'est arrivé quelquefois de rencontrer des adolescents en mode virtuel, mais c'était à leur demande. Bon, mais voilà. Mais les enfants, je les rencontre plus en mode de présentiel. Alors, c'est très important, la protection des enfants, je pense, dans le travail que l'on fait, de voir comment est-ce qu'on peut le mieux protéger les enfants ou aider les enfants à se protéger. Comment est-ce qu'on peut les aider ou les soutenir? Ça, c'est très important. C'est pour ça qu'au Québec aussi et ailleurs, pas mal de groupes de parole d'enfants ont été mis en place. Nous en avons un au Québec qui s'appelle Confidence. Donc, les enfants apprécient beaucoup rencontrer d'autres enfants pour s'amuser, pour parler, pour rigoler, pour jouer, mais entre enfants de parents séparés. Et c'est une excellente façon de les aider aussi à être davantage capables de s'exprimer. parce que c'est un peu ce qu'on vise, que l'enfant puisse dire. Une autre chose en conclusion, c'est que dans mon expérience depuis 40 ans, quand on aide l'enfant à dire lui-même à ses parents, quand par exemple Geneviève, je vous donnais l'exemple tout à l'heure de Geneviève, 12 ans, quand Geneviève dit, Papa, euh, je t'aime, c'est pas que je ne veux plus te voir, c'est ta compagne qui me fait de la peine, papa. C'est ta compagne qui parle contre maman. J'aimerais te voir seule. J'aimerais avoir des moments avec toi seule. Quand moi, j'ai pu permettre cette parole de l'enfant, entendue par le père, ben, c'est ça qui est beaucoup plus de poids que la parole du professionnel. Et ça, je vous le dis, il y a des études d'ailleurs qui le démontrent que la parole de l'enfant, parole de l'enfant, ça peut être un dessin de l'enfant, ça peut être différentes choses. Mais quand cette parole-là est transmise ou permet d'être transmise aux parents, ça permet davantage aux parents de prendre en compte les besoins réels de l'enfant. Alors, référer aux services appropriés. Par exemple, moi, je suis médiatrice familiale depuis longtemps et ça m'arrive de réaliser, après un ou deux entretiens, que ce n'est pas la médiation qui est appropriée pour ces parents-là. Ce serait plus le coaching coparental ou même la coordination parentale. C'est pas un échec. Faut pas le voir comme un échec. C'est que il y a d'autres services. On est en complémentarité. Parce que des fois, les gens disent, ben, j'ai fait une erreur, je suis incompétent. Non, c'est que ce service-là n'est pas approprié pour les parents. Ils sont tellement en haut conflit qu'il vaut mieux que ce soit en coordination parentale. Donc, je réfère cette famille-là vers un coordonnateur parental. Et vous le savez, je vous le disais tout à l'heure, en coordination parentale, ce sont des parents à haut conflit qui ont besoin du tribunal, qui ont besoin d'un jugement. Et c'est pour ça qu'il faut qu'il y ait un juge qui soit saisi pour pouvoir rendre jugement quand c'est approprié. Je vais vous donner un autre exemple de besoin du juge en coordination parentale dans une situation qu'on a eue l'année dernière. La jeune fille a 16 ans et c'est très fréquent chez nous que pour Pâques, on peut aller à New York. Bon, c'est un voyage que l'on fait, c'est bon. Et il y a l'école de cette jeune fille. Ils vont faire un voyage scolaire pendant quelques jours à New York. Et le père apprend que sa fille va y aller. Donc, c'est lui qui a le passeport. Mais quand il apprend que la jeune fille va y aller avec sa mère et le compagnon de sa mère, qui vont être parents accompagnateurs, le père refuse complètement. Et il refuse de donner le passeport à la mère. Alors donc, le coordonnateur parental tente d'amener les parents vers un consentement impossible. Donc, à ce moment-là, il va contacter le juge simplement par mail. Il va faire un courriel au juge pour dire, Monsieur le juge, on est dans une impasse, avec copie, bien entendu, aux avocats et aux parents. On a des impasses, une impasse, et on a besoin de vous pour nous entendre pour une audition en urgence. Alors, le juge très facilement organise cette audience en urgence. Et là, il y a le coordonnateur parental qui est là, les deux parents, les deux avocats. Et le coordonnateur a rencontré la jeune fille qui, elle, dit, ben moi, j'aimerais beaucoup aller avec ma classe, mes amis, à New York. Et elle est très triste de savoir que son père refuse. Donc, le coordonnateur transmet ça au juge et le juge entend le père. Et les objections du père, c'est que il dit, mais ma fille va être avec un étranger. Alors, le père voit le compagnon de la mère comme un étranger et le coordonnateur parental explique au juge que ça fait une année, donc depuis une année, la mère vit avec son compagnon et la jeune fille. Donc, c'est pas un étranger, c'est que le père n'accepte pas la séparation, bien sûr. Alors, le juge dit, Monsieur, je comprends, le coordonnateur me dit que la jeune fille aimerait aller à New York. Je considère que vos motifs sont injustifiés pour refuser le voyage de cet enfant à New York et dans son intérêt. Donc, je vous ordonne de remettre le passeport à la mère. Donc c'est un jugement. Et donc, les parents reviennent en coordination parentale. Vous allez trouver que c'est un peu bête, mais le père, à l'entretien, il remet au coordonnateur parental le passeport, pas à la mère. Il est trop en colère et c'est le coordonnateur qui remet le passeport à la mère pour que la mère puisse partir à New York avec sa fille. Donc, c'est un exemple à quel point un haut conflit a besoin du juge, de l'avocat, d'un jugement du coordonnateur parental pour pouvoir répondre aux besoins de l'enfant. Alors, ça prend aussi l'engagement des avocats qui doivent travailler dans une approche collaborative. Alors donc, il faut aussi former les juges à ce programme de coordination parentale. Je vous ai mis des références si ça vous intéresse sur différents jugements qui ont été rendus. Donc, j'arrête le partage et j'espère pour Madame l'interprète que je n'ai pas parlé trop vite, mais maintenant, je ne sais pas s'il y a des questions, Tania, ou je suis à votre écoute.
Так, Лорен, дуже дякую за презентацію. Колеги, дайте знати, якщо у вас є питання. Лорен, я хочу до вас поставити таке
Madame
питання.
Lorraine, j'ai
Ми
une
з вами
question.
обрали серед різних підходів і ваших послуг,
On a
які у вас є в
parlé
вашій країні,
des
і
approches
зупинилися на ось цих
différentes
трьох
au
форматах.
Canada
А в
et
мене таке
on a
питання,
choisi ces trois
якщо дитина
modalités.
відмовляється від
Et ma
зустрічі
question
з
est
батьками,
suivante.
тобто
Si
якщо батьки
l'enfant ne veut
батьківське
pas
відчуження,
voir
то є
ses
яка
parents,
тоді послуга надається? Як
qu'est-ce qu'on fait dans
працюють з
ces cas?
дитиною,
Si
разом з
on voit
батьками?
déjà une
Як підтримати
aliénation,
родину в таких випадках?
comment on peut soutenir la famille dans ce cas-là?
Bon, évidemment, si l'enfant ne veut pas voir son parent, je pense qu'il faut d'abord évaluer parce que c'est peut-être pas nécessairement ça peut être de l'aliénation, ça peut être ce qu'on appelle des comportements aliénants sans que ce soit de l'aliénation parentale grave. Donc, on a fait cette distinction. Par exemple, ça se peut que le parent qui a l'enfant, donc le parent hébergeant, euh, donc, parle négativement à l'enfant de son autre parent. Ça se peut aussi que le parent ait eu des maladresses. Donc, il faut faire une évaluation. Moi, si un enfant ne veut pas voir son parent, je pense qu'il faut faire une évaluation pour comprendre qu'est-ce qui se passe, ne prendre rien pour acquis, que comme je vous disais tout à l'heure, l'enfant qui disait, la mère disait, ma fille ne veut plus voir son père, mais finalement, c'est pas son père qu'elle ne veut plus voir, c'est la compagne du père qui est dénigrante, qui parle contre le père et que l'enfant, elle est autoritaire. Donc, il faut faire d'abord une évaluation pour voir qu'est-ce qu'il en est de ça et il faut faire une évaluation systémique. Il faut rencontrer le père, la mère, l'enfant. Il faut faire cette évaluation et effectivement, il faut voir après quel service est le plus approprié. Est-ce que c'est le coaching? Est-ce que c'est la coordination? Parce qu'on a, nous, la possibilité d'avoir différents services. Alors, si par exemple, c'est un coaching coparental, moi, ce que je fais de consentement des parents, c'est que je travaille d'abord avec les deux parents parce qu'il faut que les deux parents puissent discuter de la situation et il faut que les deux parents s'engagent à coopérer. Ça veut dire que il y a dans les refus de contact entre l'enfant et son parent, j'interviens sur plusieurs mois et je vais d'abord rencontrer les deux parents, m'assurer que le parent qui a la garde de l'enfant veut coopérer à cette reprise de contact dans de bonnes conditions. Et les premiers contacts entre l'enfant et le parent rejeté, si on peut dire, j'aime mieux que aliéné, rejeté, se font à mon bureau dans un lieu sécuritaire. Le parent hébergeant amène l'enfant et le parent hébergeant s'est engagé à préparer l'enfant, qu'il va y avoir une rencontre aujourd'hui avec le parent. Et cette rencontre-là va se faire à mon bureau dans un lieu sécuritaire et on verra est-ce que selon l'âge de l'enfant, ce sera adapté. Et il faut aussi, donc en coaching, il faut aussi préparer le parent rejeté. Hein, j'aime mieux que aliéné, mais rejeté, parce que le parent rejeté peut être très maladroit aussi. Hein. Il y a des maladresses, il y a j'aime mieux des maladresses. Donc, le parent rejeté doit être préparé à cet entretien. Donc, il faut être ouvert, accueillir la colère, la tristesse de l'enfant, sans se défendre, sans se justifier et surtout ne pas dénigrer l'autre parent. Donc, il y a tout un travail à faire et c'est ce qu'on fait en coaching coparental et avec aussi le soutien des avocats parce que en fait, c'est un travail interdisciplinaire dans lequel le mandat que j'ai, Tania, à ce moment-là, c'est qu'on dit, Madame Filion, on aimerait que vous aidiez Mathieu à reprendre contact avec son père de façon sécuritaire, dans de bonnes conditions. C'est le mandat que j'ai. Ça veut dire que la mère doit coopérer, le père, l'enfant, et le père doit être, comme je vous dis, agir de façon correcte, de bonnes conditions, et je vais faire le suivi pendant plusieurs semaines. Maintenant, si effectivement l'évaluation démontre qu'on est dans l'aliénation parentale grave, ou dans l'aliénation parentale grave, on a un enfant qui vous dit, non seulement je ne veux plus voir mon père, mais, ou ma mère, ne veux plus rien savoir. Ce n'est plus mon père. On entend ça. Ce n'est plus mon père, ce n'est plus ma mère. Et il va tenter de nous convaincre que c'est sa décision à lui, hein, dans l'aliénation parentale grave, euh, et que ce n'est pas la mère ou le père qui l'a influencé, donc le parent aliénant. Et ben, c'est très difficile d'intervenir dans ces situations-là. En fait, ce qu'on a chez nous comme service à ce moment-là, c'est une thérapie. Il faut une thérapie familiale qui va être ordonnée par le tribunal et auquel les parents vont s'engager de coopérer. Donc, si le parent aliénant ne veut pas collaborer, on ne pourra pas faire de progrès. Alors, c'est toute une question de coopération et de travail interdisciplinaire. Je ne sais pas si je réponds, Tania, à votre question.
Так, дуже дякую, так.
Oui,
Особливо
merci
трошки праця з
beaucoup.
судами цікаво,
La
так,
coopération
тому що
avec
немає таке рішення
les
суду,
tribunaux,
щоб
c'est très
судилище
intéressant.
потребує
Avoir le
для
jugement
відновлення цього
pour la
контакту.
thérapie
Так, дякую,
psychologique
Лорен. Я бачу
familiale.
зараз в
Merci,
когось є
Madame
питання.
Lorraine. Je vois,
Твоя рука, будь ласка.
s'il vous plaît. Bonjour Lorraine, merci beaucoup pour avoir partagé des approches différentes pour résoudre des conflits et aider aux enfants. Vous avez parlé de l'outil développé en Australie. Est-ce que vous pouvez développer et où on peut lire sur ce sujet, s'il vous plaît?
Oui. Alors, je peux envoyer à Tania. Donc, si vous allez sur le web et vous mettez doors, comme une porte, door, D-O-O-R-S, doors, vous allez trouver l'outil en Australie. Il est en anglais, bien entendu. Et vous avez doors, la porte 1, la porte 2. Vous avez tout trouvé sur le web, l'outil. Et vous pouvez l'utiliser. C'est un questionnaire. Moi, je l'utilise. C'est super. C'est un questionnaire que l'on fait au papa, à la maman, au père, la mère, et on leur pose des questions très personnelles sur leur travail, la consommation d'alcool, la drogue, les médicaments, et on va poser des questions très personnelles sur la vie conjugale, la violence, etc. Alors, c'est un questionnaire qui demande 20 minutes pour le parent. Et moi, je l'utilise parce que quand je reçois ce questionnaire, je demande aux parents de m'envoyer le questionnaire avant le premier rendez-vous, que je fais seule et j'ai mon questionnaire. Par exemple, consommation d'alcool, monsieur dit, écrit, je prends à l'occasion quelques bières. OK. Et moi, je lui dis, quand je le rencontre, je lui dis, ah, mais à l'occasion, qu'est-ce que ça veut dire? Est-ce que c'est chaque jour? Est-ce que c'est chaque semaine? Est-ce que combien de fois? Et puis bon, et puis je m'intéresse à la bière. Quelle sorte de bière? etc. pour donc, créer une relation. Et monsieur dit, Hmm, en fait, finalement, j'en prends tous les jours. Ah, OK. Et combien? Oh, bah, 3, 4, 5. Ça dépend si je suis nerveux ou je suis énervé. OK. Et les hommes prennent de l'alcool, les femmes prennent des médicaments. Et c'est très important dans le questionnaire qu'on demande les médicaments. Quel dosage? Vous prenez quel médicament, madame? Elle prend pour l'anxiété, pour toutes sortes de choses. Les femmes prennent beaucoup de médicaments pour l'anxiété et tout. Alors, aussi pour dormir, des médicaments pour dormir. Donc, alors, quel dosage, combien de fois par jour vous prenez des médicaments? Madame aussi dit, je prends un peu d'alcool. Donc, c'est très intéressant, vraiment, ce questionnaire parce que ça nous aide à dépister, pas juste pour dépister pour aider. Parce que, par exemple, on peut dépister des troubles de santé mentale aussi. Quelqu'un peut avoir des idées suicidaires. Donc, peut-être, donc, toujours cet esprit de dépister pour aider et orienter, référer vers le bon service. Voilà. Mais j'enverrai le lien à Tania, mais c'est un outil formidable qui a été développé en Australie et que nous avons au Québec aussi. Nous avons eu l'autorisation de Madame McIntosh de le traduire en français. Peut-être vous pourriez le faire en ukrainien. Elle est formidable. Je vais vous donner l'adresse. Vous écrivez à Jennifer McIntosh, et elle vous répond. Et on a demandé la permission de traduire en français. Elle a répondu très bien, vous pouvez le faire, parce si son outil peut être utilisé dans différents pays, peut-être il doit être adapté chez vous aussi dans tout le langage, mais vraiment, c'est super, super.
Дякую дуже.
Merci beaucoup.
Дякую, Лорен. Так, колеги, всі
Merci,
матеріали,
Lorraine.
які надійшли від
Chers collègues,
спікера,
je vais partager tout ce que Madame va envoyer à moi. Je vais partager après notre conférence. Svetlana, s'il vous plaît, votre question.
Дякую. Вітаю, Лорен. Дуже дякую за таку
Bonjour,
презентацію і
Lorraine.
дуже
Merci
приємно дістати
beaucoup
щирий
pour
досвід.
votre présentation,
У мене
pour
таке
avoir
питання.
partagé
Скажіть, будь
votre
ласка,
grande
коли
expérience.
вже дійсно
Ma
відбулося
question est
вивчення
suivante.
впливу, втрачений
Si
контакт,
on voit une aliénation et par exemple le contact est rompu entre enfants et parents, on peut parler 2 ans, par exemple, il n'y a pas de contact. Et si ce parent, il a peur, il ne veut pas avoir une thérapie et aussi ce parent est résistant à la médiation. Il voudrait bien voir son enfant, mais il a trop peur. Il a trop peur de la coopération. Il y a beaucoup de manque de confiance. Comment vous aider dans ces cas-là? Peut-être quelque chose complémentaire.
Oui.
Merci.
Oui, mais peut-être que je vais à ce moment-là reposer une question. Madame a parlé de peur. Il a peur de quoi? Donc, parce que qu'il veut voir son enfant, je comprends, mais il a peur de quoi? J'ai pas compris. Qu'est-ce que c'est la peur de quoi?
Чого боїться?
Може бути така ситуація, що взагалі немає довіри до того, що
Il n'y a pas
медіація
de
допоможе.
confiance
І
que la
зовсім
médiation
звернення
va aider.
до судових
Et
структур,
il
до
y a
правоохоронних
déjà
структур,
une
саме через
procédure
те, що відбувається
judiciaire
вплив
au tribunal parce que cet enfant et ses parents, ils ne voyaient pas son enfant pendant quelques ans et il a peur que tout ne va pas bien. Et il veut voir son enfant immédiatement. Et il n'a pas d'aucune information et il faut préparer l'enfant, il faut préparer les parents,
Ouais.
les deux parents.
Ouais.
Qu'est-ce que vous faites dans les cas similaires?
Écoutez, nous avons aussi, c'est la même situation ici chez nous. Donc, ben, je pense qu'il faut faire un travail d'abord avec ce parent parce que euh, l'idée, c'est que il n'a plus de contact avec son enfant depuis 1 an, 2 ans ou 3 ans, euh, il faudra évidemment faire une évaluation pour voir comment va cet enfant, qu'est-ce qu'il est devenu, qu'est-ce qui l'a empêché de garder contact avec son parent, qu'est-ce qu'il a fait. Je vais vous donner un exemple, je pense que c'est Silana, je ne sais pas son nom. Bon, l'idée, c'est que qu'est-ce que le monsieur, si c'est un parent, qu'est-ce que ce parent a fait depuis 2 ou 3 ans? Il se peut qu'il ait fait aussi ce que j'appelle des maladresses, des erreurs. Par exemple, j'avais un père comme ça qui ne voyait pas son enfant, mais il lui envoyait un mail. Il avait son mail, l'enfant avait 14 ans, il envoyait un mail pour lui dire tu me manques beaucoup, je pense à toi, c'est ton anniversaire, je te souhaite bon anniversaire. C'est gentil, papa qui t'aime. Post-scriptum à la fin, ce qui était très mauvais, il écrit euh, euh, si ta mère voulait, on pourrait reprendre, mais c'est elle qui m'a empêché de te voir. Donc, il dénigrait la mère dans les mails qu'il envoyait à l'enfant. Alors, c'est sûr que l'enfant, lui, va être négatif par rapport au père. Il se peut, et c'est pour ça que je ferai un travail avec lui d'abord. Qu'est-ce qu'il a fait? Qu'est-ce qu'il n'a pas fait? Et peut-être il a fait des maladresses. Et s'il veut voir son enfant, il faut qu'il accepte que ça va être progressif. Ça peut pas être je veux voir mon enfant pour. Des fois, les parents veulent que ça aille très rapidement parce que il faudra un travail avec l'enfant lui-même. Il se peut que l'enfant, moi j'ai rencontré des enfants qui disaient mais mon père, c'était mon anniversaire. Mon père m'a jamais téléphoné. Il m'a pas donné d'informations à Noël. euh, et il se peut que ce soit la mère, ce soit l'autre parent qui ait gardé, par exemple, les cadeaux. On sait qu'il y a des cadeaux des fois qui sont envoyés à l'enfant ou remis à l'enfant. Et donc, et dans une situation, je ne sais pas si c'est possible chez vous, mais dans des situations comme ça, nous, on a la nomination d'un avocat à l'enfant. Le juge va nommer un avocat à l'enfant et cet avocat-là peut servir d'intermédiaire ou d'agent de liaison parce que si le père écrit à la mère qui est aliénante, par exemple, elle ne va pas transmettre l'information à l'enfant. Si le père envoie un cadeau à l'enfant, soit elle va le prendre, elle va le jeter parce qu'elle ne veut pas, ou bien, donc, alors à ce moment-là, l'avocat de l'enfant, il y a un avocat qui est nommé à l'enfant pour agir comme agent de liaison ou d'intermédiaire. Moi, j'ai une famille actuellement comme ça où il y a un avocat à l'enfant et c'est l'avocat qui reçoit le cadeau et qui va le donner à l'enfant. Envoyer les cartes d'anniversaire aussi, ça va être l'agent de liaison. Mais dans les cas d'aliénation, il faut qu'il y ait un travail systémique avec toute la famille. Et c'est ça qui est difficile souvent parce que le parent aliénant ne veut pas et souvent dit, Madame Filion, mon enfant va tellement bien depuis qu'il ne voit plus son père. Il va tellement bien, bien sûr, parce que l'enfant n'est plus en conflit de loyauté. C'est un peu ça, l'aliénation, c'est que l'enfant, sa façon à lui de sortir du conflit de loyauté, hein, c'est que là, l'enfant dit, je veux plus voir mon père, ma mère. Alors que quand on rencontre les enfants que moi je rencontre dans les conflits modérés. L'enfant vit un conflit de loyauté, il aime sa mère, il peut pas le dire, bon. Mais dans l'aliénation parentale grave, l'enfant n'est plus en conflit de loyauté. Il rejette son parent de façon définitive et c'est sûr que c'est un long processus, hein. L'aliénation parentale, c'est pas un parent, c'est 1 an, 2 ans, justement, c'est un long processus. Alors, je ne sais pas si je réponds à votre question, mais euh, il faut absolument qu'il y ait un travail d'abord avec ce parent-là et il faudrait peut-être aussi qu'il y ait un jugement ou qu'il y ait une ordonnance pour travailler justement cette reprise de... Moi, c'est la seule façon que je réussis quelque chose, c'est quand il y a un jugement qui ordonne qu'il y ait un travail qui soit fait pour favoriser la reprise de relations de l'enfant avec son parent. J'ai eu l'année dernière un père qui avait perdu contact avec son garçon Mathieu depuis 2 ans et ce que j'ai appris de ce père-là, parce que le père dénigre la mère, c'est elle qui est responsable, mais j'ai appris que c'était plutôt lui le responsable, parce que ce qu'il a fait, c'est que son fils a choisi une orientation scolaire qui était axée sur les arts, la poésie, la danse, etc. Et le père, quand il a entendu son fils lui parler de ça, il a dit, ah non, moi, je peux pas accepter que mon fils va faire ça. Mon fils doit aller dans les sciences. Et il a eu un conflit très, très grand avec son enfant et il refusait de signer hein, pour que son fils doit aller à cette école. Alors finalement, l'enfant a coupé la relation avec son père. Il est allé à son école et il a fait... Alors, donc, le père qui vient me voir ne parle pas de ça, bien sûr. Il dit que c'est la mère qui est responsable de la reprise de la coupure. Mais je pense qu'il y a toujours des maladresses. C'est pas possible qu'il y ait un seul coupable. Donc, c'est un peu ça qu'on fait quand on travaille avec une approche systémique. Voilà.
Дуже дякую вам за цю відповідь. І я чую, що ми маємо певні схожі питання,
Merci
і
pour
про
ce
те, як
conseil,
в
pour cet
Україні були
exemple.
судові
J'ai
такі норми,
remarqué
які
que souvent
дозволяли,
on
щоб
a
батьки
des normes
змогли
qui se ressemblent chez vous
звернутися
et
допомоги в
au Canada
сімейних
et en
процесах,
Ukraine.
саме для відновлення свого стану перед тим, як
Et alors,
зустрічатися з дітьми. І я маю ще
les
таке питання.
parents
Ви говорили про
doivent
те,
être
що
prêts à rencontrer
коучингу, щодо
leur enfant.
співбатьківства додатково ви навчаєте і далі проводите
Une
супервізію.
autre
Чую,
question
що
que
складно
j'ai,
може бути працювати з такими
je
конфліктами, і
comprends que
у
c'est
вас теж
difficile de travailler avec des
різні
conflits,
складності. Як
pareil,
ви,
parce qu'il y
як
a un
фахівці,
niveau
себе
différent.
підтримуєте? І які є у вас
En tant
критерії
que
щодо
professionnel,
візування кейсів своїх?
euh,
Наскільки
comment vous vous
часто ви маєте це
soutenez
робити? От
euh,
в цьому контексті, саме професійному, чи могли би трішки
en-
поділитися?
et en ce qui concerne la révision de vos activités, de vos actions, euh, est-ce que ça fait assez souvent? Est-ce que vous avez une expérience que vous pourrez partager, s'il vous plaît?
Euh, ben, je sais pas si c'est pour moi la question. Elle veut savoir, euh, je sais pas comment, je revise, mais je sais pas comment moi-même j'ai du soutien. C'est pas clair pour moi, monsieur l'interprète, je m'excuse. Elle veut savoir quoi de moi? C'est pas clair. Oui.
Мгм. Я маю на увазі, що от ми як
J'ai-
медіатор, ми працюємо з
Nous,
конфліктами, і
en
це
tant que
доволі складна
médiateur,
робота.
Oui.
on travaille
Тому
sur des
ми
conflits et c'est un travail assez
намагаємося якось
difficile.
себе, як
Mhm.
професіонали,
Alors, nous,
підтримувати,
en tant que
як можуть,
professionnels,
і
on
хто
essaye de
як
trouver
навчився.
des,
Разом з тим,
des
у нас є така
motivations
програма, що Сімейні медіатори можуть собі
En
дозволити
même temps,
проводити супервізії час від часу,
nous avons un
рефлексивній
programme,
практиці, і це
nous
допомагає
avons
не тільки дізнатися щось
un programme
нове,
de
да,
supervision
поділитися
qui
своїм
avoir une
досвідом і дізнатися
information, mais aussi de
досвід інших, а й
partager
підтримати себе, тому що ми
notre
працюємо
expérience,
з
mais,
конфліктами людьми. Як у
mais
вас
aussi
побудована така
ça nous
система роботи?
laisse
Чи є обов'язковою
respirer.
супервізія? Чи, можливо, є якісь інші
Est-ce qu'il y a des choses pareilles
інструменти, які
à des
допомагають вам
supervisions qui sont
в такій
pratiquées
роботі?
chez nous, genre de
Oui.
formation? Est-ce que vous avez des choses pareilles?
Oui,
Merci.
oui, merci. Oui, oui, oui. Tac, tac, tac. Tac, tac. Oui, oui. Nous avons des supervisions. Moi-même, je suis toujours supervisée. On a ce qu'on appelle des analyses de pratique, par exemple, une fois par mois, 3 heures. C'est essentiel pour nous de pouvoir parler et de échanger avec d'autres professionnels parce que la posture, c'est toujours, on est au défi au niveau de la posture, l'impartialité, la neutralité. Il y a aussi l'impact, moi, pour moi, le plus difficile, c'est la souffrance de l'enfant. La souffrance de l'enfant qui peut nous impacter et qui peut peut-être nous faire dévier de notre rôle professionnel ou de notre posture. Donc, si je suis médiateur, il y a quand même une posture. Si je suis coach, je suis coordonnateur, différentes postures. Il y a la supervision à chaque fois. On a la supervision même obligatoire au début, mais après, quand on a de l'expérience, on a quand même des analyses de pratique. Et c'est essentiel. Merci. Tac. Il y a Hannah qui a une question.
Лорен, доброго дня. Дякую вам за вашу презентацію.
Bonjour Lorraine,
У
merci
мене є таке
beaucoup pour
добрий
votre
день.
présentation. J'ai une question.
Перше,
Une- D'abord,
ми
ma
завжди
première
кажемо,
question.
що збереження контакту з обома батьками
Nous disons toujours que le
це є
contact
в
avec
найкращих
les deux
інтересах
parents,
дитини.
c'est le plus grand
Але
intérêt
чи
de
є у
l'enfant.
вас, як у медіатора, який працює з
En
дітьми,
tant, vous,
певний,
en tant que
можливо,
médiateur
перелік
avec de
причин,
l'expérience,
з яких ви не будете брати
est-ce que vous
кейс,
avez
бо
des,
вважаєте,
des,
що
des
за
commentaires ou des
наявності цієї
critères,
причини відсутність контакту
des raisons
є
notamment,
найкращою альтернативою?
que la communication, l'absence de la communication avec un des parents sera la meilleure des solutions. Est-ce qu'il y a des cas pareils et des critères qui peuvent parler de ça?
Ben, en médiation, parce que là, je vais me mettre en médiateur familial. Comme médiateur familial, c'est essentiel que les parents puissent venir et c'est là que le médiateur agit comme tiers parce que souvent les parents ne veulent pas se parler, mais vont parler au médiateur. Hein? Parce que ils sont, et même au contraire, des fois, si c'est trop conflictuel, on va leur demander de nous parler à moi plus tôt, mais l'autre va entendre quand même. Mais c'est essentiel de travailler la communication justement parce que si les parents ne communiquent pas ensemble, qu'est-ce que c'est que la communication? C'est tout et rien. C'est-à-dire comment ils se donnent l'information au sujet de l'enfant, sur sa santé, sur l'école, le sport, et même, je vous donne l'exemple, on vient de terminer l'école ici au Québec à la fin juin et la jeune fille, Maria, elle fait la compétition de tennis, de compétition. Et il y a évidemment, quand l'enfant est fait un sport de compétition, ce n'est pas, on ne le sait pas, il faut que le parent qui a la charge de l'enfant puisse informer. Alors, elle a gagné. Elle a fait un cours, elle a fait une compétition de tennis et elle a été la première joueuse. On a dit c'est la meilleure qui a fait, elle a gagné. Et là, il y a à son école une fête pour elle, Maria, mais la maman n'a pas informé le papa de ça. Hmm. Et la petite va aller chercher son prix, hein, elle est contente, mais elle regarde pour trouver son papa, il n'est pas là. Et elle demande à la maman. Maman, papa n'est pas là. Et la maman dit, mais non, tu sais, ton père est toujours très occupé. Hmm. Alors, mais 2 semaines plus tard, la petite va aller chez son père parce qu'elle va chez son père un week-end sur deux et elle dit, papa, et elle lui raconte qu'elle a gagné le prix et le papa dit, je ne savais pas, je ne savais pas. Mais la maman n'a pas donné l'information. Et je trouve que c'est un exemple dans le cas où il y a des conflits et la communication, si la mère ne peut pas parler au père, et on va travailler ça en médiation, il y a des outils peut-être virtuels, je ne sais pas si vous les connaissez pas, je pourrais les donner à Tania aussi. Donc, ce sont tous anglais. Donc, c'est des outils qu'on utilise de communication entre les parents séparés. Alors, ça s'appelle Two Houses, Two for Kids, Family Wizard, Family
Pouvez-vous
Wall.
répéter, s'il vous plaît,
Oui.
les
Alors,
noms?
les noms, c'est tous anglais. Donc, Two for Kids, Two Houses, Family Wizard et Family Wall. C'est les trois Family Wall. Mais je vais l'envoyer à Tania, tous ces virtuels. Donc, ce sont des outils où les parents qui ne peuvent pas se parler peuvent communiquer par écrit. Donc, la mère, l'enfant est malade pendant le week-end et elle va à la clinique médicale et le médecin dit, ah, elle fait une gastro-entérite, et on va donner des antibiotiques. Ben, donc, et l'antibiotique doit se prendre pendant 10 jours et la bouteille est dans le sac de l'enfant. Ce n'est pas à l'enfant de donner la communication à l'autre parent. Donc, la mère va aller, par exemple, dans Family Wall, un des outils virtuels. Je vais les envoyer à Tania. Et dans ce Family Wall, on va aller dans un site pour ouvrir un dossier et écrire les informations au père. Le père va avoir l'information par écrit. Et c'est très structuré, c'est très, très utile. Je les utilise en médiation, etc. Donc, les parents vont devoir communiquer soit par écrit, par mail, par SMS ou par cet outil virtuel, mais ils doivent communiquer, ce n'est pas à l'enfant, parce que sinon, l'enfant va être interrogé par les parents quand il change la maison, hein. Donc, le parent va lui demander, que s'est-il passé le week-end? Qu'est-ce que tu as fait? Etc., tu as pris ton bain? Donc, alors, c'est aux parents de donner l'information et c'est important en médiation de travailler cette communication entre les parents. Je ne sais pas si, Anna, je réponds à votre question.
Але моє питання було трохи в іншому. Наведу приклад. До прикладу, батько
En fait, la
приходить
question
10
voulait
років
autre
за
chose.
Ah,
виходить
Par
і хоче
exemple, un
налагодити
cas,
контакт
le
з
parent a
собою, який
passé
народився
10 ans en
10
prison
10 років
après un
назад.
viol.
Якщо
Il
він
veut
звернеться до
rétablir
мене, я
le
одразу скажу
contact.
ні, бо я не хочу
euh,
з цим працювати. Бо для мене
et
краще
si ce
відновити
père
зв'язок і
va
контакту, мій
m'adresser
контакт з таким батьком, і
à,
я
à
передам
m'adresser
іншим
à
колегам.
moi,
Можливо,
je
хтось
ne vais pas
інший
m'en
зможе
occuper
з цим
parce que
працювати,
c'est
але
un
я не
cas
можу.
compliqué.
От у мене
Moi, je
таке
n'arriverai
питання. Чи
pas
є
à
у вас
travailler
якісь
avec
кейси, в
ça.
яких ви не будете працювати, бо
Est-ce
вважаєте, що
qu'il y a
такий батько
des
гірше за
Est-ce qu'il
його
y a des
батьків?
cas où vous allez refuser de coopérer avec un tel père ou avec une telle mère parce que ce sera encore pire pour l'enfant de recommencer la communication avec une telle personne, voilà, que de ne pas l'avoir.
tac, tac. Oui, parce que vous parlez d'un viol, il peut y avoir des, euh, des choses graves qui ont été faites oui, que c'est pas possible de faire une médiation ou de rétablir la communication. Euh, oui, oui, mais il faut faire une évaluation, hein, mais oui, ça arrive que je dis non, je suis désolée, mais je peux pas intervenir dans une situation semblable. Il faut soit aller voir des avocats, soit le juge, parce que dans une situation où vous me dites qu'il y a eu un viol, il a été en prison, j'ai beaucoup de questions. Est-ce qu'il a violé la mère ou il a violé une autre femme? Il a fait la prison parce que s'il a fait de la prison, maintenant, est-ce qu'il est dans quel état et c'est ce parent? Est-ce qu'il a fait est-ce qu'il a besoin d'une thérapie? Je ne sais pas, j'ai beaucoup de questions, sous-questions pour vous, mais il y a, oui, des situations graves où on ne doit pas rétablir la communication et l'enfant doit être protégé. Dans des abus graves sexuels, par exemple, où le parent ne reconnaît pas la violence ou enfin l'abus, mais que la protection de la jeunesse est intervenue et a complété son évaluation en disant oui, l'enfant a été abusé et donc il faut protéger l'enfant de ce parent-là et ce parent abuseur ne reconnaît pas l'abus. Alors voilà, c'est toutes des évaluations qu'il faut faire et avant d'intervenir et d'offrir un rétablissement de relation. Oui.
Дякую. Тоді у
Merci
мене є
beaucoup.
ще два
Une autre
питання. Одне
question.
це, чи можете
J'en ai
зараз
deux.
звернутися з
OK,
запитом
tac,
на
tac.
медіацію? Якщо може, то з якого віку?
Володимир, ми вас чуємо.
Est-ce que, est-ce que l'enfant peut faire une appellation et à partir de quel âge?
L'enfant peut faire une appellation. Pour moi, c'est pas clair, là, appellation. Qu'est-ce que vous voulez dire?
C'est si l'enfant n'est pas d'accord avec la décision du juge, par exemple, est-ce que l'enfant a droit de dire non? Euh,
Oui.
je, je veux
Ben,
contester, voilà.
En fait, dans des situations graves qui sont devant la protection de l'enfance, selon la loi, l'enfant est toujours représenté par avocat et c'est l'avocat de l'enfant qui va porter sa parole au juge et ben, j'espère que le juge va l'entendre parce que, mais est-ce qu'il pourrait aller en appel de la décision du juge? Peut-être, je pense. Mais l'enfant est quand même représenté par avocat qui va plaider sa cause devant le juge, disant au juge que lui, il ne veut pas revoir son père, parce que il faut que ce soit un refus justifié. Parce que, alors si c'est une situation où l'enfant a été abusé, où il y a eu des abus psychologiques ou des abus sexuels, ce serait assez, enfin, étonnant que le juge, surprenant que le juge ne prennent pas en compte la parole, le besoin, parce que c'est pas juste la parole, là, c'est l'intérêt de l'enfant. Ça devient son intérêt. Et l'avocat plaide l'intérêt de l'enfant, pas juste, il va porter sa parole, mais en protection de l'enfance, il va plaider aussi son intérêt. Alors, ce serait assez étonnant que le juge, mais il y a la possibilité pour l'enfant de s'exprimer, pourquoi il serait pas d'accord avec la première décision du juge. Euh, mais comme je vous dis, ça serait étonnant que le juge ne prenne pas en compte sa parole dans une situation grave comme ça. Ça serait étonnant, oui. Elle avait une deuxième question.
Et
А я ще до другого повернуся. До прикладу,
je veux
мені
retourner à ma
14
deuxième
років,
question.
і у мене погані відносини з моєю
J'ai,
мамою, але
j'ai
вона
14 ans.
вважає, що наші відносини
Je suis en
погані,
mauvaise
і нам
relation
допомога не потрібна.
avec ma
Чи можу
mère.
я піти до медіатора і сказати,
Mais ma mère, elle pense,
налагодити відносини з мамою? Чи це
ma
може
mère
зробити
pense
лише
que on a des
суддя
bonnes
за
relations.
за законом
Euh,
або за
Moi, je
правилами?
voudrais
Чи
m'adresser parce que je veux
чи має
rétablir les
суддя
relations,
можливість звертатися
tandis que
напряму
maman ne
до
veut
медіатора
pas.
про допомогу?
Est-ce que l'enfant peut s'adresser directement à un médiateur?
Oui, oui. L'enfant de 14 ans, parce que chez nous, la loi euh, euh, prévoit que l'enfant de 14 ans a le droit de demander des services, il a le droit aussi de refuser des services, mais il doit autoriser. Par exemple, moi, quand je fais une médiation, l'enfant doit signer comme quoi il est consentant à cette médiation parce qu'il a plus de 14 ans. Alors, l'enfant pourrait demander effectivement un service. Et nous avons au Québec un service assez intéressant. Donc, il y a des 5 heures de médiation gratuite. Donc, l'enfant qui ferait la demande. Et si la mère ne veut pas payer, c'est pas un problème. Il y a 5 heures de médiation qui sont offertes gratuitement. Oui.
Дякую.
Merci
Думаю,
beaucoup.
що це круто.
Ça, c'est très bien.
І можу я ще задати питання, чи вже нема
Et
часу?
une dernière question, et si on a toujours un peu de temps.
Moi, j'en ai. Moi, j'en ai. J'ai plein de temps pour l'Ukraine. Il n'y a pas de problème. Toujours. Allez-y, Anna.
Чи бувають у вас
Est-ce que vous rencontrez des cas,
ситуації,
des situations
коли дитина була всиновлена,
où l'enfant
і
était
є
adopté,
прийомні батьки, з
il y a
якими
alors
вона
les
проживає,
parents
але є біологічна
adoptifs
мати,
où elle habite, mais
яка
aussi il y a sa vraie
знає,
maman
куди всиновили дитину, тобто вона знає,
qui
що
est au
наразі
courant
проживає дитина.
où habite
Батьки
son enfant
забороняють
après.
і проти контакту дитини з біологічною мамою.
Les,
Біологічна мама
les nouveaux
вирішує
parents
звернутися до медіації
euh,
про відновлення,
refusent
відновлення
le
контакту
contact
між нею
avec
та
sa
дитиною.
maman, sa vraie maman. Est-ce que cette maman, elle peut s'adresser à un médiateur ou une autre personne pour reconstruire la communication, le contact?
Oui, c'est possible. Euh, enfin, je vais vous dire que c'est peu utilisé parce que la loi a été changée depuis 2018, donc ça fait quand même 8 ans, pour permettre justement que la médiation soit aussi offerte gratuitement 5 heures dans les cas où il y a adoption. Euh, mais c'est très peu utilisé par les parents, peu connu, mais bon, c'est possible. Euh, c'est possible que ce... Maintenant, si elle veut rétablir, on a aussi un service de ce qu'on appelle les retrouvailles, retrouver les anciens parents. Mais là, si c'est connu, oui, c'est possible, ça existe. Mais c'est peu, comme je vous dis, c'est peu utilisé chez nous au Québec, mais c'est possible.
Дякую.
Merci beaucoup.
Дякую, Аня. Колеги, чи є у вас
Merci,
ще коментарі або
Anna.
питання?
Collègues, est-ce que vous avez encore des questions?
Лорейн, дуже дякуємо вам за вашу
Merci beaucoup, Lorraine,
презентацію.
pour votre présentation.
Да, дуже чекаємо від вас на матеріали,
Nous attendons
про
avec
які ви говорили.
impatience les outils, les
Будемо
informations.
раді ще
Nous,
побачитися.
nous serons
Якщо буде така
très
можливість,
ravis
будемо вас запрошувати.
de vous voir au
Завжди
futur.
цікаво
Et
слухати
s'il y aura une telle
про
possibilité,
ваш
on va
досвід.
vous inviter
Merci,
encore.
merci, merci. Donc, Diakuyu, c'est ça, merci, Diakuyu. Et je dirais Dopaba Shenya, je dirais au revoir parce que vous vous souvenez, Tania, et, suite à ma présentation il y a quelques années, plusieurs années, avant la guerre, vous avez dit que moi, je voulais aller à Kiev, j'étais prête à aller à Kiev. Et je suis toujours prête à aller à Kiev si ça peut se calmer, mais je serais ravie de voir votre pays et je pense beaucoup à vous en Ukraine. Sachez que on a une grande communauté ukrainienne ici à Montréal et nous sommes très sensibles à ce que vous vivez. On se sent impuissant par rapport à cette guerre inexplicable et intolérable, mais on vous souhaite bon courage et j'espère un jour pouvoir aller à Kiev. Je garde espoir, Tania, de pouvoir aller vous visiter. Donc, je vous dis Dopaba Shenya et Diakuyu pour cette invitation. À bientôt. Au revoir. Je vous envoie les outils, Tania. OK. Au revoir. Merci aux
Щиро
interprètes
дякуємо.
aussi. Merci les interprètes. Дякую.
Так,
Merci à vous, madame.
дякуємо,
Merci. Au revoir.
дякуємо, Лорен, за підтримку. І
Merci, Lorraine,
сподіваємося
encore une
на
fois.
зустріч вже в Києві після
Nous
завершення.
espérons bien
Дякую.
une vraie réunion avec vous
До
à
побачення,
Kiev.
Лорен.
Merci.
Très bien. Merci. Au revoir. Au revoir.
До побачення. Так, дякуємо всім нашим перекладачам. Так, вже колежанки від'єдналися. Марія і Володимир, дякуємо вам за переклад, Лорен. Колеги, дякуємо за вашу участь у конференції. Сподіваємося, що вам було також цікаво, як і нам. Так? І сподіваюся, що ви теж тут для себе почули щось корисне, щось важливе для вашої практики. Ми обов'язково будемо продовжувати. Ми вже плануємо третю конференцію, бо в нас ще декілька країн, які нам дуже-дуже хотілося б почути. І тому слідкуйте за нашими новинами і подіями в соціальних мережах. Дякуємо всій команді Дотику за співпрацю і організацію цих конференцій і сьогоднішньої події. І до зустрічі вже в інших наших заходах, на інших наших заходах. Всім гарного вечора, до побачення.